one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Right now? Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Under the previous order, the Senate will be in a period of morning business, with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each. The senator from Iowa.
I ask permission to speak for 1 minute in morning
Without
business.
objection.
Last night, in the State of the Union address, President Trump called on Congress to put bipartisan legislation to lower prescription drug prices on his desk and that he would sign it. Here are the facts. The House is controlled by Democrats. The Senate requires bipartisanship to get any legislating done. There are only a couple months left before the campaign season will likely impede anything from being accomplished in this Congress. So the time to act is right now. I'm calling on my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to get off the sidelines and work with me and Senator Wyden, as President Trump already is, to heed the call to action that he gave us last night and pass the Prescription Drug Pricing Reduction Act. It's the only significant bipartisan bill in town. President Trump, the AARP, and the Libertarian Cato think tank, to name just a few people involved, have all endorsed the bill. If you're serious about fulfilling promises to lower drug costs, my office door is open as Senator Wyden's door is open. It's time for the Senate to act and to deliver for the American people. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Oregon.
As United States Senators, our decisions build the foundation for future generations. I want those generations to know that I stood here on the floor of this chamber fighting for equal justice under law. I stood here to defend our Senate's responsibility to provide a fair trial with witnesses and documents. I stood here to say that when our president invites and pressures a foreign government to smear a political opponent and corrupt the integrity of our 2020 presidential election, he must be removed from office. As a number of my Republican colleagues have confessed, the House managers have proven their case. President Trump did sanction a corrupt conspiracy to smear a political opponent, former Vice President Joe Biden. President Trump assigned Rudy Giuliani, his personal lawyer, to accomplish that goal by arranging sham investigations by the government of Ukraine. President Trump advanced this corrupt scheme by instructing the three amigos, Ambassador Volker, Secretary of Energy Rick Perry, and Ambassador Gordon Sondland, to work with Rudy to this goal. President Trump did use the resources of America, including an Oval Office meeting and security assistance, to pressure Ukraine, which was at war with Russia, to participate in this corrupt conspiracy. The facts are clear. But do President Trump's acts rise to the level the framers envisioned for removal of a president? Or are they, as some colleagues in this chamber have said, simply inappropriate, but not impeachable? With respect to those colleagues, inappropriate is lying to the public. Inappropriate is shunning our allies or failing to put your personal assets into a blind trust or encouraging foreign governments to patronize your properties. That's something that you might call inappropriate. But that word does not begin to encompass President Trump's actions in this case. a corrupt conspiracy comprising a fundamental assault on our Constitution. This conspiracy is far worse than Watergate. Watergate was about a break-in to spy on the Democratic National Committee. Bad, yes. Wrong, definitely. But Watergate didn't involve soliciting foreign interference to destroy the integrity of an election. It didn't involve an effort to smear a political opponent. Watergate did not involve an across-the-board blockade of access by Congress to witnesses and documents. If you believe that Congress was right to conclude that President Nixon's abuse of power merited expulsion from office, you have no choice but to conclude that President Trump's corrupt conspiracy merits his expulsion from office. President Trump should be removed from office this very day by action in this very chamber, but he will not be removed because this Senate has failed to conduct a full and fair trial to reveal the extensive dimensions of his conspiracy, and because the siren's call to party loyalty over country has infected this chamber. Every American understands what constitutes a full and fair trial. A full and fair trial has witnesses. A full and fair trial has documents. A full and fair trial does not begin with the jury foreman declaring that he is working hand in glove with the defendant. When discussing why the Senate tries impeachments, Alexander Hamilton stated, "Where else than in the Senate could have been found a tribunal sufficiently dignified or sufficiently independent for that daunting responsibility?" Every American should feel the sadness, the darkness, the tragedy of this moment in which this Senate is neither sufficiently dignified nor sufficiently independent for that responsibility. The Senate trial became a cover-up when the majority voted on January 22nd and again on January 31st to block all access to witnesses and documents. If this cover-up goes forward, it will be the latest in a set of corrupt firsts this Senate has achieved under Republican leadership. It has been the first Senate to ignore our constitutional responsibilities to debate and vote on a Supreme Court nominee in 2016. It became the first Senate to complete the theft of a Supreme Court seat from one administration, giving it to another in 2017. And now it becomes the first Senate in American history to replace an impeachment trial with a cover-up. President Trump might want to consider this. With a cover-up in lieu of a trial, there is no exoneration. No matter how badly President Trump might want it, no matter how boldly he might claim it, there is no exoneration from a cover-up. If this Senate fails to convict President Trump when we vote later today, we destroy our constitutional responsibility to serve as a check against the abuses of a runaway president. It's a devastating blow to the checks and balances which have stood at the heart of our Constitution. Our tripartite system is like a three-legged stool where each leg works in balance with the others. If one leg is cracked or weakened, well, that stool topples over. If the Senate's responsibility is gutted and the limits on presidential power undermined, then there's lasting damage to the checks and balances our founders so carefully crafted. Let's also be clear. The situation that we find ourselves in today, it didn't spring out of nowhere. With respect to the Chief Justice, the road to this moment has been paved by decisions made in the Supreme Court, undermining we the people republic, while Justice Roberts has led the court. Decisions like Citizens United in 2010 which corrupted our political campaigns with a flood of dark money, the equivalent of a stadium sound system drowning out the voice of the people. Decisions like Shelby County in 2013 that gutted the Voting Rights Act, opening the door to voter suppression and voter intimidation. If you believe in our republic, you believe in voter empowerment, not voter suppression. Decisions like Rucho versus Common Cause in 2019, giving a green light to extreme partisan gerrymandering, in which politicians choose their voters rather than voters choosing their politicians. One blow after another, giving more power to the powerful and undermining the vision of government of, by, and for the people. Blow after blow, making officials more responsive to the rich and wealthy donors than the people they're elected to represent. These Supreme Court decisions have elevated government by and for the powerful and trampled government by and for the people, paving the path for this dark moment in which the U.S. Senate chooses to defend a corrupt president by converting a trial into a cover-up. A trial without access to witnesses and documents? That is what one expects of a corrupted court in Russia or China, not the United States of America. We know what democracy looks like, and it's not just about having a constitution or holding elections. Our democracy is not set in stone. It is not guaranteed by anything other than the goodwill and good faith of the people of this country. Keeping a democracy takes courage and commitment. As the saying goes, freedom is not free. It's an inheritance bequeathed to us by those who have fought and bled and died to ensure that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from this earth. Fighting for that inheritance doesn't only happen on the battlefield. It happens when Americans everywhere go to the polls to cast a ballot. It happens when ordinary citizens, distraught at what they're seeing, speak up, join a march, or run for office to make a difference. And it happens here in this chamber, this Senate chamber, when senators put addressing the challenges of our country over the pressures from their party. I urge each and every one of my colleagues, before casting your vote today, ask yourselves, will you defend the integrity of our elections? Will you deliver impartial justice? Will you protect the separation of powers at the heart of our Constitution? Will you uphold the rule of law and the inspiring words carved above the doors of our Supreme Court, equal justice under law? I stand here today in support of our Constitution, which has made our nation that shining city on a hill. I stand here today for equal justice under law. I stand here today for a full and fair trial as our Constitution demands. I stand here today to say that a president who has abused his office by soliciting a foreign country to intervene in the election of 2020 and bias the outcome, that individual, that president, betraying the trust of the American people, undermining the strength of our Constitution, that president must be removed from office. I yield the floor.
The Democratic leader.
Madam President, we're not in a quorum, I presume.
We are not.
Now, I'll speak later this afternoon at about 3:30, prior to the vote on the articles of impeachment about impeachment. But this morning, I'd like to briefly respond to President Trump's third State of the Union address. It was a sad moment for democracy. The President's speech last night was much more like a Trump rally than a speech a true leader would give. It was demagogic, it was undignified, it was highly partisan, and in too many places just untruthful. Instead of a dignified president, we had some combination of a pep rally leader, a reality show host, and a carnival barker. It's not what presidents are. President Trump took credit for inheriting an economy that's been growing at about the same pace in the last 10 years. The bottom line is, in the last 3 years of the Obama administration, more jobs were created than under these 3 years of the Trump administration. And yet he can't resist digging at the past president, even though the past president on that economic number is better than him. He boasted about how many manufacturing jobs he created. Manufacturing jobs have gone down, in part because of the president's trade policies for 5 months this year or late last year. A 5-month-long recession last year. Farmers have struggled mightily. Farm income is way down. Bankruptcies are the highest they've been in 8 years. Crop prices are dwindling. And markets may never recover from the damage of the president's trade war, as so many contracts for soybeans and other goods have gone to Argentina and Brazil, and these are not one-year contracts, these are long-term contracts. President Trump talked at length about health care, claiming amazingly at one point he will fight to protect patients with pre-existing conditions. This president just lies, He's in court right now trying to undo the protections for pre-existing conditions. And at the same time, he says he wants to do it, and all the Republicans get up and cheer. His administration is working as hard as it can to take down the law that guarantees protections for pre-existing conditions. The claim is not partly true, it's not half true, it's not misleading. It is flat, objectively, unequivocally false. Says on my notes, false. Let's call it for what it is. It's a lie. In 3 years, President Trump has done everything imaginable to undermine Americans' health care. He's even hoping to drag out the resolution of the lawsuit past the next election. If President Trump were truly interested in shoring up protections for people with pre-existing conditions, he'd drop this lawsuit now. Then he'd be doing something, not just talking and having his actions totally contradict his words. Until the president drops his lawsuit, when he says he cares about Americans' health care, he's talking out of both sides of his mouth. And when he talks about being the blue-collar president, he doesn't understand blue-collar families. It's true. Wages went up 3%. If you're making $50,000 a year, that's a good salary. That's about, by calculation, $30 a week. When you get a medical bill of $4,000 and your deductible is $5,000, when your car has an accident and it's going to cost you $3,000, $4,000 to fix it, and you don't have that money, the $30 a week doesn't mean much. When asked, is it easier for you to pay your bills today or the day Trump became president? They say it's harder to pay the bills today. That's what working families care about, getting their costs down, their college costs, their education costs, their health care costs, their automobile and infrastructure costs. Not these vaunted Wall Street statistics that the financial leaders look at and think, oh, we're great. Well, they're great. Their 3% increase in income, and it's been greater, puts a lot of money in their pockets. Working people don't feel any better. They feel worse because Donald Trump always sides with the special interests when it comes to things that affect working families, like health care, like drug costs, like college. And in so many other areas, the president's claims were just not true. He claims he's gotten tough on China. He sold out to China a month ago. Everyone knows that. Because he had hurt the farmers so badly, the bulk of what happened in the Chinese agreement was them to purchase some soybeans. We don't even know if that'll happen. But it didn't get at the real ways China hurts us. He spoke about his desire for a bipartisan infrastructure bill. We Senate Democrats put a $1 trillion bill 3 years ago. The president hasn't shown any interest in discussing it. In fact, when Speaker Pelosi and I went to visit him about infrastructure, he walked out. So this is typical of Donald Trump. Here at his speech, he brags about all these things he wants to do or is doing, but his actions belie his words. Maybe the best metaphor was his claim to bring democracy to Venezuela. There was a big policy there. It flopped. If the policy was working, Juan Guaido wouldn't be in the balcony here. He'd be in Venezuela. He'd be sitting in the president's palace, or at least waging a fight to win. He's here. And the president brags about his Venezuela policy? Give us a break. He hasn't brought an end to the Maduro regime. The Maduro regime is more powerful today and more entrenched today than it was when the president began his anti-Maduro. Same thing with North Korea. Same thing with China. Same thing with Russia. Same thing with Syria. The matter of fact is, when the President Trump gets over an hour to speak, the number of mistruths, mischaracterizations, exaggerations, contradictions is breathtaking. No other president comes close. You know, the old expression says, watch what I do, not what I say. What the president does will be revealed Monday in his budget. That's what he wants to do. If past his prologue, almost everything in that budget will contradict what he said in his speech. In the past, he's cut money for health care, cut money for medical research, cut money for infrastructure, cut money for education, cut money to help kids with college, in every one of those things. And, ladies and gentlemen, I have faith in the American people. They will not be fooled. They're used to it. They can tell a little show here, a non-reality show, when they see one. They know it's a show. It's done for their amusement, their titillation, but it doesn't improve America. Working people are not happy. The middle class is struggling to stay in the middle class. Those struggling to get to the middle class find it harder to get there. Their path is steeper. Far more than the president's speech, the president's budget is what truly reveals his priorities. The budget will be the truth serum, and in a few days, the American people will see how many of the president's words here are reality. I expect very few will be. I yield the floor. And note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Madam President.
Senator from Texas,
Madam President, I'd ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be dispensed with.
without objection.
Madam President, I'd ask unanimous consent that following my oral remarks, that a more extensive written remarks that I prepared appear in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Madam President, over the last months, our country has been consumed by a single word, one that we don't use often in our ordinary parlance. That word, of course, is impeachment. It's filled our news channels, Twitter feeds, and dinner conversations. It's led to a wide-ranging debate on everything from the constitutional doctrines of separation of powers to due process of law, two concepts which are the most fundamental building blocks of who we are as a nation. And it's even prompted those who typically have no interest in politics to tune in to C-SPAN or their favorite cable news channel. The impeachment of a president of the United States is simply the gravest undertaking we can pursue in this country. It is the nuclear option in our Constitution. It's a choice of last resort when a president has committed a crime so serious that Congress must act rather than leave the choice to the voters in the election. The framers of the Constitution granted this awesome power to the United States Congress and placed their confidence in the Senate to use it only when absolutely necessary, when there is no other choice. This is a rare, historic moment for the members of this chamber, faced by the Senate only on two previous occasions during our Constitution's 232-year history, only 2 times previously. We should be extraordinarily vigilant to make sure that the impeachment power does not become a regular feature of our differences, and in the process, cheapen the vote of the American people. Soon, members of the Senate will determine whether, for the first time in our history, a president will be removed from office, and then decide whether he will be barred from the ballot in 2020. The question all senators have to answer is, did the president commit, in the words of the Constitution, a high crime and misdemeanor that warrants his removal from office, or should he be acquitted of the charges made by the House? I've done my best to listen intently to both sides as they presented their cases during the trial, and I'm confident in saying that President Trump should be acquitted and not removed from office. First, the Constitution gives the Congress the power to impeach and remove a president from office only for treason, bribery, and other high crimes and misdemeanors. But the 2 articles of impeachment passed by the House of Representatives failed to meet that standard. The first charge, as we know, is abuse of power. House Democrats alleged that the president withheld military aid from Ukraine in exchange for investigations of Joe and Hunter Biden. But they failed to bring forward compelling and unassailable evidence of any crime. Again, the Constitution talks about treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors, clearly a criminal standard, and thus failed to meet their burden of proof. And certainly, the House managers did not meet the high burden required to remove the president from office, effectively nullifying the will of tens of millions of Americans just months before the next election. What's more, the House's vague charge in the first article is equivalent to acts considered and rejected by the framers of our Constitution. That brings us to the second article we're considering, obstruction of Congress. During the House inquiry, Democrats were upset because some of the president's closest advisors and their most sought-after witnesses did not testify. To be clear, some of the executive branch witnesses were among the 13 witnesses whose testimony we did hear during the Senate trial. But for those witnesses for whom it was clear the administration would claim a privilege, almost certainly leading to a long court battle, the House declined to issue the subpoenas and certainly did not seek judicial enforcement. Rather than addressing the privilege claims in court, as happened in the Nixon and Clinton impeachments, the Democrat managers moved to impeach President Trump for obstruction of Congress for protecting the presidency itself from a partisan abuse of power by the House. Removing the president from office for asserting long-recognized and constitutionally grounded privileges that have been invoked by both Republicans and Democrat presidents would set a very dangerous precedent and would do violence to the Constitution's separation of powers design. In effect, it would make the presidency itself subservient to Congress. The father of our Constitution, James Madison, warned against allowing the impeachment power to create a presidential tenure at the pleasure of the Senate. Even more concerning, at every turn throughout this process, the House Democrats violated President Trump's right to due process of law. All American law is built on a constitutional foundation securing basic rights and rules of fairness for a citizen accused of wrongdoing. It's undisputed that the House excluded from the president's legal team from both the closed-door testimony and almost the entirety of the House's 78-day inquiry. They channeled personal, policy, and political grievances and attempted to use the most solemn responsibility of Congress to bring down a political rival in a partisan process. It's no secret that Democrats' crusade to remove the president began more than 3 years ago on the very day that he was inaugurated. On January the 20th, 2017, the Washington Post ran a story with the headline, "The campaign to impeach President Trump has begun." At first, Speaker Pelosi wisely resisted. Less than a year ago, she said, quote, "Impeachment is so divisive to the country that unless there is something so compelling and overwhelming and bipartisan, I don't think we should go down that path because it divides the country." And she was right. But when she couldn't hold back the stampede of her caucus, she did a 180-degree about-face. She encouraged Senate Democrats to rush through an impeachment inquiry before an arbitrary Christmas deadline. And in the end, the articles passed with support from only a single party, not bipartisan. The bipartisanship that the Speaker claimed was necessary was actually opposed to the impeachment of the President. That is, Democrats and Republicans voted in opposition to the articles of impeachment. Only Democrats voted for the articles of impeachment in the House. Once the articles finally made it to the Senate after a confusing 28-day delay, Speaker Pelosi tried to use, Senator Schumer, the Democratic leader here, tried to use Speaker Pelosi's playbook. He staged a number of political votes every member of the Senate knew would fail, just so he could secure some perceived political advantage against Republican senators in the 2020 election. What should be a solemn constitutional undertaking became partisan guerrilla warfare to take down President Trump and make Senator Schumer the next majority leader of the United States Senate. All of this was done on the eve of an election and just days shy of the first primary in Iowa. Well, to say the timing was a coincidence would be laughable. This partisan impeachment process could not only remove the president from office, it would also potentially prevent his name from appearing on the ballot in November. Madam President, we are only 9 months away from an election, 9 months away from the American people voting on the direction of our country. But our Democratic colleagues don't trust the American people, so they've taken matters into their own hands. This politically motivated impeachment sets a dangerous precedent. This is a very important point. This is not just about President Trump. This is about the office of the presidency and what precedent a conviction and removal would set for our Constitution and for our future. If successful, this would give a green light to future Congresses to weaponize impeachment to defeat a political opponent for any action, even a failure to kowtow to Congress's wishes. Impeachment is a profoundly serious matter that must be handled as such. It cannot become the Hail Mary pass of a party to remove a president, effectively nullifying an election and interfering in the next. I think we should all believe that the results of the next election should be decided by the American people, not by Congress. The decision to remove a president from office requires undeniable evidence of a high crime. That's the language chosen by the framers of our Constitution. But despite our colleagues' best attempts, the facts they presented simply don't add up to that standard. House managers failed to meet their heavy burden of proof that President Trump, beyond a reasonable doubt, committed a crime, let alone a high crime. Therefore, Madam President, I will not vote to convict the president. I hope our Democratic colleagues will finally accept the results of this trial, just as they have not accepted the results of the 2016 election. And I hope they won't take the advice of Congresswoman Waters, Maxine Waters in the House, and open a second impeachment inquiry. It's time for our country to come together, to heal the wounds that divide us, and to get the people's work done. It's no doubt, as Speaker Pelosi observed in March of 2019, that impeachment is a source of division in our country. And it's always also a period of great sadness. If this partisan impeachment were to succeed, my greatest fear is it would become a routine process for every president who serves with a House majority of the opposite party. And we would find ourselves in a reoccurring impeachment nightmare every time we elect a new president. Our country is deeply divided and damaged by this partisan impeachment process. It's time for us to bring it to a close and to let the wounds from this unnecessary and misguided episode heal. Madam President, I yield the floor, and I would note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll. Mr. Alexander.
Madam President.
The senator from Missouri is recognized.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that further proceedings on the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Madam President, I come here today with the business of impeachment before this chamber, and it should hardly be necessary at this late juncture to outline again the train of abuses and distortions and outright lies that have brought us to today's impeachment vote. The secret meetings in the Capitol basement, the closed hearings without due process or basic fairness, the failure of the House to follow their own rules and authorize an impeachment inquiry, and then the bipartisan vote against impeachment, the attempt to manipulate or even prevent a trial here in the United States Senate, holding the articles of impeachment for 33 days in brazen defiance of the Constitution's mandates. The House Democrats have given us the first purely partisan impeachment in our history, and the first attempt to remove an elected president that does not even allege unlawful conduct. And animating it all has been the bitter resentment of a professional political class that cannot accept the verdict of the people in 2016, that cannot accept the people's priorities, and that now seeks to overturn the election and entrench themselves in power. That's how we arrived at this moment. That's how we got here, and that's what this is really about. And now, Madam President, it is time to bring this fiasco to a close. It is time to end the cycle of retribution and payback and bitterness. It is time to end the abuse of our institutions. And it is time to let the verdict of the people stand. And so I will vote today to acquit the president of these charges. You know, it's been clear for a long time that impeachment is not a priority of the people. It's not even close. It is a pipe dream of politicians. And as the Democrats have forced it on this country over these many months, it has sapped our energy and diverted our attention from the real issues that press upon our country, the issues the people of this nation have tried to get this town to care about for years. I mean the crisis of surging suicides and drug addiction that is driving life expectancy down in my state and across this nation. I mean the crisis at the border where those drugs are pouring across. I mean the crisis of skyrocketing health care costs, which burden families, young and old, with bills they cannot pay. I mean the crisis of affordable housing, which robs parents of a safe place to raise their children and build a life. I mean the crisis of trafficking and exploitation, which robs our young girls and boys of a future and our society of their innocence. I mean the crisis of the family farm and the crisis of education costs for those who go to college and the lack of good-paying jobs for those who don't. The crisis of connectivity in our heartland, where too many school children can't access the internet even to do their homework at night. I mean the crisis of unfair trade and lost jobs and broken homes, and I could go on. My point, Madam President, is this. When I listen to the people of my state, I don't hear about impeachment. No, I hear about the problems of home and neighborhood, of family and community, about the loss of faith in our government, and about the struggle to find hope for the future. And this town owes it to these Americans, the ones who sent us here, finally to listen, finally to act, finally to do something that really matters to them. We must leave this impeachment circus behind us and ensure that our Constitution is never again abused in this way. It is time to turn the page. It is time to turn to a new politics of the people, to a politics of home. It is time to turn to the future. A future where this town finally accepts the people's judgment and the people's verdict, where this town finally delivers for the people who elected him. A future where the middle of our society gets a fair shake and a level playing field. A future where maybe this town will finally listen. When I think of all the energy and all the effort that has been expended on this impeachment crusade over almost 3 years now, I wonder what might have been. Today is a sad day, Madam President, but it does not have to remain that way. Imagine what we might achieve for the good of this nation if we turn our energy and our effort to the work of the American people. Imagine what we could do to keep families in their homes, to bring new possibility to the nation's heartland, to care for our children in every part of this society. Imagine what we could do to lift up the most vulnerable among us who have been exploited and trafficked and give them new hope and new life. Imagine what we can do for those who have been forgotten, from our rural towns to our inner cities. Imagine what we could do to give them control over their own destinies. Mr. President, we can find the common good. We can push the boundaries of the possible. We can rebuild this nation if we will listen to the American people. So let us begin. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The senator from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, in this impeachment proceeding, I worked with other senators to make sure that we had the right to ask for more documents and witnesses, but there was no need for more evidence to prove something that I believed had already been proven and that did not meet the United States Constitution's high bar for an impeachable offense. There was no need for more evidence to prove that the president asked Ukraine to investigate Joe Biden and his son Hunter. He said this on television on October 3rd, 2019, and he said it during his July 25th, 2019 telephone call with the president of Ukraine. There was no need for more evidence to conclude that the president withheld United States aid, at least in part, to pressure Ukraine to investigate the Bidens. The House managers had proved this with what they called a, quote, mountain of overwhelming evidence. One of the managers said it was proved beyond the shadow of a doubt. There was no need to consider further the frivolous second article of impeachment that would remove from the president and future presidents, remove from this president for asserting his constitutional prerogative to protect confidential conversations with his close advisors. It was inappropriate for the president to ask a foreign leader to investigate his political opponent and to withhold United States aid to encourage this investigation. When elected officials inappropriately interfere with such investigations, it undermines the principle of equal justice under the law. But, Madam President, the Constitution does not give the Senate the power to remove the president from office and ban him from this year's ballot simply for actions that are inappropriate. The question then is not whether the president did it, but whether the United States Senate or the American people should decide what to do about what he did. I believe that the Constitution clearly provides that the people should make that decision in the presidential election that began on Monday in Iowa. The Senate has spent 11 long days considering this mountain of evidence. The arguments of the House managers, the president's lawyers, their answers to senators' questions, and the House record. Even if the House charges were true, they don't meet the Constitution's, quote, treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors, unquote, standard for impeachable offense. The framers believe that there never, ever should be a partisan impeachment. That is why the Constitution requires a 2/3 vote of the Senate to convict. Not one House Republican voted for these articles. If this shallow, hurried, and wholly partisan impeachment were to succeed, it would rip the country apart, pouring gasoline on the fire of cultural divisions that already exists. It would create a weapon of perpetual impeachment to be used against future presidents whenever the House of Representatives is of a different political party.
Our founding documents provide for duly elected presidents who serve, quote, with the consent of the governed, unquote, not at the pleasure of the United States Congress. Let the people decide. A year ago, at the Southeastern Conference basketball tournament, a friend of 40 years sitting in front of me turned to me and said, "I'm very unhappy with you for voting against the president." She was referring to my vote against the president's decision to spend money that Congress hadn't appropriated to build the border wall. I believe then and now that the United States Constitution gives to the Congress the exclusive power to appropriate money. This separation of powers creates checks and balances in our government that preserves our individual liberty by not allowing, in that case, the executive to have too much power. I replied to my friend, look, I was not voting for or against the president. I was voting for the United States Constitution. Well, she wasn't convinced. Now, this past Sunday, walking my dog Rufus in Nashville, I was confronted by a neighbor who said she was angry and crushed by my vote against allowing more witnesses in the impeachment trial. The Senate should remove the president for extortion, she said. I replied to her, I was not voting for or against the president. I was voting for the United States Constitution, which in my view does not give the Senate the power to remove a president from his office and from this year's election ballot simply for actions that are inappropriate. The United States Constitution says a president may be convicted only for treason, bribery, and other high crimes and misdemeanors. President Trump's actions regarding Ukraine are a far cry from that. Plus, I said, unlike the Nixon impeachment, when almost all Republicans voted to initiate an impeachment inquiry, not one single Republican voted to initiate this impeachment inquiry against President Trump. The Trump impeachment, I said to her, was a completely partisan action, and the framers of the United States Constitution, especially James Madison, believe we should never, ever have a partisan impeachment. That would undermine the separation of powers by allowing the House of Representatives to immobilize the executive branch as well as the Senate by a perpetual partisan series of impeachments. Well, she was not convinced. When our country was created, there never had been anything quite like it. A democratic republic with a written constitution. Perhaps its greatest innovation was the separation of powers among the presidency, the Supreme Court, and the Congress. The late Justice Scalia said of this checks and balances, quote, every tin-horn dictator in the world today, every president for life, has a Bill of Rights. What has made us free is our Constitution. What he meant was, what makes the United States different and protects our individual liberty is the separation of powers and the checks and balances in our Constitution. The goal of our founders was not to have a king as chief executive on the one hand, or not to have a British-style parliament on the other, which could remove our chief executive or prime minister with a majority or no confidence vote. The principal reason our Constitution created a United States Senate is so that one body of Congress can pause and resist the excesses of the executive or popular passions that can run through the House of Representatives like a freight train. The language of the Constitution, of course, is subject to interpretation, but on some things its words are clear. The president cannot spend money that Congress doesn't appropriate, that's clear, and the Senate can't remove a president for anything less than treason, bribery, high crimes, and misdemeanors, and 2/3 of us, the senators, must agree on that. That requires a bipartisan consensus. We senators take an oath to base our decisions on the provisions of our Constitution, which is what I have endeavored to do during this impeachment proceeding. Now, Madam President, I ask consent to include a few documents in the record following my remarks. They include an editorial February 3rd from the Wall Street Journal, an editorial from the National Review, also dated February 3rd, an opinion editorial by Robert Doar, president of the American Enterprise Institute, on February 1st, an article from the Knoxville News Sentinel yesterday, and a transcript from my appearance on Meet the Press on Sunday, February 2nd, 2020. These documents illuminate and further explain my statement today. Thank you, Madam President.
Without objection. The senator from Nebraska is recognized.
We are not in a quorum call.
That's correct.
I ask unanimous consent to introduce into the Senate record and into the impeachment trial record an op-ed that I wrote in the Omaha World Herald this morning.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Senator from California.
Thank you. Mr. President, when the framers wrote the Constitution, they didn't think someone like me would serve as a United States Senator. But they did envision someone like Donald Trump being President of the United States, someone who thinks he is above the law and that rules don't apply to him. So they made sure our democracy had the tool of impeachment to stop that kind of abuse of power. The House managers have clearly laid out a compelling case and evidence of Donald Trump's misconduct. They have shown that the President of the United States of America withheld military aid and a coveted White House meeting for his political gain. He wanted a foreign country to announce, not actually conduct, announce an investigation into his political rivals. And then he refused to comply with congressional investigations into his misconduct. And unfortunately, a majority of United States senators, even those who concede that what Donald Trump did was wrong, are nonetheless going to refuse to hold him accountable. The Senate trial of Donald Trump has been a miscarriage of justice. Donald Trump is going to get away with abusing his position of power for personal gain, abusing his position of power to stop Congress from looking into his misconduct, and falsely claiming he's been exonerated. He's going to escape accountability because a majority of senators have decided to let him. They voted repeatedly to block key evidence like witnesses and documents that could have shed light on the full truth. And we must recognize that still in America, there are two systems of justice, one for the powerful and another for everyone else. So let's speak the truth about what our two systems of justice actually mean in the real world. It means that in our country, too many people walk into courthouses and face systemic bias. Too often, they lack adequate legal representation, whether they are overworked, underpaid, or both. It means that a young man named Emmett Till was falsely accused and then murdered, but his murderer didn't have to spend a day in jail. It means that 4 young black men had their lives taken and turned upside down after being falsely accused of a crime in Groveland, Florida. It means that right now, too many people in America are sitting in jail without having yet been convicted of a crime, but simply because they cannot afford bail. And it means that future presidents of the United States will remember that the United States Senate failed to hold Donald Trump accountable, and they will be emboldened to abuse their power, knowing there will be no consequence. Donald Trump knows all this better than anybody. He may not acknowledge that we have two systems of justice, but he knows the institutions in this country, be it courts or the Senate, are set up to protect powerful people like him. He told us as much when regarding the sexual assault of women. He said, quote, "When you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything." He said that Article 2 of the United States Constitution gives him, as president, the right to do whatever he wants. Trump has shown us through his words and actions that he thinks he is above the law. And when the American people see the president acting as though he is above the law, it understandably leaves them feeling untrustful of our system of justice, distrustful of our democracy. When the United States Senate refuses to hold him accountable, it reinforces that loss of trust in our system. Now, I'm under no illusion that this body is poised to hold this president accountable. But despite the conduct of the United States Senate in this impeachment trial, the American people must continue to strive toward the more perfect union that our Constitution promises. And it's going to take all of us in every state, every town, everywhere, to continue fighting for the best of who we are as a country. We each have an important role to play in fighting for those words inscribed on that United States Supreme Court, equal justice under law. Frederick Douglass, who, like many, I consider to be one of the founders of our nation, wrote that, quote, "The whole history of the progress of human liberty, that all concessions yet made to her august claims have been born of earnest struggle." The impeachment of Donald Trump has been one of those earnest struggles for liberty. In this fight, like so many before it, it has been a fight against tyranny. This struggle has not been an easy one, and it has left too many people across our nation feeling cynical. For too many people, this trial confirms something they've always known, that the real power in this country lies not with them, but with just a few people who advance their own interests at the expense of others' needs. For many, the injustice in this trial is yet another example of the way that our system of justice has worked, or more accurately, failed to work. But here's the thing. Frederick Douglass also told us that, quote, "If there is no struggle, there is no progress." He went on to say, "Power concedes nothing without a demand." And he said, "It never did, and it never will." In order to wrestle power away from the few people at the very top who abuse their power, the American people are going to have to fight for the voice of the people and the power of the people. We must go into the darkness to shine a light, and we cannot be deterred, and we cannot be overwhelmed, and we cannot ever give up on our country. We cannot ever give up on the ideals that are the foundation for our system of democracy. We can never give up on the meaning of true justice. And it is part of our history, our past, clearly our present, and our future, that in order to make these values real, in order to make the promise of our country real, we can never take it for granted. There will be moments in time and history where we experience incredible disappointment, but the greatest disappointment of all will be if we give up. We cannot ever give up fighting for who we know we are. And we must always see who we can be, unburdened by who we have been. That is the strength of our nation. So after the Senate votes today, Donald Trump will want the American people to feel cynical. He will want us not to care. He will want us to think that he is all-powerful and we have no power. But we're not going to let him get away with that. We're not going to give him what he wants, because the true power and potential of the United States of America resides not with the president, but with the people, all the people. So in our long struggle for justice, I will do my part by voting to convict this lawless president and remove him from office. And I urge my colleagues to join me on the right side of history. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from New Hampshire.
Mr. President, considering whether to convict a president of the United States on articles of impeachment is a solemn and consequential duty, and I do not take it lightly. Even before we had a country, our founders put forward the notion of country first, pledging in the Declaration of Independence their lives, fortunes, and sacred honor, a pledge they made to an idea, imagining and hoping for a country where no one was above the law, where no one had absolute power. My dad, a World War II veteran, and my mom raised me to understand that this is what made our country the unique and indispensable democracy that it is. My obligation throughout this process has been to listen carefully to the case that the House managers put forward and the defenses asserted by the President's lawyers, and then to carefully consider the constitutional basis for impeachment, the intent of our founders, and the facts. That's what I have done over the past few days. The Senate heard extensive presentations from both sides and answers to the almost 200 questions that senators posed to the House managers and the President's advocates. The facts clearly show that President Trump abused the public's sacred trust by using taxpayer dollars to extort a foreign government into providing misinformation about a feared political opponent. Let me repeat that. The President of the United States used taxpayer money that had been authorized, obligated, and cleared for delivery as critical military aid to Ukraine to try to force that country to interfere in our elections. He violated the law and the public trust, and he put our national security and the lives of Ukrainian soldiers on the front lines of Russian aggression at risk. Although the country was alerted to the possibility that the President had crossed a critical line because of revelations about his now infamous July 25th phone call, it is not the phone call alone that led to the President's impeachment. Instead, the phone call was a pivotal point in a scheme that had started earlier, spearheaded by President Trump's personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani. Mr. Giuliani has acknowledged that he was doing the President's personal and political bidding when he engaged with the Ukrainian government. And as the newly elected anti-corruption Ukrainian government came into power, in need of recognition and support from the United States, President Trump forced officials from Ukraine and the United States to negotiate through Mr. Giuliani, conflating his personal and political interests with the national security and diplomatic interests of our country. And then, as President Zelensky resisted the request that he concoct and announce a fake investigation into the Bidens, the President and Mr. Giuliani increased the pressure. Suddenly, and without explanation or a legally required notification to Congress, the President ordered that previously approved and critically needed military aid to Ukraine be held up. Mr. Trump, at first through Mr. Giuliani, and then directly solicited interference with an American election from a foreign government. And he ordered others in his administration to work with Mr. Giuliani to ensure this scheme's success. Mr. President, while there is still more evidence that the Senate should have subpoenaed, both witnesses and documents, that would have given us a more complete understanding of what happened, we know as much as we do because of the courage and strength of American patriots who put country before self. Patriots like the intelligence community whistleblower, who was followed by Army Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, and former U.S. ambassadors to Ukraine, Marie Yovanovitch and William Taylor, as well as current members of the administration. These Americans who came forward were doing exactly what we always ask of citizens. If you see something wrong, you need to speak up. See something, say something. It is a fundamental part of citizenship to alert each other to danger, to act for the greater good, to care about each other and our country without regard to political party. When Americans step forward, sometimes at real risk to themselves, they rightly expect that their government will take the information they provide and act to make them safer, to protect their fundamental rights, That's the understanding between the American people and their representative government. And while the brave women and men who appeared before the House did their jobs, the Senate under this majority has unfortunately not. Rather than gathering full, relevant testimony under oath and with the benefit of cross-examination, the Senate majority has apparently decided that despite what it has heard, it is not interested in learning more. Not interested in learning more about how a president, his personal agent, and members of his administration corrupted our foreign policy and put our nation's security at risk. Not interested in learning more about how they plan to use the power of his office to tilt the scales of the next election to ensure that he stays in power. Not interested in learning more about how they worked to cover it up. Increasingly, over the last few days, the President's defense team and more of my colleagues here in the Senate have acknowledged the facts of the President's scheme. Their argument has shifted from he didn't do it to he had a right to he won't do it again, or even it doesn't really matter. I disagree so strongly. The idea that in our country, established by the very rejection of a monarchy, the president has absolute power is absurd, as is the idea that this president, whose conduct is ultimately the cause of this entire process, will suddenly stop. President Trump continues to invite foreign powers to interfere with our elections, maintaining to this day that it was, quote, a perfect call. Mr. President, our founders knew that all people, all leaders, are fallible human beings. And they knew that our system of checks and balances could survive some level of human frailty, even in as important an office as the presidency. The one thing that they feared it could not survive was a president who would put self-interest before the interests of the American people, or who didn't understand the difference between the two. As citizen-in-chief and one wielding enormous power, presidents must put country first. So our founders knew that we needed a mechanism to hold presidents accountable for behavior that violated that basic understanding and that would threaten our democracy. And they provided a mechanism for removal outside of the election process because of the immense damage a president could do in the time between elections. Damage in the case of this president's continuing behavior to our national security and election integrity. Our founders believed that they were establishing a country that would be unique in the history of humankind, a country that would be indispensable, built on the rule of law, not the whims of a ruler. Generation after generation of Americans have fought for that vision because of what it has meant to our individual and collective success and to the progress of humankind worldwide. That's the America that I have sworn an oath to protect. I will vote in favor of both articles of impeachment because the president's conduct requires it, Congress's responsibility as a co-equal branch of government requires it, and the very foundation and security of our American idea requires it. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, on the day I was sworn in as a United States Senator, I took an oath to protect and defend the Constitution. Just last month, at the beginning of the impeachment trial, I took a second oath to do fair and impartial justice, according to the same Constitution I swore to protect. As I took the oath and throughout the impeachment trial, I couldn't help but think of my father. As many of you know, I lost my dad over the holiday recess. While so many were arguing over whether or not the Speaker of the House should send articles of impeachment to the Senate, I was struggling with watching him slip away, while only occasionally trying to weigh in with my voice to be heard about the need for witnesses in the upcoming impeachment trial. My dad was a great man, a loving husband, father, grandfather, and great-grandfather, who did his best to instill in me the values of right and wrong as I grew up in Fairfield, Alabama. He was also a fierce patriot who loved this country. Although fortunately he was never called on to do so, I firmly believe he would have placed his country even above his family because he knew and understood fully what America and the freedoms and liberties that come with her mean to everyone in this great country and significantly to people around the world. I know he would have put his country before any allegiance to any political party or even to any president. He was on the younger side of that greatest generation who joined the Navy at age 17 to serve our great military. That service and love of country shaped him into the man of principle that he was, instilling in me those same principles. And think of him, his patriotism, his principles, and how he raised me. I am reminded of Robert Kennedy's words that were mentioned in this trial. Few men are willing to brave the disapproval of their fellows, the censure of their colleagues, the wrath of their society. Moral courage is a rarer commodity than bravery in battle or great intelligence. Yet it is the one essential, vital quality for those who seek to change a world that yields most painfully to change. Candidly, to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, I fear that moral courage, country before party, is a rare commodity these days. We can write about it and talk about it in speeches and in the media, but it is harder to put into action when political careers may be on the line. Nowhere is the dilemma more difficult than in an impeachment of the President of the United States. Very early on in this process, I implored my colleagues on both sides of the aisle in both houses of Congress to stay out of their political and partisan corners. Many did, but so many did not. Even the media continually view this entire process through partisan political eyes and how it may or may not affect an election. That is unfortunate. The country deserves better, and we must find a way to move beyond such partisan divides. The solemn oaths that I have taken have been my guides during what has been a difficult time for the country, my state, and for me personally. I did not run for the Senate hoping to participate in the impeachment trial of a duly elected president, but I cannot and will not shrink from my duty to defend the Constitution and to do impartial justice. In keeping with my oath as senator and my oath to do impartial justice, I resolved that throughout this process I would keep an open mind, to consider the evidence without regard to political affiliation, and to hear all of the evidence before making a final decision on either charge against the president. I believe that my votes later today will reflect that commitment. With the eyes of history upon us, I'm acutely aware of the precedents that this impeachment trial will set for future presidencies and Congresses. Unfortunately, I do not believe that those precedents are good ones. I am particularly concerned that we have now set a precedent that the Senate does not have to go forward with witnesses or review documents, even when those witnesses have firsthand information. And the documents would allow us to test not just the credibility of witnesses, but also test the words of counsel of both parties. It is my firm belief that the American people deserve more. In short, witnesses and documents would provide the Senate and the American people with a more complete picture of the truth. And I believe the American people deserve nothing less. That's not to say, however, that there is not sufficient evidence in which to render a judgment. There is. As a trial lawyer, I once explained this process to a jury as like putting together the pieces of a puzzle. When you open the box and spread all the pieces on the table, it's just an incoherent jumble. But one by one, you hold those pieces up, and you hold them next to each other and see what fits and what doesn't. And even if, as was often the case in my house growing up, you're missing a few pieces, even important ones, you more often than not see the picture. As I've said many times, I believe the American people deserve to see a completed puzzle, a picture with all of the pieces, pieces in the form of documents and witnesses with relevant firsthand information, which would have provided valuable context, corroboration, or contradiction to that which we have heard. But even with missing pieces, our common sense and life's experiences allow us to see the picture as it comes into full view. Throughout the trial, one piece of evidence continued to stand out for me. It was the President's statement that under the Constitution, we have Article 2 and I can do anything I want. That seems to capture this President's belief about the presidency, that he has unbridled power, unchecked by Congress or the judiciary or anyone else. That view, dangerous as it is, explains the President's actions toward Ukraine and Congress. The sum of what we've seen and heard is, unfortunately, a picture of a president who has abused the great power of his office for personal gain. A picture of a president who has placed his personal interest well above the interest of the nation, and in so doing, threatened our national security, the security of our European allies, and the security of Ukraine. The evidence clearly proves that the president used the weight of his office and the weight of the United States government to seek to coerce a foreign government to interfere in our election for his personal political benefit. His actions were more than simply inappropriate. They were an abuse of power. When I was a lawyer for the Alabama Judicial Inquiry Commission, there was a saying that the chairman of the Inquiry Commission and one of Alabama's great judges used to say, Randall Cole. Judge Cole used to say about judges who strayed from the canons of ethics that the judge left his post. Sadly, President Trump left his post with regard to the withholding of military aid to Ukraine and a White House visit for the new Ukrainian president. And in so doing, he took the great powers of the office of the President of the United States with him. Impeachment is the only check on such presidential wrongdoing. The second article of impeachment, obstruction of Congress, gave me more pause. I've struggled to understand the House's strategy and their failure to fully pursue documents and witnesses, and wished that they had done more. However, after careful consideration of the evidence developed in the hearings, the public disclosures, the legal precedents, and the trial, I believe that the President deliberately and unconstitutionally obstructed Congress by refusing to cooperate with the investigation in any way. While I am sensitive to protecting the privileges and immunities afforded to the President and his advisors, I believe it's critical to our constitutional structure that we also protect the authorities of the Congress of the United States. Here, it was clear from the outset that the President had no intention whatsoever of accommodating Congress when he blocked both witnesses and documents from being produced. In addition, he engaged in a course of conduct to threaten potential witnesses and smear the reputations of the civil servants who did come forward and provide testimony. The President's actions demonstrate a belief that he is above the law, that Congress has no power whatsoever in questioning or examining his actions, and that all who do so at their peril. That belief, unprecedented in history of this country, simply must not be permitted to stand. To do otherwise risks guaranteeing that no future whistleblower or witness will ever come forward, and no future president, Republican or Democrat, will be subject to congressional oversight as mandated by the Constitution, even when the President has so clearly abused his office and violated the public trust. Accordingly, I will vote to convict the President on both articles of impeachment. In doing so, I am mindful that in a democracy there is nothing more sacred than the right to vote and respecting the will of the people. But I'm also mindful that when our founders wrote the Constitution, they envisioned a time, or at least a possibility, that our democracy would be more damaged if we failed to impeach and remove a president. Such is the moment in history that we face today. The gravity of this moment, the seriousness of the charges, and the implication for future presidencies and Congresses all contributed to the difficulty with which I've arrived at my decision. I am mindful, Mr. President, that I am standing at a desk that once was used by John F. Kennedy, who famously wrote Profiles in Courage, and there will be so many who will simply look at what I'm doing today and say it is a profile in courage. It is not. It is simply a matter of right and wrong. Doing right is not a courageous act. It is simply following your oath. Mr. President, this has been a divisive time for our country, but I think it has nonetheless been an important constitutional process for us to follow. As this chapter of history draws to a close, one thing is clear to me. As I've said before, our country deserves better than this. They deserve better from the President. They deserve better from the Congress. We must find a way to come together, to set aside partisan differences, and to focus on what we have in common as Americans. While so much is going on in our favor these days, we still face great challenges, both domestically and internationally. But it remains my firm belief that united, we can conquer them and remain the greatest hope for the people around the world. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that my full statement be printed in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, today the United States Senate is called upon to uphold our oath of office and our duty to the Constitution because President Trump failed to do that himself. After listening closely to the impeachment managers and the President's defense team, weighing the evidence that was presented to us, and being denied the opportunity to see relevant documents and hear from firsthand witnesses, I will vote to find President Trump guilty on both articles of impeachment. I take no pleasure in voting to impeach a president and remove him from office. I agree with those who say impeachment should be rare and American voters should decide our elections. That is why it's so galling President Trump blatantly solicited foreign interference in our democratic process, and he did it as he geared up for re-election. The evidence shows President Trump deliberately and illicitly sought foreign help to manufacture a scandal that would elevate him by tarnishing a political rival. He attempted to undermine our democracy using U.S. taxpayer money in the form of U.S. military aid to the Ukraine as leverage for his own personal benefit. The president's aides, who heard President Trump's call seeking a favor from the Ukrainian president, immediately sensed it was wrong. So when they alerted the White House lawyers, the record of the call was immediately placed on a highly classified computer system. And despite the president's claiming that the version of the call that was publicly released is an exact word-for-word transcript of the conversation, we know from testimony that there are key omissions in the document we all read. Compounding the president's misconduct, he then engaged in an extended cover-up that appears to be ongoing to this day. There is a lot to unravel here, and I will provide a more detailed legal explanation in the near future. But for now, let me briefly explain my decision and outline my thoughts on the Senate's impeachment proceedings and the disturbing precedents I fear will be set when the majority chooses to side with the president over the Constitution's checks and balances. The House of Representatives voted to impeach the president for abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. Based on the uncontested evidence, I concur. It is clear that President Trump and others, such as Mr. Giuliani, who was serving as the president's lawyer, attempted to coerce the newly elected president of the Ukraine to announce 2 sham investigations, including one that sought to directly damage President Trump's rival in the upcoming election. The president's actions served his personal and political needs. not those of our country. His efforts to withdraw military aid and withhold military aid to Ukraine for his own personal benefit undermined our national security. The second article of impeachment charges the president with obstruction of Congress for blocking testimony and refusing to provide documents in response to House subpoenas in the impeachment inquiry. Again, the House managers produced overwhelming evidence of the president's obstruction and his efforts to cover up his malfeasance. The president's counsel offered a number of unpersuasive arguments against this article, which failed to overcome the following. First, that the legislative branch has sole power over impeachment under the Constitution. That couldn't be more clear. Second, past precedents of prior administrations and court rulings. And third, the blatant October 8th letter expressing a complete rejection of the House's impeachment proceedings. The Constitution grants the executive branch significant power, but as every student in America learns, our system is one of checks and balances, so that no branch is entirely unfettered from oversight and the law. President Trump could have us and would have us believe this system of checks and balances is wrong. In President Trump's own words, he expressed the misguided imperial belief in the supremacy of his unchecked power, stating, and I quote, "I have an Article 2 where I have the right to do whatever I want as president." Couple this statement with his January 2016 boast that, quote, "I could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody and I wouldn't lose votes." That paints a chilling picture of someone who clearly believes, incorrectly, that he is above the law. The president's attorneys have hewn to this line of faulty reasoning, and in one notably preposterous effort even claimed the president could avoid impeachment for an inappropriate action motivated entirely by his own political and personal interest. The president's defense also failed to sufficiently demonstrate that the president's blanket defiance of subpoenas and document requests overcome the precedents established in prior impeachment proceedings and the record of congressional oversight of the executive branch. In the Clinton impeachment, there was an enormous amount of documentary evidence, as well as sworn depositions and testimony by the president and his closest advisors. In the case of the United States v. Nixon, House Judiciary Committee v. Myers, and others, the House managers rightly point out that the courts have held Congress's power to investigate is as broad as its power to legislate and lies at the heart of Congress's constitutional role. While President Trump's impeachment lawyers claim the House should take the president to court over these previously settled issues, President Trump's lawyers at the Justice Department are simultaneously arguing in the courts that the judicial branch cannot even rule on such matters. As President Trump staked out new, expansive, and aggressive positions about executive privilege, immunity, and the limits of Congress's oversight authority, Republican leaders went along with it. I've heard a variety of explanations for why my Republican colleagues voted against witnesses, but no one has offered the simplest explanation. My Republican colleagues did not want to hear new evidence because they have a hunch it would be really, really bad for this president. It would further expose the depth of his wrongdoing and would make it harder for them to vote to acquit. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle did not ask to be put in this position. President Trump's misconduct forced it upon them. But in the partisan rush to spare President Trump from having his staff and former staff publicly testify against him under oath, a bar has been lowered. A constitutional guardrail has been removed. The Senate has been voluntarily weakened and our oversight powers severely diminished. This short-term maneuver to shield President Trump from the truth is a severe blow against good government that will do lasting damage to this institution and our democracy. I hope one day the damage can be repaired. The arc of history is indeed long, and it does bend towards justice, but not today. Today, the United States Senate and the American people have been denied access to relevant, available evidence and firsthand witnesses. We've been prohibited from considering new material information that became available after the House's impeachment vote. The Constitution is our national compass, but at this critical moment, clouded by the fog of President Trump's misconduct, the Senate majority has lost its way, no longer guided by the Constitution. In order to regain our moral bearings, stay true to our core values, and navigate a better path forward, we must hold President Trump accountable. The president was wrong to invite foreign interference in our democracy. He was wrong to try and stonewall the investigation. And he is wrong if he tries and he thinks he is above the law. And with that, Mr. President, I would yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, I ask the quorum call be lifted.
We're not in a quorum call.
All right.
The senator is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. From the first words of the Constitution, the weight that lies on every American's shoulders has been clear. We, the people, are the ones who dreamed up this wild experiment that we call America, and we, the people, are the ones charged with ensuring its survival. That's the tension, the push and the pull behind our democracy. Because while there's no greater privilege than living in a country whose Constitution guarantees our rights, there's no greater burden than knowing that our actions could sap that very same Constitution of its power, that our inaction risks allowing it to wither like any other piece of parchment from some bygone era. For the past few weeks, it's been my sworn duty as a United States Senator to sit as an impartial juror in the impeachment trial of Donald J. Trump. And while I wish the president hadn't put our nation in this position, after listening closely, with an open mind, to both sides, it is now my duty as an American to vote on whether to remove him from office. Other than sending our troops into harm's way, I cannot think of a more serious, more somber vote to take in this chamber. But as sobering as it is, the right path forward is clear. Throughout this trial, we've seen unprecedented obstruction from the Trump administration. Obstruction so flagrant it makes Nixon in the thick of Watergate look like the motto of transparency. And yet the facts uncovered still prove the truth of the matter. Trump abused his power when he secretly withheld security aid at a White House meeting to try to force Ukraine to announce its investigations into a political rival to help him swing November's election, putting his political self-interest ahead of our national security. He smeared the name of an American ambassador, even seemingly risking her safety because she was simply too principled to further his corruption, because she was too clean to help him strong-arm Ukraine into that favor he demanded. When the reports first emerged about what he'd done, he denied it. Then his explanation changed to, well, maybe I did do it, but it was only because I was trying to root out corruption. Except that if that were true, there'd be some documentary record to prove that, and we've seen absolutely none, even after I asked for it during the questioning period. And now, his defense team has gone so far as to claim that, well, it doesn't matter if he did do it because he's the president and the president can do anything he wants. It will help him get reelected. Breathtaking. To put it another way, when he got caught, he lied. Then when that lie was found out, he lied again, then again, then again. And along the way, his own defense counsel could not papier-mâché together even the most basic argument to actually exonerate him. The best case they could muster boiled down to, well, when the president does it, it's not illegal. Nixon already tried that defense. It did not work then, and it does not work now. Because here's the thing. In America, we believe not in rulers, but in the rule of law. And though we've seen over the past few months, the truth has never changed. It's what National Security Council officials and decades-long diplomats testified to under oath. It's what foreign policy experts and Trump administration staffers, and yes, an American warrior with a Purple Heart, have raised their right hands and told us time after time since the House hearings began. Even some of my Republican colleagues have admitted that Trump crossed the line. Some said it as recently as this weekend, but many more said months ago that if Trump did do what he's accused of, then it would indeed be wrong. Well, now it's obvious that those allegations were true. And it's pretty clear Trump's defense team knows that also. Because if they actually believe Trump did nothing wrong, that his call was perfect, then why would they fight so hard to block the witnesses and the documents that could exonerate him from coming to light? The only reason they would have done so is if they knew that he was guilty. And today, the only reason for anyone to vote to acquit Trump is if you're okay with him trying to cover it up. Now, I know that some folks have been saying that we should acquit him, that we should ignore our constitutional duty and leave him in office because we are in an election year, and that the voters should decide his fate. That's an argument that rings hollow, because this trial was about Trump trying to cheat in the next election and rob the voters of their ability to decide. So any action other than voting to remove him would give him the license and the power to keep tampering with that race, to keep trying to turn that election into as much of a sham as an impeachment trial without witnesses. You know, I spent 23 years in the military, and one of the most critical lessons anyone who serves learns is the damage that can be done when troops don't oppose illegal orders, when fealty becomes blind and ignorance becomes intentional. And just as it's the duty of military officers to oppose unlawful orders, it is the responsibility of public servants to hold those in power accountable. Former National Security, the former NSC official Fiona Hill understood that, testifying before Congress because she knew that politics must never eclipse national security. Ambassador Bill Taylor understood that as well. The veteran who served in every administration since Reagan's answered the question at the heart of the impeachment inquiry, saying under oath that, yes, there was a clear understanding of a quid pro quo, exactly the sort of abuse of power no president should be allowed to get away with. And Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, the Purple Heart recipient who dedicated decades of his life to our armed forces, he understood the lessons of the past too, saying that here in America, right matters. My colleagues in this chamber who have attacked Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, who have provided a platform for others to tear him down, just doing what he believes is right, should be ashamed of themselves. We should all be aware of the example we set and always seek to elevate the national discourse. We should all be thoughtful about our own conduct, both in terms of respecting the rule of law and the sacrifices our troops make to keep us safe. Because at the end of the day, our Constitution is really just a set of rules on some pieces of paper. It is only as strong as our will to uphold its ideals and hold up the scales of justice. So today, I am asking each of us to muster up just an ounce of the courage shown by Fiona Hill, Ambassador Taylor, and Lieutenant Colonel Vindman. When our names are called from the dais in a few hours, each of us will either pass or fail the most elementary, yet most important test any elected official will ever take, whether to put country over party or party over country. It may be a politically difficult vote for some of us, but it should not be a morally difficult vote for any of us. Because while I know that voting to acquit would make the lives of some of my colleagues simpler come election day, I also know that America would have never been born if the heroes of centuries past made decisions based on political expediency. It would have been easier to keep bowing down to King George III than to push 342 chests of tea into the Boston Harbor. It would have been easier to keep paying taxes to the crown than to wage a revolution. But those patriots knew the importance of rejecting what's easy if it's in conflict with what is right. They knew that the courage of just a few could change history. So when it's time to vote this afternoon, we cannot think of political convenience. If we say abuse of power doesn't warrant removal from office today, We'd be paving the way for future presidents to do even worse tomorrow, to keep breaking the law, to keep endangering our country, one perfect call, one favor, one high crime and misdemeanor at a time. Time and again these past few months, we've heard one story about our founders, perhaps more than any other. The time that Benjamin Franklin walked out of the Independence Hall after the Constitution Convention and someone asked, "What have we got, a republic or a monarchy?" We all know what he said: a republic, if you can keep it. Keeping it may very well come down to the 100 of us in this very chamber. We are the ones the Constitution vests with the power to hold the president accountable, and so, through our actions, we are the ones that vest the Constitution with its power. So in this moment, let's think not just of today, but of tomorrow too. And in this moment, let's remember that here, right matters, truth matters. The truth is that Donald Trump is guilty of these articles of impeachment. I will vote to do the right thing, and I hope my colleagues will as well. For the sake of tomorrow and the tomorrow after that, we must. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. President.
Senator from Missouri.
Mr. President, I move we suspend the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, later today, I'll vote to acquit the president on the charges of the 2 articles of impeachment. Now, a not guilty verdict, as every senator on this floor has known for some time, was always what would happen in a House-driven partisan impeachment process. Less than a year ago, the Speaker of the House said that we should not go through this process unless something was compelling, unless something was overwhelming, unless something was bipartisan. I think the Speaker was exactly right then, and I hope all future speakers look at that guidance as we think about this process of impeachment. In the first 180 years of the Constitution, individual members talked about impeachment of presidents, maybe of almost every president, but the Congress only seriously touched this topic one time. One time in 180 years, Mr. President. In the last 46 years, presidential impeachment has been before the country 3 times, and each case has been less compelling than the one before it. We don't want partisan impeachment to become an exercise that happens when one party, not the party of the president, happens to have a majority of the votes in the House of Representatives. Impeachment is fundamentally a political process. The members of the Senate meet no standards for a regular jury. The jury can override the judge. 2/3 of the Senate is necessary to remove the president. We really have no better term in the Constitution, I suppose, to use than trial, but in any classic sense, this isn't a trial. In any classic sense, a partisan impeachment isn't any kind of a real indictment. And maybe first and foremost, Mr. President, the House has to do its job. Part of that job would be to create a case that would produce a bipartisan vote on the articles in the House. And if you haven't met that standard, going back to the Speaker's standard, you should work on the case some more and then wonder if you can't meet the standard, what's wrong with the process you're going through. Part of that job is to do everything necessary to have articles of impeachment that are compelling and complete. The House has time available to it to consider impeachment as they go about their essential work. They can continue to do the work of the Congress. They have weeks, months, if they choose to have, even maybe years, to put a case together. They can call witnesses. They can go to court to seek testimony. They can determine if this is an impeachment question or just an oversight question. The House, Mr. President, can do lots of things, but once the Senate gets the articles of presidential impeachment, they become, for the Senate, an absolute priority. Both our rules and reality mean we can't do anything else realistically until we're done dealing with the case the House sent over. That was fundamentally what was so wrong with the House sending over a case that they said needed more work. If it needed more work, it should have had more work. Now, Mr. President, you can be for strong review of the executive, you can be for strong congressional oversight and still support the idea of executive privilege. The president has the right to unfettered advice and to know all the options. In fact, I think when you pierce that right, you begin to have advisors who may not want to give all the options to the president because it might appear they were for all the options. But the president's advisors need to see that the president understands all the options and implications of a decision. The president, by the way, another topic that came up here several times, the president determines executive policy. The staff, the assistants, that whoever else works in the executive branch doesn't determine executive policy. The president determines executive policy. The staff can put all the notes in front of the president they want to, but it's the president's decision what the policy of the administration would be. And sharing that decision with the Congress, sharing how he got to that point, or later she got to that point with that decision, is a negotiated balance. Congress says, we want to know this. The president says, no, I need to have some ability for people to give me advice that isn't all available for the Congress. So this is balanced out. And if that can't happen, if that balance can't be achieved, the judiciary decides what the balance is. The judiciary decides a question, says, you really must talk to the Congress about this, but you don't have to talk to them about the next sentence you said at that same meeting. That's the kind of balance that occurred. The idea repeatedly advanced by the House managers that the Senate, by majority vote, can decide these questions is both outrageous, Mr. President, and dangerous. The idea that the government would balance itself is frankly the miracle of the Constitution. Nobody had ever proposed until Philadelphia in 1787, one, that the basis for government was the people themselves, but two, you could have a government that was so finely balanced that it would operate and maintain itself over time. The House managers would really upend that balance. By being unwilling to take time, the House had to pursue the constitutional solution. They've decided that we don't have to worry about the Constitution to have that solution. To charge that the president's assertion of Article II rights that go back to Washington is one of the actual articles of impeachment is dangerous. The legislative branch cannot also be the judicial branch. The legislative branch can't also decide, here's the balance. Executive and legislative branch are in a fight about what should be disclosed and what shouldn't. You can't continue to have the three balances of power in our government if one of the branches can decide what the legislative branch should decide. In their haste to put this case together, the House sent the Senate the two weakest articles of impeachment possible. Presidents since Washington have been accused by some members of Congress of abuse of power. Presidents since Washington have been accused by some members of Congress of failure to cooperate with the Congress. The House managers argued against their own case. They repeatedly contended that they'd made their case completely, they'd made their case totally, they'd made their case incontrovertibly, but they wanted us to call witnesses that they'd chosen not to call. They said they'd already been in court 9 months to get the president's former White House counsel to testify and weren't done yet, but somehow they thought the Senate could get that person and others in a matter of days. These arguments have been and should have been rejected by the Senate. Today, the articles of impeachment should be and will be rejected by the Senate. Based on the Speaker's March comments, these articles should have never been sent to the Senate. They were not compelling, they were not overwhelming, they were not bipartisan, and most importantly, Mr. President, they were not necessary. One of the lessons we send today is to this House and to future Houses of Representatives, do your job, take it seriously, don't make it political. I would yield back and note the absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. President.
Senator from Utah.
I ask unanimous consent to suspend the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I've long maintained that most, if not all, of the most serious, vexing problems within our federal government can be traced to a deviation from the twin core structural protections of the Constitution. There are two of these protections, one that operates along a vertical axis, the other a horizontal. The vertical protection we call federalism, which states a very simple fact that in the American system of government, most power is to be reserved to the states, respectively, or to the people, where it's exercised at the state and local level. It's only those powers enumerated in the Constitution, either in Article 1, Section 8 or elsewhere, that are made federal. Those things that the Founding Fathers appropriately deemed unavoidably, necessarily national, or that we have otherwise rendered national through a subsequent constitutional amendment. As was the case when James Madison wrote Federalist Number 45, the powers reserved to the states are numerous and indefinite, while those that are given to the Congress to be exercised federally are few and defined. Few and defined powers with the federal government, numerous and indefinite, reserved to the states. The horizontal protection operates within the federal government itself, and it acknowledges that we've got three co-equal independent branches within the federal government. One that makes the laws, one that executes the laws, and one that interprets the laws, where people can't come to an agreement and have an active, live dispute as to the meaning of a particular law in a particular case or controversy. Sadly, we have drifted steadily, aggressively from both of these principles over the last 80 years. For roughly the first 150 years of the founding of our republic and of the operation of our constitutional structure, we adhered pretty closely to them. But over the last 80 years or so, we've drifted steadily, and this has been a bipartisan problem. It's one that was created under the flawed leadership of Republicans and Democrats alike. In fact, of Senates, of Houses of Representatives, and White Houses of every conceivable partisan combination. We have essentially taken power away from the American people in two steps. First, by moving power from the state and local level and taking it to Washington in violation of the vertical protection we call federalism. And then a second time, moving it away from the people's elected lawmakers in Washington to unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats placed within the executive branch of government, but who are neither elected by the people nor accountable to anyone who is electable. And thus, they constitute essentially a fourth branch of government within our system, one that is not sanctioned or contemplated by the Constitution and doesn't really fit all that well within its framework. This has made the federal government bigger and more powerful. It has occurred in a way that has made people less powerful. It's made government in general, in particular this government, the federal government, less responsive to the needs of the people. It has been fundamentally contrary to the way our system of government operates. What, one might ask, does any of this have to do with impeachment? Well, in my opinion, everything, or at least a lot. You see, this distance that we've created in these two steps, by moving power from the people to Washington, within Washington, handing it over from elected lawmakers to unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats, has created an understandable amount of anxiety among the American people. Not all of them necessarily recognize it in the same way that I do, or describe it with the same words, but they know something's not right. They know that when their federal government requires them to work many months out of every year just to pay their federal taxes, only to be told later it's not nearly enough and hasn't been enough for a long time, such that we've accumulated $23 trillion in debt. And when they come to understand that the federal government also imposes some $2 trillion in regulatory compliance costs on the American people, that this harms the poor and middle class. It makes everything we buy more expensive. It results in diminished wages, unemployment, and underemployment. On some level, the American people feel this. They experience this. They understand it. It creates anxiety. It was that very anxiety that caused people to want to elect a different kind of leader in 2016, and they did. It was this set of circumstances that caused them to elect Donald J. Trump as the 45th President of the United States. And I'm glad they did, because he promised to change the way we do things here, and he has done that. But as someone who has focused intently on the need to reconnect the American people with their system of government, Donald Trump presents something of a serious threat to those who have occupied these positions of power. These individuals who, while hardworking, well-intentioned, well-educated, and highly specialized, occupy these positions of power within what we loosely refer to as the executive branch, but it is in reality an unelected, unaccountable fourth branch of government. He has bucked them on many, many levels and has infuriated them as he's done so, even as he is implementing the American people's wishes to close that gap between the people and the government that is supposed to serve them. He's bucked them on so many levels, declining to defer to the opinions of self-proclaimed government experts who claim that they know better than any of us on a number of levels. He pushed back on them, for example, when it comes to the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, or FISA, as it's sometimes described, when he insisted that FISA had been abused in efforts to undermine his candidacy and to infringe the rights and the privacy of the American people. So he took that position. Washington bureaucrats predictably mocked him, but he turned out to be right. He called out the folly of engaging in endless nation-building exercises as part of a 2-decade-long war effort that has cost this country dearly in terms of American blood and treasure. Washington bureaucrats mocked him again, but he turned out to be right. He raised questions with how U.S. foreign aid is used and sometimes misused throughout the world, sometimes to the detriment of the American people and the very interests that such aid was created to alleviate. Washington bureaucrats mocked him, but he turned out to be right. President Trump asked Ukraine to investigate a Ukrainian energy company, Burisma. He momentarily paused U.S. aid to Ukraine while seeking a commitment from the then newly elected Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky regarding that effort. He wanted to make sure that he could trust this recently elected President Zelensky before sending him the aid. Within a few weeks, his concerns were satisfied, and he released the aid. Pausing briefly before doing so isn't criminal. It certainly isn't impeachable. It's not even wrong. Quite to the contrary, this is exactly the sort of thing the American people elected President Trump to do. He would and has decided to bring a different paradigm to Washington, one that analyzes things from how the American citizenry views the American government. This has, in some respects, therefore, been a trial of the Washington, D.C. establishment itself, but not necessarily in the way that the House managers apparently intended. And while the House managers repeatedly invoked constitutional principles, including separation of powers, their arguments have tended to prove the point opposite of the one they intended. Yes, we badly need to restore and protect both federalism and separation of powers. And it is my view that the deviation from one contributes to the deviation from the other. But here, in order to do that, we've got to respect the three branches of government for what they are, who leads them, how they operate, and who is accountable to whom. For them to view President Trump as somehow subservient to the career civil servant bureaucratic class that has tended to manage agencies within the federal government, including the National Security Council, the Department of Defense, the Office of Management and Budget, individuals in the White House, and individuals within the State Department, among others, is not only mischaracterizing this problem, It helps identify the precise source of this problem. You see, many of these people, including some of the witnesses that we've heard from in this trial, have mistakenly taken the conclusion, but because President Trump took a conclusion different than that offered by the so-called interagency process, that amounted to a constitutionally impeachable act. It did not. It did nothing of the sort. Quite to the contrary, when you actually look at the Constitution itself, it makes clear that the president has the power to do what he did here. The very first section of Article 2 of the Constitution, this is the part of the Constitution that outlines the president's authority, makes clear that the executive power of the United States government shall be vested in the President of the United States. It's important to remember that there are exactly two federal officials who are elected within the executive branch of government. One is the vice president, and the other is the president. The vice president's duties, I would add, are relatively limited. Constitutionally speaking, the vice president is the president of the Senate, and thus performs that in a quasi-legislative role. But the vice president's executive branch duties are entirely bound up with those of the president. They consist of aiding and assisting the president as the president may deem necessary, and standing ready to step into the position of the presidency should it become necessary as a result of disability, incapacitation, or death. Barring that, the entire executive branch authority is bound up within the presidency itself. The president is the executive branch of government, just as the judges who sit across the street themselves amount to the capstone of the judicial branch, just as 100 senators and 435 representatives are the legislative branch. The president is the executive branch. As such, it is his prerogative within the confines of what the law allows and authorizes and otherwise provides to decide how to execute that. It is not only not incompatible with that system of government, it is entirely consistent with it, indeed authorized by it, that a president should be able to say, look, we've got a newly elected president in Ukraine. We've had long-standing allegations of corruption within Ukraine. Those allegations have been well-founded in Ukraine. No one disputes that corruption is rampant in Ukraine. A newly elected president comes in. This president, or any president in the future, decides, hey, we're giving a lot of aid to this country. $391 million for the year in question. I want to make sure that I understand how that president operates. I want to establish a relationship of trust before taking a step further with that president. And so I'm going to take my time a little bit. I'm going to wait maybe a few weeks in order to make sure that we're on a sure footing there. He did that. There's nothing wrong with that. What's the response from the House managers? Well, it gets back to that interagency process. As if people who the American people don't know or have reason to know, because those people don't stand accountable to the people, they're not elected by the people, they're not really accountable to anyone who is in turn elected by the people. The fact that these people involved in the interagency process might disagree with a foreign policy decision made by the President of the United States, or the fact that this President of the United States might take a different approach than his predecessor or predecessors, does not make this President's decisions criminal. It certainly doesn't make them impeachable. It doesn't even make them wrong. And Mr. President, in the eyes of many, I believe most Americans, they want a president to be careful about how the United States spends money. They want the United States to stop and reconsider from time to time the fact that we spend a lot of money throughout the world on countries that are not the United States. We want a president of the United States to be able to exercise a little bit of discretion in pushing pause before that president knows whether he can trust a newly elected government in the country in question. And so to suggest here that our commitment to the Constitution, to suggest here, as the House managers have, that our respect for the separation of powers within the constitutional framework somehow demands that we remove the duly elected president of the United States is simply wrong. It's elevating to a status completely foreign to our constitutional structure, an entity that the Constitution does not name. It elevates a policy dispute to a question of high crimes and misdemeanors. Those two are not the same thing. At the end of the day, this government does, in fact, stand accountable to the people. This government is of, by, and for the people. We cannot remove the 45th President of the United States for doing something that the law and the Constitution allows him to do without doing undue violence to that system of government to which every single one of us has sworn an oath. We've sworn to uphold and protect and defend that system of government. And that means standing up for the American people and those they have elected to do a job recognized by the Constitution. I will be voting to defend this president's actions. I'll be voting against undoing a vote taken by the American people some 3.5 years ago. I'll be voting for the principle of freedom, for the very principles that our Constitution was designed to protect. I urge all of my colleagues to reject these deeply factually and legally flawed articles of impeachment, to vote not guilty. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
Will the senator withhold?
Yes.
Mr. President.
Senator from North Dakota.
Mr. President, I rise today to officially declare that I will vote against both articles of impeachment brought against President Trump by the very partisan and, quite frankly, ridiculous House of Representatives. I know my position is hardly a surprise, but it's almost as unsurprising as the House impeaching the President to begin with. Since the moment he was sworn into office, Democrats have schemed to remove Donald Trump from office. It's not my opinion. I take them at their word. Their fixation on his removal was a conclusion in search of a justification, which they manufactured from a phone conversation between world leaders, leaked by one of the many career bureaucrats who seem to have forgotten that they work for the elected leaders in this country, not the other way around. So, Mr. President, the two articles of impeachment before this body today, in my view, are without merit. They are an affront, in fact, to this institution and to our Constitution, representing the very same partisan derangement that worried our founding fathers so much that they made the threshold for impeachment this high. Mr. President, the Senate exists exactly for moments like this. I didn't arrive at my conclusion to support acquittal hastily or flippantly, and I don't believe any of my colleagues did either, including those who come to a different conclusion from mine. Despite being sent such flawed articles by the House, the Senate did, in fact, dutifully and solemnly follow its constitutional obligation. During the long days of the trial, we heard sworn testimony from 13 witnesses, read 17 depositions, asked 180 questions, viewed 193 video clips, and poured over 28,000 pages of documents. But even more than the House manager's shallow arguments and lack of evidence against and due process for our president, and the obvious derangement at the very root of every investigation, beginning with the corrupt FBI Crossfire Hurricane counterintelligence investigation during the 2016 election cycle. The articles of impeachment we'll vote on in a few hours should have ended at their beginning. Mr. President, can we agree that if a Speaker of the House unilaterally declares an impeachment inquiry, it represents the opinion of one member of Congress, not the official authorization of the entire Congress? Can we agree that a vote to begin an impeachment inquiry that has only partisan support and bipartisan opposition is not what the founders had in mind, and in fact is what they firmly rejected and cautioned about? Can we agree that impeachment articles passed by a majority of one party and opposed by members of both parties, on their face fail, if not the letter of the law, certainly the spirit of the Constitution. Yet, even under the cloud of purely partisan politics of the House of Representatives, the Senate conducted a complete, comprehensive trial, resulting, in my view, in a crystal clear conclusion. The Democratic-led House of Representatives failed to meet the most basic standards of proof and has dramatically lowered the bar for impeachment to unacceptable levels. Mr. President, it's deeply concerning, and I believe we must commit to never, ever letting it happen again to the president of any political party. And that can start today. In just a few hours, the Senate will have the opportunity to cast a vote to end this whole ordeal. And in doing so can make a statement that the threshold for undoing the will of the American people in the most recent election and undoing the will of a major political party in the upcoming election should be higher than one party's petty obsession. Mr. President, I hope my colleagues on both sides of the aisle join me in voting against these charges. But whether he's acquitted or convicted and removed, it's my prayer, as we were admonished many times throughout the last few weeks by our chaplain Black, that God's will is the one that will be done. Then we can move on to the unifying issues the American people want us to tackle. Issues like infrastructure, education, energy security and dominance, national security, and the rising cost of health care, among many others. These, Mr. President, are issues the American people care about. These are issues that North Dakotans care about. These are the issues that the people have sent us here to deal with. Let's do it together. Let's start now. I yield the floor. I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. President,
Senator from Mississippi.
are we in a quorum call?
We are.
I ask with unanimous consent it be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I will vote to acquit President Donald J. Trump on both articles of impeachment presented by House Democrats. I have listened carefully to the arguments presented by the House Democratic managers and the White House defense team. Those prosecuting the president failed on a legal and constitutional basis to produce the evidence required to undertake the very serious act of removing a duly elected president from this office. This trial exposed that pure political partisanship fueled a reckless investigation and the subsequent impeachment of the president on weak, vague, and non-criminal accusations. The Democrats' case, which lacked the basic standards of fairness and due process, was fabricated to fulfill their one long-held hope to impeach President Trump. We should all be concerned about the dangerous precedent and consequences of convicting any president on charges originating from strictly partisan reasons. The Founding Fathers warned against allowing impeachment to become a political weapon. In this case, House Democrats crossed that line. Rejecting the abuse of power and obstruction of Congress articles before us will affirm our belief in the impeachment standards intended by the founders. With my votes to acquit President Trump, justice will be served. The Senate has faithfully executed its constitutional duties to hear and judge the charges leveled against the president. I remain hopeful that we can finally set aside this flawed partisan investigation, prosecution, and persecution of President Trump. The people of Mississippi and this great nation are more interested in us getting back to doing the work they sent us here to do. I yield my time.
President.
Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, and fellow senators, I come to the floor today to talk about the business at hand. Obviously, it's a vote that we're going to take at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Look, we were subjected to days and days of trial here, many witnesses and witness statements and all that sort of thing. And it's incumbent upon us now as jurors to reach a conclusion, and I have done so. I come at this with a little bit of a different view than probably others. I've tried more cases probably than anyone on the floor, both as a prosecutor and in private practice. And so I watched carefully as the case was presented to us and how the case had been put together by the managers from the House. And what I learned in the many years of trial experience that I had, that the only way really to try a case and to reach where you want to get is to do it in good faith and to do it honestly. I had real trouble right at the beginning when I saw that the lead manager read a transcript purporting to be the president, a transcript of the president's phone call that's been an issue here, and it was falsified. And it was falsified knowingly, willfully, and intentionally. So as a result of that, when they walked through the door and wanted to present their case, there was a strike there already, and I put it in that perspective. How the case unfolded after that was stunning because I've never seen a case succeed the way they put the case together. They put the case together by taking every fact that they wanted to make fly and put it only in the best light without showing the other side, but more importantly, intentionally excluding evidence. And of course, this whole thing centered around witness statements that the president had somehow threatened or pressured the president of Ukraine to do what he was going to do. That simply wasn't the case. The transcript didn't say that. Now, admittedly, they had a witness that had gone around saying that, and they called every person he told to tell us that that was the situation. The problem was it was hearsay, and there's a good reason why they don't allow hearsay in a court of law. And that is, it simply wasn't true. When the person who was spreading that rumor actually talked to the president about it, the president got angry and said, "That's not true, I would never do that." They never told us that. And once the tape was shown, the House manager spent days putting together that proposition for us, and the president's counsel dismantled that in about an hour and did so really quickly. And as a result of that, simply from a factual basis, it is my opinion that the prosecution in this case did not meet its burden. Now, much has been said about witnesses and how they did this and what have you. Look, the Constitution is crystal clear. It gives the House absolute, total, 100% control of impeachment, that is the investigation and the vote on it. It gives us the same thing, but on the trial basis. The thing I think was surprising to me is they came over here and tried to tell us how to do their job. I suspect they in the House would feel the exact same way about it if we went over there and told them how they should impeach. They came over here and told us about how we should do witnesses and all that sort of thing. They had every opportunity to prepare the case. It was totally in their hands. They had as much time as they wanted to, and they simply didn't do it. So in that respect, I also found that it was short. But the bottom line for me, too, was there's a second reason on which I would vote to acquit here, and that is the stunning attack that this was on the United States Constitution. This is really the first time in history when a purely political attack was instigated by reaching to the United States Constitution and using what is really a sacred item in that Constitution, a process that the Founding Fathers gave us for good reason, and that is impeachment. It was not intended to be used as a political bludgeon. It simply wasn't. We had in front of us the Federalist Papers, and we had the debates of the Constitutional Convention, and really the one silver lining that came out of this was it underscored again for us the genius of the Founding Fathers giving us 3 branches of government. Not just 3 branches of government, but 3 branches of government that had distinct lanes in which they operated, and most importantly, indicating that they were separate but equal. And they wanted not a parliamentary system like they had looked at from Britain, with a head of state that was a prime minister that could be removed and changed, as happens all around the world today. They gave us a unique system with 3 branches of government. So the Founding Fathers were very clear. They debated the question of what should it take to get rid of the head of state. And they concluded that the second branch of government couldn't be a strong branch of government if indeed the president could be removed, as a prime minister could be removed simply by Congress getting unhappy with his policies or disagreeing with him. And so as a result of that, they did give us impeachment, and it is a unique process. They were very clear that it was supposed to be used only in very extreme circumstances and not just simply because of a political disagreement or a policy disagreement. And that's exactly what happened here. The Federalist Papers and the Constitutional Convention debates are very, very clear that it is not a broad swath of reasons to impeach the president that is given to the first branch of government, but indeed a very, very narrow swath. And it was interesting that from the beginning they picked the 2 words of treason and bribery. And to that, they then had a long debate about what it would be in addition to that. And they had such words as malfeasance, misfeasance, corruption, and all those kinds of things that could be very broad. They rejected all those and said, no, specifically, it had to be high crimes and misdemeanors. So what they did is they narrowed the lane considerably, made it difficult to remove the head of the second branch of government. And then on top of that, for frosting on the cake, they said it's going to be 2/3. Now, what did that simply mean? They knew that human beings being the way they are, that human beings that were involved in political process and political parties would reach to get rid of a political enemy using everything they could. And so they wanted to see that that didn't happen with impeachment. And so, as a result of that, they gave us the 2/3 requirement, and that meant that no president was going to be impeached without a bipartisan movement. This movement has been entirely partisan. No Republican voted for that to impeach him in the House of Representatives. This afternoon at 4 o'clock, we're going to have a vote, and it's going to be along party lines. And again, it is going to be political. So what do we have here? At the end of the day, we have a political exercise. And that political exercise is going to fail. And once again, God has blessed America and the republic that Benjamin Franklin said we have, if we can keep it, is going to be sustained. Madam President, I yield the floor.
The senator from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Over the past 3 weeks, we have heard from the House managers and the President's counsel regarding the facts of the case against President Donald Trump. Much like trials in Lorain and Lima and Lordstown, Ohio, or in Marietta, in Massillon and Marion, Ohio, we've seen the prosecution, in this case the House managers, and the defense, in this case the president's lawyers, present their cases. All 100 of us, every one of us, is a jury, or are the jury. We took an oath to be impartial jurors. We all took an oath to be impartial jurors, just like juries in Ohio and across America. But to some of my colleagues, that just appeared to be a joke. The great journalist Bill Moyers summed up the past 3 weeks. What we've just seen is the dictator of the Senate manipulating the impeachment process to save the demagogue in the White House, whose political party has become the gravedigger of democracy. Let me say that again. What we've just seen is the dictator of the Senate manipulating the impeachment process to save the demagogue in the White House, whose political party has become the gravedigger of democracy. Even before this trial began, Leader McConnell admitted out loud that he was coordinating the trial process with the White House. The leader of the Senate was coordinating with the White House on impeachment. I challenge him to show me one trial in my state of Ohio or his state of Kentucky where the jury coordinated with the defense lawyers. In a fair trial, the defense and prosecution would have been able to introduce evidence, to call witnesses, to listen to testimony. Every other impeachment procedure in the Senate for 250 years had witnesses. Some of them had dozens. We had 0. Leader McConnell rushed this trial through. He turned off cameras in this body so that the American public couldn't see the whole process. He restricted reporter access. We know reporters all roam the halls to talk to members of the House and Senate. He restricted access there. He twisted arms to make sure every Republican voted with him to block witnesses. He didn't get a couple of them, but he had enough to protect himself. The public already sees through it. This is a sham trial. I said from the beginning that I would keep an open mind. If there are witnesses who would exonerate the president, the American people need to hear from them. Over the course of this trial, we heard mounting, overwhelming evidence that President Trump did something that not even Richard Nixon ever did. He extorted a foreign leader. He fired a career foreign service officer for rooting out corruption. He put his own presidential campaign above our collective national security. The president said, this is just hearsay. But he and the Republican leader, together with 51 of 53 Republican senators, blocked every single potential witness we wanted to call. We knew there were witnesses. The president says it was hearsay. We knew there were witnesses who were in the room with President Trump. We didn't get to hear from them. We didn't hear from Ambassador Bolton. We didn't hear from Interim Chief of Staff Mulvaney. We didn't hear from Secretary Pompeo. The Republican leader denied the American people the chance to hear all of them testify under oath. We've seen more information come to light each day, which builds on the pattern of facts laid out in great detail by the House managers. We've now heard tape recordings of the President of the United States telling associates to get rid of U.S. Ambassador Yovanovitch, a public servant who devoted her life to fighting corruption and promoting American ideals in foreign policy throughout her long, distinguished career at the State Department. With her removed from the post, it appears the president thought he would be able to compel our ally Ukraine to investigate President Trump's political opponent. Reporters have now revealed that Ambassador Bolton, again, Madam President, a first-hand witness, he outlined the president did exactly what the impeachment articles allege. He withheld security assistance to an ally at war with Russia in exchange for a political favor. The Justice Department admits there are 24 emails showing the president's thinking on Ukraine assistance. But you know what? Senator McConnell down the hall won't allow us to see any of these 24 emails. Make no mistake, the full truth is going to come out. The presiding officer, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, they're all going to be embarrassed because they covered this up. It wasn't just the president and the vice president and Secretary Pompeo and Chief of Staff Mulvaney. It was 51 Republican United States senators, including the presiding officer, who's a new member of this body, who covered up this evidence. It'll come out this week, it'll come out this month, this year, the year after that, for decades to come. And when the full truth comes out, we'll be judged by our children and grandchildren. Without additional witnesses, we must judge based on the facts presented. The House managers made a clear, compelling case. In the middle of a war with Russia, the president froze $400 million in security assistance to Ukraine. He wanted an investigation into his 2020 political opponent. He refused a critical meeting with President Zelensky in the Oval Office. These actions don't promote our national security, the rule of law. They promote Donald Trump personally in his campaign. We know the president extorted President Zelensky. He asked the leader of a foreign government to help him. That's a definition of an abuse of power. That's why we have no choice but to convict this president of abusing his office. All of us know this. To acquit would set a clear, dangerous precedent. You abuse your office? It's okay. Congress will look the other way. This trial, this vote we're about to cast, they're about way more than just President Trump. They're about the future of democracy. It will send a message to this president, or whomever we elect in November, and to all future presidents. It will be heard around the world, our verdict, by our allies and enemies alike, especially the Russians. Are we going to roll out the welcome mat to our adversaries to interfere in our elections? Are we going to give a green light to the President of the United States to base our country's foreign policy not on our collective agreed on national security or that of our allies like Ukraine, but on the president's personal political campaign. These are the issues at stake. If we don't hold this president accountable for his abuse of office, if no one in his own party, if no one on this side of the aisle, no one has the backbone to stand up and say stop, there is no question it'll get worse. How do I know that? I've heard it from a number of my Republican colleagues, when privately they'll tell me, yes, we are concerned about what the president's going to do if he's exonerated. I was particularly appalled by the words of Mr. Dershowitz. He said if a president does something which he believes will help him get elected in the public interest, that can't be the quid pro quo that results in impeachment. Think about that for a moment. If the president thinks it's okay, he thinks it's going to help his election, and he thinks his election is in the public interest, then it's okay. The president can break any law, can funnel taxpayer money towards his reelection, can turn the arm of the state against his political enemies, and not be held accountable. That's what this claim comes down to. Remember the words of Richard Nixon. When the president does it, that means it's not illegal. Our country rejected that argument during Watergate. We had a Republican Party with principle in those days, and senators with backbone, and they told that president to resign because nobody's above the state, nobody's above the law. If we have a president that can turn the office of the presidency and the entire executive branch into his own political campaign operation, God help us. My colleagues think I'm exaggerating. We don't have the option to vote in favor of some arguments made during the trial and not others. Mr. Dershowitz's words will live forever in the historical record. If they're allowed to stand aside a not guilty verdict, make no mistake, they'll be used as precedent by future aspiring autocrats. In the words of House Manager Schiff, that way madness lies. I know some of my colleagues agree this sets a dangerous precedent. Some of you have admitted to me that you're troubled by the president's behavior. You know he's reckless. You know he lies. You know what he did was wrong. And I have heard Republican after Republican senator tell me that privately. If you acknowledge that, if you've said it to me, if you said it to your family, if you said it to your staff, if you just said it to yourself, I implore you, we have no choice but to vote to convict. What are my colleagues afraid of? I think about the word of Adam Schiff in this chamber on Tuesday. If you find that the House has proved its case and still vote to acquit, if you still vote to acquit, your name will be tied to his with a cord of steel and for all of history. Your name will be tied to his with a cord of steel and for all of history. So I ask my colleagues again, what are you afraid of? One of our American fundamental values, we have no kings, no nobility, no oligarchs, no matter how rich, no matter how powerful, no matter how much money you give to Mitch McConnell's super PAC, everyone can and should be held accountable. I hope my colleagues remember that. I hope they'll choose courage over fear. I hope they'll choose country over party. I hope they'll join me in holding this president accountable to the American people we all took an oath to serve. We know this. Americans are watching. They will not forget. I will close with quoting again Bill Moyers, the longtime journalist. What we've just seen is the dictator of the Senate manipulating the impeachment process to save the demagogue in the White House whose political party has become the grave digger of democracy. Madam President, I know my colleagues on the other side of the aisle know better. I hope they vote what they really know. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President.
The senator from Hawaii is recognized.
Madam President, when the framers debated whether to include the power of impeachment in the Constitution, they envisioned a moment very much like the one we face now. They were fearful of a corrupt president who would abuse the presidency for his or her personal gain, particularly one who would allow any foreign country to interfere in the affairs of our United States. With this fear in mind, the framers directed the Senate to determine whether to ultimately remove that president from office. In normal times, the Senate, conscious of its awesome responsibility, would meet this moment with the appropriate sobriety and responsibility to conduct a full and fair trial. That includes calling appropriate witnesses and subpoenaing relevant documents, none of which happened here. In normal times, the Senate would have weighed the evidence presented by both sides and rendered impartial justice. And in normal times, having been presented with overwhelming evidence of impeachable acts, the Senate would have embraced its constitutional responsibility to convict the president and remove him or her from office. But as we've learned too often over the past 3 years, these are not normal times. Instead of fulfilling its duty later today, the United States Senate will fail its test at a crucial moment of our country by voting to acquit Donald J. Trump of abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. The Senate cannot blame its constitutional failure on the House managers. They proved their case with overwhelming and compelling evidence. Manager Jerry Nadler laid out a meticulous case demonstrating how and why the president's actions rose to the constitutional standard for impeachment and removal. Manager Hakeem Jeffries explained how Donald Trump directly pressured the Ukrainian leader to commence phony political investigations as part of his effort to cheat and solicit foreign interference in the 2020 election. Manager Val Demings walked us through the evidence of how Donald Trump used $391 million of taxpayer money to pressure Ukraine to announce politically motivated investigations. She concluded, this is enough to prove extortion in court. Manager Sylvia Garcia showed us how Donald Trump's demand for investigations was purely for his personal political benefit. She debunked the conspiracy theories the president's counsel raised against former Vice President Joe Biden, Donald Trump's political rival and the true target of his corrupt scheme. Manager Jason Crow described vividly the human costs of withholding aid from Ukrainian troops fighting a hot war against Russia. Manager Adam Schiff tied together the evidence of Donald Trump's abuse of power, the most serious of impeachable offenses, and one that includes extortion and bribery. And Manager Zoe Lofgren used her extensive experience to provide perspective on Donald Trump's unprecedented, unilateral, and complete obstruction of Congress to cover up his corrupt scheme. She is the only member of Congress to be involved in 3 presidential impeachments. The president's lawyers could not refute the House's case. Instead, they ultimately resorted to the argument that even accepting the facts as presented by the House managers, Donald Trump's conduct is not impeachable. It's what I've called the he did it, so what argument. Many of my Republican colleagues are using the so what argument to justify their votes to let the president off the hook. And yet, the senior senator from Tennessee said, I think he shouldn't have done it. I think it was wrong. He said it was inappropriate and improper, crossing a line. But he refused to hold the president accountable, arguing that the voters should decide. The junior senator from Iowa said, the president has a lot of latitude to do what he wants to do, but he did it maybe in the wrong manner. She also said that whether you like what the president did or not, the charges didn't rise to the level of an impeachable offense. The junior senator from Ohio called the president's actions wrong and inappropriate, but said they did not rise to the level of removing a duly elected president from office and taking him off the ballot in the middle of an election. And the senior senator from Florida went so far as to say, just because actions meet a standard of impeachment does not mean it is in the best interest of the country to remove a president from office. By refusing to hold this president accountable, my Republican colleagues are reinforcing the president's misguided belief that he can do whatever he wants under Article 2 of the United States Constitution. Donald Trump was already a danger to this country. We've seen it in his policy decisions, from taking away health care from millions of Americans, to threatening painful cuts to Social Security and Medicare, to engaging in an all-out assault on immigrants in this country. But today, we're called on to confront a completely different type of danger, one that goes well beyond the significant policy differences I have with this president. If we let Donald Trump get away with extorting the president of another country for his own personal political benefit, the Senate will be complicit in his next corrupt scheme. Which country will he bully or invite to interfere in our elections next? Which pot of taxpayer money will he use as a bribe to further his political schemes? Later today, I will vote to convict and remove President Donald Trump for abusing his power and obstructing Congress. I am under no illusion that my Republican colleagues will do the same. They've argued it's up to the American people to decide, as though impeachment were not a totally separate constitutional remedy for a lawless president. As I considered my vote, I listened closely to Manager Schiff's closing statement about why the Senate needs to convict this president. He said, I quote, "I do not ask you to convict him because truth or right or decency matters nothing to him." He's referring to the president. "But because we have proven our case and it matters to you. Truth matters to you. Right matters to you. You are decent. He is not who you are." It's time for the Senate to uphold its constitutional responsibility by convicting this president and holding him accountable. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The senator from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. When I was in the second grade, which I did twice because I was dyslexic, so I don't know which year of the second grade it was, but one of those 2 years, we were asked to line up in order of whose family had been here the longest period of time and whose family had been here the shortest period of time. And I turned out to be the answer to both of those questions. My father's family went all the way back to the Mayflower, and my mom's family were Polish Jews who survived the Holocaust. They didn't leave Warsaw because my grandfather had a large family he didn't want to leave behind. And in the event, everybody was killed in the war except my mom, her parents, and an aunt. And they lived in Warsaw for 2 years after the war. Then they went to Stockholm for a year. They went to Mexico City for a year, of all places. And then they came to the United States, the one place in the world they could rebuild their shattered lives, and they did rebuild their shattered lives. My mom was the only person in the family who could speak any English. She registered herself in the New York City public schools. She graduated from Hunter College High School. She went on to graduate from Wellesley College in Massachusetts in one generation. My grandparents rebuilt the business they had lost during the war. And I knew from them how important this symbol of America was to people struggling all over the world. Their joy, they'd been through some of the worst events in human history, and their joy of being Americans was completely unadulterated. I've met many immigrants across this country, and I still haven't met anybody with a stronger accent than my grandparents had, and I have never met anybody who were greater patriots than they were. And they understood how important the idea of America was, not because we were perfect, exactly the opposite of that, because we were imperfect. But we lived in a free society that was able to cure its imperfections with the hard work of our citizens to make this country more democratic, more free, and more fair, a country committed to the rule of law. Nobody was above the rule of law, and nobody was treated unfairly by the law, even if you were an immigrant to this country. From my dad's example, I learned something really different. He might interest some people around here to know he was a staffer in the Senate for many years. And I actually grew up coming here on Saturday mornings, throwing paper airplanes around the hallways of the Dirksen building and the Russell building. And he worked here at a very different time in the Senate. He worked here at a time when Republicans and Democrats worked together to uphold the rule of law, to pass important legislation that was needed by the American people to move our country forward. A time when Democrats and Republicans went back home and said, I didn't get everything that I wanted, to be sure, but the 65% I did get is worth the bill that we had. And here's why the other side needed 35%. Those days are completely gone in the United States Senate. And I grieve for it. My dad passed away about a year ago. And I know how disappointed he would be about where we are. But there isn't anybody who can fix it except the 100 people that are here, and I suppose the American people for whom we ostensibly work. In the last 10 years that I've been here, Madam President, I have watched politicians come to this floor and destroy the solemn responsibility that we have, the constitutional responsibility we have to advise and consent on judicial appointments, to turn that constitutional responsibility into nothing more than a vicious partisan exercise. That hasn't been done by the American people. That wasn't done by any other generation of politicians that were in this place. It's been done by this generation of politicians, led by the senator from Kentucky, the majority leader of the Senate. We have become a body that it does nothing. We're an employment agency. That's what we are. 75% of the votes we took last year were on appointments. We voted on 26 amendments last year. 26. 26. In the world's greatest deliberative body, we passed 8 amendments in a year. Pathetic. We didn't consider any of the major issues that the American people are confronting in their lives. Not a single one. 10 years of town halls with people saying to me, Michael, we are killing ourselves, and we can't afford housing, health care, higher education, or early childhood education. We cannot save. We can't live a middle-class life. We think our kids are going to live a more diminished life than we do. What does the United States Senate do? Cut taxes for rich people. We don't have time to do anything else around here. And now, when we are the only body on planet Earth charged with the responsibility of dealing with the guilt or innocence of this president, we can't even bring ourselves to have witnesses and evidence as part of a fair trial. Even when there are literally witnesses with direct knowledge of what the president did, practically banging on the door of the Senate saying, let me testify. We're too lazy for that. The reality is we're too broken for that. We are too broken for that. And we have failed in our duty to the American people. Hamilton said in Federalist 65 that in an impeachment trial, we were the inquisitors for the people, the Senate. We would be the inquisitors for the people. How can you be the inquisitors for the people when you don't even dignify the process with evidence and with witnesses? Madam President, I often have school kids come visit me here in the Senate, which I really enjoy because I used to be the superintendent of the Denver Public Schools. And when they come visit me, they very often have been on the mall, they've seen the Lincoln Memorial, they've seen the Washington Monument, they've seen the Supreme Court, this Capitol, and there's a tendency among them to believe this was all just here, that it was all just here. And of course, 230 years ago, I tell them, none of it was here. None of it was here. It was in the ideas of the founders, the people who we call the founders, who did 2 incredible things in their lifetime, in their generation, that had never been done before in human history. They wrote a constitution that would be ratified by the people who would live under it, never happened before. They would have never imagined that we would have lasted 230 years, at least until the age of Donald Trump. They led an armed insurrection against a colonial power. We call that the Revolutionary War. That succeeded too. They did something terrible in their generation that will last for the rest of our days, Madam President, and that is they perpetuated human slavery. The building we're standing in today was built by enslaved human beings because of the decisions that they made. But I tell the kids that come and visit me, there's a reason why they're not enslaved human beings in this country anymore, and that's because of people like Frederick Douglass, born a slave in the United States of America, escaped his slavery in Maryland, risked his life and limb to get to Massachusetts, and he found the abolitionist movement there. And the abolitionist movement, Madam President, had been arguing for generations that the Constitution was a pro-slavery document. And Frederick Douglass, who was completely self-taught, said to them, "You have this exactly wrong, exactly backwards, 180 degrees from the truth. The Constitution is an anti-slavery document," Frederick Douglass said, "not a pro-slavery document, but we're not living up to the words of the Constitution." It's the same thing Dr. King said the night before he was killed in Memphis when he went down there for the striking garbage workers. And he said, "I am here to make America keep the promise you wrote down on the page." And in my mind, Frederick Douglass and Dr. King are founders just as much as the people who wrote the Constitution of the United States. How could they not be? How could they not be? The women that fought to give my kids, my 3 daughters, the right to vote, who fought for 50 years to get the right to vote, mostly women in this country, they're founders just like the people who wrote the Constitution as well. And over the years that I've been here, Madam President, as I have seen this institution crumble into rubble, this institution become incapable of addressing the most existential questions of our time that the next generation cannot address. They can't fix their own school. They can't fix our immigration system. They can't fix climate change, although they're getting less and less patient with us on that issue. But what I've come to conclude is that the responsibility of all of us, not just senators, but all of us as citizens in a democratic republic, 230 years after the founding of this republic, is the responsibility of a founder. That it's that elevated a sense of what a citizen is required to do in a republic to sustain that republic. And I think that's the right way to think about it. It gives you a sense of what's really at stake beyond the headlines on the cable television at night, and certainly in the social media feeds that divide us minute to minute in our political life today. And the Senate has clearly failed that standard. We have clearly failed that standard. The idea that we would turn our back, close our eyes to evidence pounding on the outside of the doors of this Capitol is pitiful. It is disgraceful. And it will be a stain on this body for all time. More than 50% of the people in this place have said that what the president did was wrong. It clearly was wrong. It clearly was unconstitutional. It clearly was impeachable. What president would run for office saying to the American people, I'm going to try to extort a foreign power for my own electoral interest to interfere in our elections? It is exactly the kind of conduct that the impeachment clause was written for. It is a textbook case of why the impeachment clause exists. But even if you don't agree with me that he should have been convicted or that he should be convicted, I don't know how anybody in this body goes home and faces their constituents and say, we wouldn't even look at the evidence. And so I say to the American people, our democracy is very much at risk. I'm not one of those people who believes that Donald Trump is the source of all of our problems. I think he's made matters much worse, to be sure. But he is a symptom of our problem. He is a symptom of our failure to tend to the democracy, to our responsibility as founders. And if we don't begin to take that responsibility as seriously as our parents and grandparents did, people who faced much longer, much bigger challenges than we ever did. Nobody's asking us, thank God, to end human slavery. Nobody's asking us to fight for 50 years for the self-evident proposition that women should have the right to vote. We're not marching in Selma, being beaten for the self-evident prospect that all people are created equal. Nobody's asking us to climb the cliffs of Dover to fight for freedom in a war that had never touched our shores. But we are being asked to save the democracy. And we're going to fail that test today in the United States Senate. And my prayer for our country, Madam President, is that the American people won't fail that test. And I'm optimistic that we won't. We have never failed it before, and I don't think we'll fail it in our time. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The senator from Wisconsin is recognized.
In 2012, the good people of Wisconsin elected me to work for them in the United States Senate. Like every one of my fellow senators, I took an oath of office. In 2018, I was reelected and I took that same oath. We have all taken that oath. It's not to support and defend the president, this president, or any other. Our oath is to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. That is our job every day that we come to work. And it certainly is our job here today. Just over 2 weeks ago, we all stood together right here, and we took another oath given us by Chief Justice Roberts to do impartial judgment in this impeachment trial. I have taken this responsibility very seriously. I have listened to both sides make their case. I have reviewed the evidence presented, and I have carefully considered the facts. From the beginning, I have supported a full, fair, and honest impeachment trial. A majority of this Senate has failed to allow it. I supported the release of critical evidence that was concealed by the White House. The other side of the aisle let President Trump hide it from us, and they voted to keep it a secret from the American people. I voted for testimony of relevant witnesses with direct, firsthand evidence about the president's conduct. Senate Republicans blocked witness testimony because they didn't want to be bothered with the truth. Every Senate impeachment trial in our nation's history has included witnesses, and this Senate trial should have been no different. Unfortunately, it was. A majority of the Senate has taken the unprecedented step of refusing to hear all the evidence, declining all the facts, denying the full truth about this president's corrupt abuse of power. President Trump has obstructed Congress, and this Senate will let him. Last month, President Trump's former national security advisor, John Bolton, provided an unpublished manuscript to the White House. The recent media reports about what Ambassador Bolton could have testified to had he not been blocked as a witness go to the heart of this impeachment trial: abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. As reported, in early May 2019, there was an Oval Office meeting that included President Trump, Mick Mulvaney, Pat Cipollone, Rudy Giuliani, and John Bolton. According to Mr. Bolton, the president directed him to help with his pressure campaign, to solicit assistance from Ukraine, to pursue investigations that would not only benefit President Trump politically, but would act to exonerate Russia from their interference in our 2016 elections. Several weeks later, the U.S. Department of Defense certified the release of military aid to Ukraine, concluding that they had taken substantial actions to decrease corruption. This was part of the security assistance we approved in Congress, with bipartisan support to help Ukraine fight Russian aggression. However, President Trump blocked it and covered it up from Congress. On July 25th, 2019, as President Trump was withholding this support for Ukraine, he had a telephone call with Ukrainian President Zelensky. Based on a White House call summary memo that was released 2 months later, we all know the president put his own political interests ahead of our national security and the integrity of our elections. Based on the clear and convincing evidence presented in this trial, we know President Trump used American taxpayer dollars and security assistance for Ukraine to get them to interfere in our elections to help him politically. We know the president solicited assistance from Ukraine to pursue investigation of phony conspiracy theories about our 2016 U.S. election that are a part of a Russian disinformation campaign. We know the president solicited assistance from Ukraine to discredit the conclusion by American law enforcement, the U.S. intelligence community, and confirmed by a bipartisan Senate report that Russia interfered with our 2016 elections. And we know President Trump solicited foreign interference in the upcoming election by pressuring Ukraine to publicly announce investigations to help him politically. I would ask my friends to consider the fact that the Ukrainian president was pressured and prepared to go on an American cable television network to announce these political investigations. To those who are making the argument to acquit the president because to convict him would create further division in our country, I ask you to acknowledge the fact that President Trump's corrupt scheme has given Russia another opening to attack our democracy, interfere in our elections, and further divide our already divided country. We know this to be true, but the Senate is choosing to ignore the truth. As reported, just weeks after the Zelensky call, President Trump told Ambassador Bolton in August that he wanted to continue freezing $391 million in security assistance to Ukraine until they helped with the political investigations. Had Ambassador Bolton testified to these facts in this trial, it would directly contradict what the president told Senator Johnson in a phone call on August 31st, 2019, where, according to Senator Johnson, the president said, "I would never do that. Who told you that?" John Bolton not only has direct evidence that implicates President Trump in a corrupt abuse of power, he has direct evidence that President Trump lied to one of our colleagues in an attempt to cover it up. It may not matter to this Senate, but I can tell you it matters to the people of the state of Wisconsin that this president did not tell their senator the truth. Based on the facts presented to us, I refuse to join this president's cover-up, and I refuse to conclude that the president's abuse of power doesn't matter, that it's okay, and that we should just get over it. I want to recognize the courageous public servants who did what this Senate has failed to do, to put our country first. In the House impeachment inquiry, brave government servants came forward and told the truth. They put their jobs on the line, and instead of inspiring us to do our duty, to do our job, they have faced character assassination from this president, the White House, and some of my colleagues here in the Senate. It is a disgrace to this institution that they were treated as anything less than the patriots that they are. As Army Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman said, "This is America. Here, right matters." My judgment is inspired by these words, and I am guided to my commitment to put country before party and our Constitution first. My vote on the president's abuse of power and obstruction of Congress is a vote to uphold my oath of office and to support and defend the Constitution. My vote is a vote to uphold the rule of law and our uniquely American principle that no one, not even the president, is above the law. I only have one of 100 votes in the U.S. Senate, And I'm afraid that the majority is putting this president above the law by not convicting him of these impeachable offenses. But let's be clear, this is not an exoneration of President Trump. It is a failure to show moral courage and hold this president accountable. Now, every American will have a power to make their own judgment. Every American gets to decide what is in our public interest. We, the people, get to choose what is in our national interest. I trust the American people. I know they will be guided by our common good and the truth. The people we work for know what the truth is, and they know in America it matters. I yield back.
Madam President.
The senator from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, it's important to remind ourselves at moments like this how unnatural and uncommon democracy really is. Just think of all the important forums in your life. Think about your workplace, your family, your favorite sports team. None of them makes decisions by democratic vote. The CEO decides how much money you're going to make, not a vote of your fellow employees. You love your kids, but they don't get an equal say in household matters as mom and dad do. The plays that the Chiefs called on their game-winning drive, they weren't decided by a team vote. No, most everything in our life that matters, other than the government under which we live, is not run by democratic vote. And of course, a tiny percentage of humans, well under probably 0.1%, have lived in a democratic society over the last 1,000 years of human history. Democracy is unnatural, it's rare, it's delicate, it's fragile, and untended to, neglected, or taken for granted, it will disappear like ashes scattering into the cold night. This body, the United States Senate, was conceived by our founders to be the ultimate guardians of this brittle experiment in governance. We, the 100 of us, were given the responsibility to keep it safe from those who may deign to harm it. And when the Senate lives up to this charge, it is an awesome, inspirational sight to behold. Now, I was born 3 weeks after Alexander Butterfield revealed the existence of a taping system in the White House that likely held evidence of President Nixon's crimes. And I was born 1 week after the Senate Watergate Committee, in a bipartisan vote, ordered Nixon to turn over several key tapes. Now, my parents were Republicans. My mom still is a Republican. And over the years, they've voted for a lot of Democrats and Republicans. They raised me in the shadow of Watergate to understand that what mattered in politics wasn't really someone's party. It was whether you were honest and decent, if you were pursuing office for the right reasons. In the year I was born, this Senate watched a president betray the nation. And this Senate, both Democrats and Republicans, stood together to protect the country from this betrayal. This is exactly what our founders envisioned when they gave the Congress the massive responsibility of the impeachment power. They said use it sparingly, use it not to settle political scores, but use it when a president has strayed from the bonds of decency and propriety. The founders wanted Congress to save the country from bad men who would try to use the awesome power of the executive branch to enrich themselves or to win office illicitly. And I grew up under the belief that when those bad men presented themselves, this place had the ability to put aside party and work to protect our fragile democracy from attack. And this attack on our republic that we are debating today, left unchecked, is potentially lethal. The one sacred covenant that an American president makes with the governed is to use the massive power of the executive branch for the good of the country, not for personal, financial, or political benefit. The difference between a democracy and a tin-pot dictatorship is that here we don't allow presidents to use the official levers of power to destroy political opponents. But that's exactly what President Trump did. And we all know it. Even Republicans who are going to vote to acquit him today admit that. And if you think that our endorsement through acquittal won't have an impact, then just look at Rudy Giuliani's trip to Ukraine in December, in the middle of the impeachment process. He went back looking for more dirt, and the president was ringing him up to get the details before Giuliani's plane even hit the gate. The corruption hasn't stopped. It's ongoing. And if this is the new normal, the new means by which a president can consolidate power and try to destroy political opponents, then we are no longer living in America. What happened here over the last 2 weeks is as much a corruption as Trump's scheme was. This trial was simply an extension of Trump's crimes. No documents, no witnesses, the first ever impeachment trial in the Senate without either. John Bolton practically begging to come here and tell his firsthand account of the president's corruption, denied, just to make sure that voters can't hear his story in time for them to be able to pressure their senators prior to an impeachment vote. This was a show trial, a gift-wrapped present for a grateful party leader. We became complicit in the very attacks on democracy that this body is supposed to guard against. We have failed to protect the republic. And what's so interesting to me is that it's not like Republicans didn't see this moment coming. In fact, many of my colleagues across the aisle literally predicted it. Prior to the president's election, here's what Republican senators said about Donald Trump. One said, he is shallow, he is ill-prepared to be commander-in-chief. I think he's crazy. I think he's unfit for office. Another said, the man is a pathological liar. He doesn't know the difference between truth and lies. Yet another Republican senator said, what we're dealing with is a con artist. He is a con artist. Now, you can shrug this off as election year rhetoric, but no Democrat has ever said these kind of things about a candidate from our party. And prior to Trump, no Republican had said such things about candidates from their party either. The truth is, Republicans, before Trump became the head of their party, knew exactly how dangerous he was and how dangerous he would be if he won. They knew he was the archetype of that bad man that the founders intended the Senate to protect democracy from. But today, that responsibility seems to no longer retain a position of primacy in this body. Today, the rule of law doesn't seem to come first. Today, our commitment to upholding decency and truth and honor is not the priority. Today, in the modern Senate, all that seems to matter is party. What is different about this impeachment is not that Democrats have chosen to make it partisan. It is that Republicans have chosen to excuse their party's president's conduct in a way that they would not have done and did not do 45 years ago. That's what makes this moment exceptional. Now, Congressman Schiff rightly challenged Democrats in his closing argument to think about what we would do if a president of our party ever committed the same kind of offense that Donald Trump has. I think it was a very wise query, and one that we as Democrats should not be so quick on the trigger to answer self-righteously. Would we have the courage to stand up to our base, to our political supporters, to vote to remove a Democratic president who had chosen to trade away the safety of the nation for political help? It would not be easy. No, the easy thing to do would be to just do what's happening today, to box our ears, close our eyes, and just hope the corruption goes away. And so I've thought a lot about this question over these past 2 days, and I've come to the conclusion that, at least for me, I would hold the Democrat to the same standard. I would vote to remove. But I admit to some level of doubt, and I think that I need to be honest about that, because the pressures today to put party first are real on both sides of the aisle, and they are much more acute today than they were during Watergate. It's with that reality as context that I prepare to vote today. I believe that the president's crimes are worthy of removal. I will vote to convict on both articles of impeachment. But I know that something is rotten in the state of Denmark. Ours is an institution built to put country above party. And today, we are doing often the opposite. I believe within the cult of personality that has become the Trump presidency, the disease is more acute and more perilous to the nation's health on the Republican side of the ledger. But I admit that this affliction has spread to all corners of this chamber. If we are to survive as a democracy, a fragile, delicate, constantly in need of tending democracy, then this Senate needs to figure out a way after today to reorder our incentive system and recalibrate our faiths so that the health of one party never, ever again comes before the health of our nation. I yield back.
President.
Senator from Utah.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Constitution is at the foundation of our republic's success, and we each strive not to lose sight of our promise to defend it. The Constitution established the vehicle of impeachment that has occupied both houses of our Congress these many days. We have labored to faithfully execute our responsibilities to it. We have arrived at different judgments, but I hope we respect each other's good faith. The allegations made in the articles of impeachment are very serious. As a senator juror, I swore an oath before God to exercise impartial justice. I am profoundly religious. My faith is at the heart of who I am. I take an oath before God as enormously consequential. I knew from the outset that being tasked with judging the president, the leader of my own party, would be the most difficult decision I have ever faced. I was not wrong. The House managers presented evidence supporting their case, and the White House counsel disputed that case. In addition, the president's team presented three defenses. First, that there could be no impeachment without a statutory crime. Second, that the Biden's conduct justified the president's actions. And third, that the judgment of the president's actions should be left to the voters. Let me first address those three defenses. The historic meaning of the words high crimes and misdemeanors, the writings of the founders, and my own reasoned judgment convinced me that a president can indeed commit acts against the public trust that are so egregious that while they are not statutory crimes, they would demand removal from office. To maintain that the lack of a codified and comprehensive list of all the outrageous acts that a president might conceivably commit renders Congress powerless to remove such a president defies reason. The President's counsel also notes that Vice President Biden appeared to have a conflict of interest when he undertook an effort to remove the Ukrainian prosecutor general. If he knew of the exorbitant compensation his son was receiving from a company actually under investigation, the vice president should have recused himself. While ignoring a conflict of interest is not a crime, it is surely very wrong. With regards to Hunter Biden, taking excessive advantage of his father's name is unsavory, but also not a crime. Given that in neither the case of the father nor the son was any evidence presented by the president's counsel that a crime had been committed, the president's insistence that they be investigated by the Ukrainians is hard to explain other than as a political pursuit. There's no question in my mind that were their names not Biden, the president would never have done what he did. The defense argues that the Senate should leave the impeachment decision to the voters. While that logic is appealing to our democratic instincts, it is inconsistent with the Constitution's requirement that the Senate, not the voters, try the president. Hamilton explained that the founders' decision to invest senators with this obligation rather than leave it to the voters was intended to minimize, to the extent possible, the partisan sentiments of the public at large. So the verdict is ours to render under our Constitution. The people will judge us for how well and faithfully we fulfill our duty. The grave question the Constitution tasks senators to answer is whether the president committed an act so extreme and egregious that it rises to the level of a high crime and misdemeanor. Yes, he did. The president asked a foreign government to investigate his political rival. The president withheld vital military funds from that government to press it to do so. The president delayed funds for an American ally at war with Russian invaders. The president's purpose was personal and political. Accordingly, the president is guilty of an appalling abuse of public trust. What he did was not perfect. No, it was a flagrant assault on our electoral rights, our national security, and our fundamental values. Corrupting an election to keep oneself in office is perhaps the most abusive and destructive violation of one's oath of office that I can imagine. In the last several weeks, I've received numerous calls and texts. Many demanded in their words that I stand with the team. I can assure you that that thought has been very much on my mind. You see, I support a great deal of what the president has done. I voted with him 80% of the time. But my promise before God to apply impartial justice required that I put my personal feelings and political biases aside. Were I to ignore the evidence that has been presented and disregard what I believe my oath and the Constitution demands of me for the sake of a partisan end, it would, I fear, expose my character to history's rebuke and the censure of my own conscience. I'm aware that there are people in my party and in my state who will strenuously disapprove of my decision, and in some quarters I will be vehemently denounced. I'm sure to hear abuse from the president and his supporters. Does anyone seriously believe that I would consent to these consequences other than from an inescapable conviction that my oath before God demanded it of me? I sought to hear testimony from John Bolton, not only because I believed he could add context to the charges, but also because I hoped that what he might say could raise reasonable doubt and thus remove from me the awful obligation to vote for impeachment. Like each member of this deliberative body, I love our country. I believe that our Constitution was inspired by Providence. I'm convinced that freedom itself is dependent on the strength and vitality of our national character. As it is with each senator, my vote is an act of conviction. We've come to different conclusions, fellow senators, but I trust we have all followed the dictates of our conscience. I acknowledge that my verdict will not remove the president from office. The results of this Senate court will in fact be appealed to a higher court, the judgment of the American people. Voters will make the final decision, just as the president's lawyers have implored. My vote will likely be in the minority in the Senate. But irrespective of these things, with my vote, I will tell my children and their children that I did my duty to the best of my ability, believing that my country expected it of me. I will only be one name among many, no more, no less, to future generations of Americans who look at the record of this trial. They will note merely that I was among the senators who determined that what the president did was wrong, grievously wrong. We are all footnotes at best in the annals of history, but in the most powerful nation on earth, the nation conceived in liberty and justice, that distinction is enough for any citizen. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. Over the past few weeks, we've heard a lot of arguments, accusations, and anecdotes. Some very skilled speakers on both sides have presented their case both for and against impeachment. I listened intently, hour after hour, day after day, to the House managers and the president's lawyers. And the word that kept coming to me, that I kept writing down in my notes, was fairness. Because you see, here in America, you are innocent until proven guilty. As the president's defense team noted, at the foundation of those authentic forms of justice is fundamental fairness. It's playing by the rules. It's why we don't allow deflated footballs or stealing signs from the field. Rules are rules. They're there to be followed. You can create all the rhetorical imagery in the world, but without the facts to prove guilt, it doesn't mean a thing. They can say the president cannot be trusted, but without proving why he can't be trusted, their words are just empty political attacks. You can speak of David versus Goliath, but if you were the one trying to subvert the presumption of innocence, if you are the one to will facts into existence, you are not David. You have become Goliath. Our job here in the Senate is to ensure a fair trial based on the evidence gathered by the House. I've been accused, as have many of my colleagues, of not wanting that fair trial. The exact opposite is true. We have ensured a fair trial in the Senate after House Democrats abused historical precedents in their zeal to impeach a president they simply do not like. During prior impeachment proceedings in the last 50 years, lasting around 75 days or so in the House, the opposing party has allowed witnesses and the ability to cross-examine. This time, House Republicans were locked out of the first 71 of 78 days. Let me say that differently. The ability to cross-examine the witnesses that are coming before the House against the president, the House Republicans were not allowed. The president's team was not allowed to cross-examine those witnesses. The ability to contradict and or to cross-examine or have a conversation about the evidence at the foundation of the trial, White House counsel, Republicans, not allowed. Think about the concept of due process. The House Republicans, the president's team, not allowed 71 of 78 days in the House. This is not a fair process. Does that sound fair to you? Democrats began talking about impeachment within months of President Trump's election and have made it clear that their number one goal, perhaps their only goal, has been to remove him from office. Does that sound fair to you? They've said, we're going to impeach, use an expletive. They've said, we have to impeach him, otherwise he's going to win the election. Now that might be the transparency we've been looking for in this process. The real root or the foundation of why we found ourselves here for 60 hours of testimony. It might be because, as they said themselves, if we don't impeach him, he might just win. What an amazing thought that the American people and not members of Congress would decide the presidency of the United States. What a novel concept that the House managers and Congress would not remove his name from the ballot in 2020, but we would allow the American people to decide the fate of this president and of the presidency. They don't get it. They don't understand that the American people should be and are the final arbiters of what happens. They want to make not only the president vulnerable, but they want to make Republican senators vulnerable so that they can control the majority in the United States Senate. Because the facts are not winning for them. The facts are winning for us. Because when you look at the facts, they're not their facts and our facts. They are just the facts. But what I've learned from watching the House managers, very convincing they were for the first day. And after that, what we realized was some facts mixed with a little fiction led to 100% deception. You cannot mix facts and fiction without having the premise of deceiving the American public. And that's what we saw here in our chambers. And why is that the case? Well, it's simple. When you look at the facts of this presidency, you come to a few conclusions that are, in fact, indisputable. One of those conclusions is that our economy is booming. And it's not simply booming from the top. It's actually, when you start looking into the crosstabs, as I like to say, what you find is that the bottom 20% are seeing increases that the top 20% are not seeing. So this economy is working for the most vulnerable Americans, and that's challenging to our friends on the other side. When you think about the fact that the Opportunity Zone legislation supported by this president is bringing $67 billion of private sector dollars into the most vulnerable communities, that is challenging to the other side. But those two are facts. When you think about the essence of criminal justice reform and making communities safer and having a fairer justice system for those who are incarcerated, that is challenging to the other side. But it is indeed a fact driven home by the Republican Party and President Donald John Trump. And these facts do have consequences, just like elections. And our friends on the other side, unfortunately, decided that if they could not beat them at the poll, give Congress an opportunity to, in fact, impeach the president. My friends on the left simply don't want a fair process. This process has lacked fairness. Instead, they paint their efforts as fighting on behalf of democracy, when in fact they are just working on behalf of Democrats. That's not fair. It's not what the American people deserve. House managers said over and over again, the Senate had to protect our nation's free and fair elections, but they are seeking to overturn a fairly won election with absurd charges. The House manager said over and over again that the Senate has to allow new witnesses so as to make the Senate trial fair. But they didn't bother with the notion of fairness when they were in charge in the House. Their notion of fairness is to give the prosecution do-overs and extra latitude, but not the defendant. Actions speak louder than words, and Democrat actions have said all we need to hear. Let's vote no on these motions today and get back to working for the American people.
Senator from Maryland, Delaware, sorry.
Mr. President, the last time this body, the last time the Senate debated the fate of a presidency in the context of impeachment, the legendary senator from West Virginia, Robert Byrd, rose and said, "I think my country sinks beneath the yoke. It weeps, it bleeds, and each new day a gash is added to her wounds." Our country today, as then, is in pain. We are deeply divided. And most days, it seems to me that we here are the ones wielding the shiv, not the salve. The founders gave this Senate the sole power to try impeachment because, as Alexander Hamilton wrote, where else than in the Senate could have been found a tribunal sufficiently dignified or sufficiently independent? I wish I could say with confidence that we here have lived up to the faith our founders entrusted in us. Unfortunately, I fear in this impeachment trial, the Senate has failed, an historic test of our ability to put country over party. Foreign interference in our democracy has posed a grave threat to our nation since its very founding. James Madison wrote that impeachment was an indispensable check against a president who would betray his trust to foreign powers. The threat of foreign interference remains grave and real to this day. It is indisputable that Russia attacked our 2016 election, interfered in it broadly, and President Trump's own FBI director and director of national intelligence have warned us they are intent on interfering in our election this coming fall. So to my Republican colleagues, I have frankly found it difficult to understand why you would continue to so fervently support a president who has repeatedly and publicly invited foreign interference in our elections. During his 2016 campaign, Donald Trump looked straight into the cameras at a press conference and said, and I quote, "Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find Secretary Clinton's 30,000 emails." We now know with certainty that Russian military intelligence hackers first attempted to break into Secretary Clinton's office servers for the first time that very day. Throughout his campaign, President Trump praised the publication of emails that Russian hackers had stolen from his political opponent, and he mercilessly attacked former FBI Director Robert Mueller throughout his investigation into the 2016 election and allegations of Russian interference. Now we know, following this trial, that the day after Special Counsel Mueller testified about his investigation to this Congress, President Trump, on a phone call with the president of Ukraine, asked for a favor. He asked President Zelensky to announce an investigation of his chief political rival, former Vice President Joe Biden. And he asked for an investigation into a Russian conspiracy theory about that DNC server. In the weeks and the months since, he has repeated that Ukraine should investigate his political opponents and that China should as well. During the trial here, after the House managers and President's counsel made their presentation, senators had the opportunity to ask questions. I asked a question of the President's lawyers about a sentence in their own trial brief, one that stated, quote, "Congress has forbidden foreigners' involvement in American elections." I simply asked whether the president's own attorneys believe their client, President Trump, agrees with that statement. And they refused to confirm that he does. And how could they, when he has repeatedly invited and solicited foreign interference in our elections? So to my colleagues, do you doubt that President Trump did what he's accused of? Do you doubt he would do it again? Do you think for even one moment he would refuse the help of foreign agents to smear any one of us if he thought it was in his best political interests? And I have to ask, what becomes of our democracy when elections become a no-holds-barred blood sport, when our foreign adversaries become our allies, and when Americans of the opposing party become our enemies? Throughout this trial, I have listened to the arguments of the House managers prosecuting the case against President Trump and of the arguments of counsel defending the president. I engaged with colleagues on both sides of the aisle and listened to their positions. The president's counsel have warned us of danger in partisan impeachments, They've cautioned that abuse of power, the first article, is a difficult standard to define. They've expressed deep concern about an impeachment conducted on the brink of our next presidential election. I understand those concerns and even share some of them. The House managers, in turn, warned us that our president has demonstrated a perilous willingness to seek foreign interference in our elections and presented significant evidence that the president withheld foreign aid from a vulnerable ally not to serve our national interest, but to attack a political opponent. And they demonstrated the president has categorically obstructed congressional investigations to cover up his misconduct. These are serious dangers, too. We then are faced with a choice between serious and significant dangers. And after listening closely to the evidence, weighing the arguments, and reflecting on my constitutional responsibility and my oath to do impartial justice, I have decided today I will vote guilty on both articles. I recognize that many of my colleagues have made up their minds. No matter what decision you've reached, I think it is a sad day for our country. I myself have never been on a crusade to impeach Donald Trump, as has been alleged against all Democrats. I've sought ways to work across the aisle with his administration. But in the years that have followed his election, I've increasingly become convinced our president is not just unconventional, not just testing the boundaries of our norms and traditions. He is at times unmoored. Throughout this trial, I've heard from Delawareans who are frustrated the Senate refused to hear from witnesses or subpoena documents needed to uncover all the facts about the president's misconduct. I've heard from Delawareans who fear our president believes he's above the law and that he acts as if he is the law. I've also heard from Delawareans who just want us to find a way to work together. It is my sincere regret that with all the time we've spent together, we could not find common ground at all. From the opening resolution that set the procedures for trial, adopted on a party line basis, Majority Leader refused all attempts to make this a more open, more fair process. Every Democrat was willing to have Chief Justice Roberts rule on motions to subpoena relevant witnesses and documents. Every member of the opposing party refused. We could not even forge a consensus to call a single witness who has said he has firsthand evidence, is willing to testify, and was even preparing to appear before us. Mr. President, when an impeachment trial becomes meaningless, we are damaged and weakened as a body, and our Constitution suffers in ways not easily repaired. We have a president who hasn't turned over a single scrap of paper in an impeachment investigation, unlike Presidents Nixon and Clinton before him, who directed their senior advisors and cabinet officials to cooperate. President Trump stonewalled every step of this Congress's impeachment inquiry and then personally attacked those who cooperated. The people who testified to the House of Representatives in spite of the president's orders are dedicated public servants and deserve our thanks, not condemnation. Where do we go from here? Well, after President Clinton's impeachment trial, he said, and I quote, "This can be and must be a time of reconciliation and renewal for our country," and he apologized for the harm he'd done to our nation. When President Nixon announced his resignation, he said, "The first essential is to begin healing the wounds of this nation." I wish President Trump would use this moment to bring our country together, to assure us he would work to make the 2020 election a fair contest, that he would tell Russia and China to stay out of our elections, that he would tell the American people, whomever his opponent might be, the fight will be between candidates, not families, and that if he loses, he will leave peacefully in a dignified manner, and that if he wins, he will work tirelessly to be the president for all people. But at this point, some might suggest it would be hopelessly naive to expect of President Trump that he would apologize or strive to heal our country or do the important work of safeguarding our next election, and so that falls to us, to my colleagues who've concluded impeachment is too heavy a hammer to wield. If you believe the American people should decide the fate of this president in the next election, what will you do to protect our democracy? What will you do to ensure the American people learn the truth of what happened so that they can cast informed votes? Will you co-sponsor bills to secure our elections? Will you insist they receive votes on this floor? Will you express support for the intelligence community that is working to keep our country safe? Will you ensure whistleblowers who expose corruption are protected, not vilified? Will you press this administration to cooperate with investigations, to allow meaningful accommodations so that Congress can have its power of oversight? Why can we not do this together? Each day of this trial, we said the Pledge of Allegiance to our common nation. For my Republican friends who've concluded the voters should decide President Trump's fate, we need to do more together to make that possible. And many of my Democratic friends I know are poised to do their very best to defeat President Trump at the ballot box. So here is my plea, that we would find ways to work together to defend our democracy and safeguard our next election. We have spent more time together here in the last few weeks than in the last few years. Imagine if we dedicated that same time to passing the dozens of bipartisan bills that have come over from the House that are waiting action. Imagine what we could accomplish for our states and our country if we actually tackled the challenges of affordable health care and ending the opioid crisis, of making our schools and communities safer and bridging our profound disagreements. What fills me with dread to my colleagues is that each day we come to this floor and talk past each other, not to each other, and fail to help our constituents. Let me close by paraphrasing our chaplain, Chaplain Black, whose daily prayers brought me great strength in recent weeks. May we work together to bring peace and unity. May we permit godliness to make us bold as lions. May we see a clear vision of our Lord's desires for our nation. And remember, we borrow our heartbeats from our Creator each day. Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent my statement be printed in the trial record.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
Senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. President. Over the last several months, last several weeks, the American people have watched Washington convulse in partisan accusations, investigations, and endless acrimony. That division reached its high watermark as the United States Senate carried out the third presidential impeachment trial in our nation's history. We saw over the last 2 weeks an impeachment process that included the testimony of 17 witnesses, more than 100 hours of testimony, and tens of thousands of pages of evidence, records, and documents, which I successfully fought to make part of the record. I fought hard to extend the duration of testimony to ensure that each side could be heard over 6 days instead of just 4. But what we did not see over the last 2 weeks was a conclusive reason to remove the President of the United States, an act which would nullify the 2016 election and rob roughly half the country of their preferred candidate for the 2020 election. House managers repeatedly stated that they had established overwhelming evidence and an airtight case to remove the president. Yet they also repeatedly claimed they needed additional investigation and testimony. A case cannot be both overwhelming and airtight and yet incomplete at the same time. That contradiction is not mere semantics. In their partisan race to impeach, the House failed to do the fundamental work required to prove its case, to meet the heavy burden. For the Senate to ignore this deficiency and conduct its own investigation would weaponize the impeachment power. A House majority could simply short-circuit an investigation, impeach, and demand the Senate complete the House's work, what they were asking us to do. The founders were concerned about this very point. Alexander Hamilton wrote regarding impeachments, and I quote, "There will always be the greatest danger that the decision will be regulated more by the comparative strength of parties than by real demonstrations of innocence or guilt." More recently, Congressman Jerry Nadler, one of the House managers in the trial, said, "There must never be a narrowly voted impeachment or an impeachment substantially supported by one of our major political parties and largely opposed by the other. Such an impeachment will lack legitimacy." Last March, Speaker Nancy Pelosi said, "Impeachment is so divisive to the country that unless there's something so compelling and overwhelming and bipartisan, I don't think we should go down that path because it divides the country." The framers knew that partisan impeachments could lead to impeachments over policy disagreements. Legal scholars like Charles Black have written that policy differences are not grounds for impeachment. But policy differences about corruption and the proper use of tax dollars are at the very heart of this impeachment. Nevertheless, that disagreement led the House to deploy this most serious of constitutional remedies. The reason the framers were concerned about partisan or policy impeachments was their concern for the American people. Removing a president disenfranchises the American people. For a Senate of only 100 people, to do that requires a genuine bipartisan national consensus. Here, especially only 9 months before an election, I cannot pretend the people will accept this body removing a president who received nearly 63 million votes without meeting that high burden. The House manager's other argument to remove the president, obstruction of Congress, is an affront to the Constitution. The framers created a system of government in which the legislative, executive, and judiciary are evenly balanced. The framers consciously diluted each branch's power, making all three separate but equal, empowered to check each other. The obstruction charge assumes the House is superior to the executive branch. In their zeal, the House managers would disempower the judiciary and demand that the House's interpretation of the sole power of impeachment be accepted by the Senate and the other branches without question. They claim no constitutional privilege exists to protect the executive branch against the legislature seeking impeachment. They go further and claim that a single justice exercising the Senate's sole power to try impeachments can actually strip the executive of its constitutional protections with a simple decree. In Federalist 78, Hamilton wrote, "Liberty can have nothing to fear from the judiciary alone, but would have everything to fear from its union with either of the other departments." If the House managers prevail, the House would have destroyed our constitutional balance, declaring itself the arbiter of constitutional rights, and conscripting the Chief Justice to do it. To be clear, the executive branch is not immune from legislative oversight or impeachment and trial, but that cannot come at the expense of constitutional rights, certainly not without input from the judiciary. After all, since Marbury versus Madison, it is emphatically the duty of the judicial department to say what the law is. Without this separation, nothing stops the House from seeking privileged information under the guise of an impeachment inquiry. But the House managers say that no matter how flimsy the House's case, if the executive tries to protect that information constitutionally, that itself is an impeachable offense. That dangerous precedent would weaken the stability of government, constantly threatening the president with removal and setting the stage for a constitutional crisis without recourse to the courts. With this precedent set, the separation of powers would simply cease to exist. Over the 244 years history of our country, no president has been removed from office. The first presidential impeachment occurred in 1868. The next was more than 100 years later. Now, 50% of presidents have been impeached in the last 25 years alone. A tool so rarely used in the past is now being used more frequently. It's a dangerous development, and the Senate stands as the safeguard as passions grow even more heated. These defective articles and the defective process leading to them allow the House to muddy things and claim we're setting a destructive precedent for the future. Of course, bad cases make bad law. The House's decision to short-circuit the investigation, moving faster than any presidential impeachment and a wholly partisan one at that, certainly makes for a bad case. So again, let me be clear about what this precedent does not do. At the outset, this case does not set the precedent that a president can do anything as long as he believes it to be in his electoral interest. I also reject the claim that impeachment requires criminal conduct. Rather, this shows first that House committees cannot simply assume the impeachment power to compel evidence without express authority from the full body and corresponding political accountability. Second, the House should work in good faith with the executive through the accommodation process. If that process reaches an impasse, the House should seek the assistance of the judicial branch before turning to impeachment. Finally, when articles of impeachment come to the Senate along partisan lines, when nearly half of the people appear unmoved and maintain adamant support for the president, and when the country is just months away from an election, in these circumstances, the American people would likely not accept removing the president, and the Senate can wisely decline to usurp the people's power to elect their own president. It has been said in this trial that the American people cannot make that decision for themselves. I couldn't disagree more. I believe in the American people. I believe in the power of our people to evaluate the president, to make their decision in November, and to move forward in our enduring effort to form a more perfect union. I do not believe a Senate nullification of 2 elections over defective impeachment articles is in the nation's best interest. So let's move forward with the people's business and bring this nation back together. Let's rise up together, not fight each other. Not all of us voted for President Trump. Not all of us voted for the last president or the one before him. Yet we should work to make our nation successful regardless of partisan passions. Passion positively placed will provide our nation with the prosperity it has always been blessed with. Partisan poison will prove devastating to our nation's long-term prosperity. We must not allow our fractures to destroy our national fabric or partisanship to destroy our friendships. If we come together, we will succeed together. For surely we are bound together in this, the great United States of America. Mr. President, I ask that this be included in the trial record and yield the floor.
Mr. President, today we face a crucial test, whether the Senate will rise to serve as a check on executive abuses that our founders expected it to be. But today and throughout this trial, I'm sad to say we're failing this test. After we've been confronted with overwhelming evidence of a brazen abuse of executive power, and an equally brazen attempt to keep that scheme hidden from Congress and the American people, the Senate is poised to look the other way, to pretend the Senate has no responsibility to reveal the president's misconduct and, God forbid, hold him to account. Instead, we are being told the Senate has no constitutional role to play. We're told only the American people should judge the president's misconduct in the next election. This, despite the fact the president's scheme was aimed at cheating in that very next election. And now the Senate is cementing a cover-up of the president's misconduct to keep its extent hidden from the American people. I've been here 45 years, and I think how far the Senate has fallen. In some ways, President Nixon's misconduct, directing a break-in of the Democratic National Committee headquarters to benefit himself politically, that seems quaint compared to today. As charged in Article 1, President Trump secretly directed a sweeping illegal scheme to withhold $400 million in military aid from an ally at war in order to extort that ally into announcing investigations of his political opponent in a way that would boost President Trump's reelection. And then, instead of hiding secret records, as President Nixon did, President Trump attempted to hide every single record from the American people. As reflected in Article 2, President Trump has the distinction of being the only president in our nation's history to direct all executive branch officials not to cooperate with a congressional investigation. So I want to be clear. I don't relish the prospect of an impeachment trial. I have stark disagreements with this president on issues of policy, on the law, on morality and honesty. But it's for the American people to judge a president on those matters. Today is not about policy differences. It's about the integrity of our elections and the Constitution. The Constitution cannot protect itself. We're supposed to protect it. The central arguments presented by the president's defense team were stunning, not unlike King Louis XIV of France, who famously declared, "I am the state." The president argues he can abuse his power to benefit his reelection so long as he believes his reelection is in the national interest. He even argues that he can request foreign governments to dig up dirt on political opponents with impunity. All of us in the Senate should flatly reject the president's argument, but an acquittal today will do just the opposite. If you believe that these outlandish arguments are irrelevant after today, remember this. The president's counsel's claim that abuse of power is not impeachable is largely and mistakenly based on the arguments of another counsel, Justice Benjamin Curtis, defending another president, President Johnson. That was 150 years ago. An acquittal today, despite the overwhelming evidence of guilt and following a sham of a trial, may fundamentally distort our systems and checks and balances for another 150 years. And what a sham trial it was. The fact that this body would not call a uniquely critical witness, John Bolton, or any other one, is beyond outrageous. And why? Is it because testimony detailing this corrupt scheme, no matter how damning, would not alter the majority leader's preordained acquittal? It's often said that history is watching. And I expect that's true, but this moment we're not merely witnesses to history, we're writing it. And let me describe the dark chapters we're inscribing in the story of our republic today. In his farewell address, George Washington warned us that foreign influence is one of the most painful foes of Republican government. Yet as a candidate, President Trump famously requested our foreign foe, Russia, to hack his political opponent's emails. And hours later, of course, Russia did. And literally the day after that saga finally came to a close, the president asked the Ukrainian president for, quote, a favor. He has since publicly repeated his request for Ukraine to interfere in our election. He made the same request to China. If we acquit President Trump today, what will he do tomorrow? Well, two things I'm confident of. President Trump's willingness to abuse his office, his eagerness to exploit foreign interference in our elections will only grow, and Congress's capacity to do anything about it will be crippled. While the president's lawyers stood on the Senate floor and admonished the House managers for failing to litigate each subpoena in court to exhaustion, he had other lawyers in court making the mutually exclusive argument that Article III courts have no jurisdiction to settle disputes between our two branches. Such duplicity would put the two-faced Roman god Janus to shame. But crucially, with this vote today, we inflict grave damage on our power of the purse. I see the chairman of the Appropriations Committee on the floor. I'm the vice chairman of Appropriations, and members of this committee are the guardians of this body's power of the purse, granted exclusively to Congress by the founders to counter all the overgrown prerogatives of the other branches. If we fail to hold President Trump accountable for illegally freezing military aid to extract a personal favor, what would stop any future president from holding any part of the $4.7 trillion budget hostage to their personal whims? And the answer is nothing. We will have relinquished the very check that the founders had trusted us to ensure the president could never behave like a king. Decades ago, I questioned whether impeachment would be accepted if not bipartisan. But the argument, the other side has revealed itself to be painfully flawed. In 1974, Republicans ultimately convinced President Nixon to resign. In 1999, Democrats condemned President Clinton's private misconduct and supported a censure. In contrast, with one important exception, President Trump's supporters have thus far shown no limits in their tolerance of overwhelming misconduct. Before I close, I want to thank the brave individuals who shared their testimony with the House and American people. Each witness stepped forward despite knowing the disgraceful attacks they would endure, and we owe them our appreciation. They actually give us hope for tomorrow, but today's a dark day. And what frightens me most is this: we are currently on a dangerous road. No one knows where that road is going to take us. The notion that the president has learned his lesson is farcical. His lead counsel opened and closed the trial by claiming the president did nothing wrong. The president described his actions as perfect. On 75 separate occasions, including yesterday, he's claimed he's done nothing wrong. Well, Lord help us if the Senate agrees, because the only lesson the president has learned from this trial is how easily he can get away with egregious, illegal misconduct. The Senate does not recognize the gravity of President Trump's violation of the public trust, as Hamilton defined an impeachable offense, and vote to hold him accountable. We've only seen a preview of what will come: foreign interference in our elections, total noncompliance with congressional oversight, disregard of our constitutional power of the purse, open, flagrant corruption. That's the tragic result of the Senate failing in its constitutional duty. We'll leave President Trump sacred and inviolable, and with no constitutional tribunal to which he's amenable, no punishment to which he can be subjected without involving the crises of a national revolution. I quote Hamilton, and as Hamilton warned, that would not be a president, that would be a king. I'm proud to live in a country that likes presidents, not kings. And I, for one, will not merely get over it. President Trump directed the most impeachable, corrupt scheme by any president in this country's history. To protect our republic, to safeguard our system of checks and balances, my oath, which I take seriously, compels me to hold the President of the United States accountable. I will vote to convict and remove President Donald J. Trump from office. And Mr. President, before yielding the floor, I ask my full statement and my January 31 statement regarding the vote on witnesses be included in the trial record.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
The senator from Alabama.
Mr. President, over the past 2 weeks, my colleagues and I have patiently listened to arguments from both the House managers and the President's counsel right here in the Senate regarding a grave allegation from the House that the President has committed an act worthy of impeachment. As a senator, Mr. President, I believe that the first and perhaps most important consideration is whether abuse of power and obstruction of Congress are impeachable offenses, as asserted by our House managers. Impeachment is a necessary and essential component of our Constitution. It serves as an important check on civil officers who commit crimes against the United States. However, our founding fathers were wise to ensure that the impeachment and the conviction of a sitting president would not be of partisan intent. Since President Trump took office, many have sought to delegitimize his presidency with partisan attacks. We've heard this right here in the Senate, and we've experienced it. This extreme effort to unseat the president, I believe, is unjustified and intolerable. Now that the Senate has heard and studied the arguments from both sides, I believe the lack of merit in the House manager's case is evident. The outcome of the impeachment trial is a foregone conclusion. Acquittal is the judgment the Senate should and I believe will render, and soon. For my part, I have weighed the House manager's case and found it wanting in fundamental aspects. I will try to explain. I believe, Mr. President, that their case does not allege an impeachable offense. Even if the facts
or as they have stated, the managers have failed, I believe, as a matter of constitutional law to meet the exceedingly high bar for removal of the president as established by our founding fathers, the framers of the Constitution. In their wisdom, the framers rejected vague grounds for impeachment, offensive like we've heard here, maladministration, for fear that it would, in the words of Madison, result in a presidential tenure during the pleasure of the Senate. Abuse of power, one of the charges put forward here by the House managers, is a concept as vague and susceptible to abuse, I believe, as maladministration. If you take just a minute or two to look at the definitions of abuse and mal, they draw distinct similarities. Mal, a prefix of Latin origin, means bad, evil, wrong. Abuse, also of Latin origin, means to wrongly use or to use for a bad effect. There's a kinship between mal and abuse. As the framers rejected, in their wisdom, maladministration, I believe that they too would reject the non-criminal abuse of power. Instead, the framers, as the presiding officer knows, the framers provided for impeachment only in a few limited cases: treason, bribery, and high crimes and misdemeanors. Only those offensive justify taking the dire step of removing a duly elected president from office and permanently taking his name off the ballot. This institution, the U.S. Senate, I believe, should not lower the constitutional bar and authorize their theory of impeachment for abuse of power. It's simply not an impeachable offense, in my judgment. Their criteria for removal centers not on the president's actions, but on their loose perception of his motivations. If the Senate endorses this approach, we will dramatically transform the impeachment power as we have known it over the years. We will forever turn this grave constitutional power into a tool for adjudicating policy disputes and political disagreements among all of us. The framers, in their wisdom, cautioned us against this dangerous path, and I believe the Senate will heed their warning. The other article, the House manager's obstruction of Congress claim, is similarly flawed. Congress's investigative and oversight powers are critical tools, and we use them in ensuring our system of checks and balances. But those powers are not absolute. The president, too, as head of a co-equal branch of government, enjoys certain privileges and immunities from congressional fact-finding. That is his constitutional right and has been the right of former presidents from both parties. The president's mere assertion of privileges and immunities is not impeachable. It's not an impeachable offense. Endorsing otherwise would be unprecedented and would ignore the past practices of administrations of both parties. Adopting otherwise would drastically undermine the separation of powers enshrined in our Constitution. This was not what our framers intended. Mr. President, nowhere in the Constitution, as you know, or in the federal statute is abuse of power or obstruction of Congress listed as a crime. Nowhere. What constitutes an impeachable offense is not left to the discretion of the Congress. We cannot expand, I believe, on the scope of actions that could be deemed impeachable beyond that which the framers intended. What we really have here, I believe, is nothing more than the abuse of the power of impeachment itself by the Democratic House. Doesn't our country deserve better? The president certainly deserves better. And today I'm proud to stand and repudiate those very weak impeachment efforts, and I will accordingly vote to acquit the president on both sides, both articles. Mr. President, my hope is that in the future Congress will reject this episode and instead choose to be guided by the Constitution and the words of our framers. Mr. President, basically I believe it's a time to move on. We know that the American economy is booming. The United States is projecting strength and promoting peace abroad, and the President is unbowed. And I believe the American people see all of this. At the end of the day, Mr. President, the ultimate judgment rests in their hands. In my judgment, that is just as it should be. With that, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Assistant Democratic Leader.
Mr. President, Benjamin Franklin knew the strength of our Constitution, but he also knew its vulnerability. His words, oft repeated on this floor, "A republic, if you can keep it," were a stark warning. Franklin believed every generation could face the challenge of protecting and defending our nation's liberty-affirming document. We know this personally. Before we can legally serve as senators, we must publicly swear an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. A trial of impeachment, more than any other Senate assignment, tests the oath each one of us takes before the people of this nation. The President's legal team warns us of the danger of impeachment and conviction. They tell us to think carefully about what the removal of a duly elected president could mean for our democracy. But if we should have our eyes wide open to the danger of conviction, we also cannot ignore the danger of acquittal. The facts of this impeachment are well known, and many Republicans concede that they are likely true. They believe, as I do, that President Trump pressured the Ukrainian president by withholding vital military aid and a prized White House visit in return for the announcement of an investigation of the Bidens and the Russian-concocted CrowdStrike fantasy. Some of these same Republicans acknowledge that what the president did was inappropriate. At least one has used the word impeachable, but many say they're still going to vote to acquit him regardless. So let's open our eyes to the morning after a judgment of acquittal. Facing a well-established election siege by Russia and other enemies of the United States, we, the Senate, will have absolved a president who continues to brazenly invite foreign interference in our elections. Expect more of the same. A majority of this body will have voted for the president's argument that inviting interference by a foreign government is not impeachable if it serves the president's personal political interest. We will also have found for the first time in the history of this nation that an impeachment proceeding in the Senate can be conducted without any direct witnesses or evidence presented on either side of the case, and that a president facing impeachment can ignore subpoenas to produce documents or witnesses to Congress. Alexander Hamilton described the Senate as the very best venue for an impeachment trial because it is independent and dignified, in his words. When the Senate voted 51-49 against witnesses and evidence, those 51 raised into question any claim to independence or dignity. In addition, an acquittal will leave the extreme views stated by the President's defense counsel, Alan Dershowitz, unchallenged. First, that abuse of power is not an impeachable offense. Second, that the impeachment charges against the President were constitutionally insufficient. And third, his most dangerous theory, that unless the President has committed an actual crime, his conduct cannot be corrupt or impeachable as long as he believes it was necessary for his reelection. By this logic, Professor Dershowitz would have excused Richard Nixon's ordering of IRS audits of his political enemies. Mr. Dershowitz has created an escape clause to impeachment which is breathtaking in its impact and unfounded in our legal history. We've all received a letter signed by nearly 300 constitutional law scholars flatly rejecting the arguments offered by the President's defense team. I ask unanimous consent the scholar's letter be entered into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Yet a verdict of acquittal by the Senate blesses the professor's tortuous reasoning. An acquittal verdict would also give President Trump's personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, a pat on the back to continue his global escapades, harassing American ambassadors whose service he distrusts and lounging at European cigar bars with an entourage of post-Soviet amigos. More than anything, a verdict of acquittal says a majority of the Senate believes this president is above the law and cannot be held accountable for conduct abusing the powers of his office. And make no mistake, this president believes that's true. On July the 23rd, 2 days before his phone call with President Zelensky, President Trump spoke to a group of young supporters and he said, and I quote, "I have an Article 2 where I have the right to do whatever I want as president." This is the dangerous principle that President Trump and his lawyers are asking us with a verdict of acquittal to accept. Under the oath I have sworn, I cannot. What does it say of this Congress and our nation that in 3 years we have become so anesthetized to outrage that for a majority in this Senate there is nothing this president can do or say that rises to the level of blushworthy, let alone impeachable? Nearly 6 years ago, I traveled to Ukraine with a bipartisan group of Senate colleagues led by John McCain. It was one of the John's whirlwind visits where we crammed 5 days' worth of meetings into 48 hours. We arrived in Kyiv on March 14, 2014. It was bitterly cold. Ukrainians had just ousted a corrupt, Russian-backed leader who looted the national treasury and hollowed out their nation's military. They'd done so by taking to the streets, risking their lives for democracy and a better future. More than 100 ordinary citizens in Kyiv had been killed by security forces of the old government simply because they were protesting for democracy. Seeing Ukraine in a fragile democratic transition, Vladimir Putin pounced on them, ordered an invasion, and occupied Crimea. Putin and his thinly disguised Russian thugs were on the verge of seizing Donetsk in the east. I asked the Prime Minister what Ukraine needed to defend itself. He said, everything. We don't have anything that floats, flies, or runs. Many may not appreciate how devastating Russia's war on Ukraine has been to that struggling young democracy. Their costly battle with Russia was for a principle that is really basic to America's national security as well. In a country with 1/8 of our population, more Ukrainian troops have died defending Ukraine from Russia than American troops have perished in Afghanistan. During the months President Trump illegally withheld military aid, as many as 24 Ukrainian soldiers were killed in battle. By withholding security aid from Ukraine for President Trump's personal political benefit, he endangered the security of a fragile democracy. Can there be any deeper betrayal of a president's responsibility than to endanger our national security and the security of an ally for his own personal political gain? And to those of my colleagues who describe the president's conduct as merely inappropriate, I disagree. Disparaging John McCain's service to our country is disgusting and inappropriate. What this president has done to Ukraine crosses that line. It is impeachable. I'll close by remembering two public servants who, like us, were called by history to judge a president. Tom Railsback passed away as this impeachment proceeding began. He was 2 days shy of his 88th birthday. I knew Tom. I considered him a friend. In 1974, Tom was a Republican congressman from Moline, Illinois, and a member of the House Judiciary Committee. He regarded President Nixon as a political friend. He believed that Richard Nixon had achieved much for America, including the opening of the door to China. After studying the Watergate evidence closely, Congressman Railsback came to believe that Richard Nixon had violated the Constitution. When President Nixon refused to turn over records and recordings requested by Congress, Tom Railsback took to the House floor to say, if the Congress doesn't get the material we think we need and then votes to exonerate, we'll be regarded as a paper tiger. When he voted to impeach President Nixon, Tom believed it was probably the end of his career, but he was elected 4 more times. To his dying day, Tom Railsback was proud of his vote. He voted for his country above his party. Bill Cohen, also a Republican, was a freshman congressman at the time and a member of the House Judiciary Committee. He studied the evidence with Tom Railsback and worked with him to draft articles of impeachment. Bill Cohen received death threats, and he thought his votes to impeach President Nixon would be the end of his political career. But he went on to a distinguished career in the House, 3 terms in the Senate, and served as Secretary of Defense. Listen to what Bill Cohen said recently of President Trump's actions, and I quote, This is presidential conduct that you want to be ashamed of. He is corrupting institutions, politicizing the military, and acts like he is the law. And then Cohen added, if the president's conduct is acceptable, we really don't have a republic as we've known it anymore. May I respectfully say to my Senate colleagues, Ben Franklin warned us of this day. I will vote guilty on both articles of impeachment against President Donald John Trump, on Article 1, abuse of power, and Article 2, obstruction of Congress. But at this moment of high constitutional drama, I hope my last words can be a personal appeal to my Senate colleagues. Last night, many of us attended a State of the Union address, which was as emotionally charged as any I have ever attended. As divided as our nation may be, and as divided as this Senate may be, we should remember America has weathered greater storms than this impeachment and our current political standoff. It was Abraham Lincoln, in the darkness of our worst storm, who called on us to, quote, strive on to finish the work we are in, to work to bind the nation's wounds. After this vote, and after this day, those of us who are entrusted with this high office must each do our part to work to bind the wounds of our divided nation. I hope we can leave this chamber with that common resolve. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from South Carolina.
I'd like unanimous consent to introduce my full statement after my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you very much. So let me just begin with a note of optimism. You're going to get to pick the next president, not a bunch of politicians driven by sour grapes. And I don't say that lightly. I didn't vote for President Trump. I voted for somebody I wouldn't know if they walked in the door. But I accepted the fact that he won. That's been hard for a lot of people. I supported the Mueller investigation. I had Democratic colleagues come to me and say, we're afraid he's going to fire Mueller. Will you stand with us to make sure Mueller can complete his investigation? And I did. 2 years, $32 million, FBI agents, subpoenas, you name it. The verdict is in. What did we find? Nothing. I thought that would be it. But it's never enough when it comes to Trump. Sorry. It's never enough when it comes to President Trump. This sham process is the low point in the Senate for me. If you think you've done the country a good service by legitimizing this impeachment process, what you have done is unleashed the partisan forces of hell. This is sour grapes. They impeached the President of the United States in 78 days. You could not get a parking ticket if you contested it in 78 days. They gave out souvenir pins when it was over. If you can't see through that, your hatred of Donald Trump has blinded you to the obvious. This is not about protecting the country. This is about destroying the president. There are no rules when it comes to Donald Trump. Everybody in America can confront the witnesses against them except Donald Trump. Everybody in America can call witnesses on their behalf except President Trump. Everybody in America can introduce evidence except for President Trump. He's not above the law, but you put him below the law. In the process of impeaching this president, you've made it almost impossible for future presidents to do their job. In 78 days, you took due process, as we've come to know it in America, and threw it in the garbage can. This is the first impeachment in the history of the country driven by politicians. The Nixon impeachment had outside counsel, Watergate prosecutors. The Clinton impeachment had Ken Starr, who looked at President Clinton for years before he brought it to Congress. The Mueller investigation went on for 2 years. I trusted Bob Mueller. And when he rendered his verdict, it broke your heart. And you can't let it go. The only way this is going to end permanently
is for the president to get reelected, and he will. So as to abuse of Congress, it is a wholesale assault on the presidency. It is abandoning every sense of fairness that every American has come to expect in their own lives. It's driven by blind partisanship and hatred of the man himself. And they wanted to do it in 78 days. Why? Because they wanted to impeach him before the election. I am not making this up. They said that. The reason the president never was allowed to go to court and challenge the subpoenas that were never issued is because the House managers understood it might take time. President Clinton and President Nixon were allowed to go to Article III court and contest the House's action. That was denied this president because it would get in the way of impeaching him before the election. And you send this crap over here, and you're okay with it, my Democratic colleagues. You're okay with the idea that the president was denied his day in court, and you were going to rule on executive privilege as a political body. You're willing to deal out the Article III courts because you hate Trump that much. What you've done is you've weakened the institution of the presidency. And be careful what you wish for, because it's going to come back your way. So abuse of Congress should be entitled abuse of power by the Congress. If you think Adam Schiff is trying to get to the truth, I got a bridge I want to sell you. These people hate Trump's guts. They rammed it through the House in a way you couldn't get a parking ticket, and they achieved their goal of impeaching him before the election. Well, the Senate's going to achieve its goal of acquitting him in February. And the American people are going to get to decide in November who they want to be their president. So acquittal will happen in about 2 hours. Exoneration comes when President Trump gets reelected, because the people of the United States are fed up with this crap. But the damage you have done will be long-lasting. Abuse of power. You're impeaching the President of the United States for suspending foreign aid for a short period of time that they eventually received ahead of schedule to leverage an investigation that never happened. You're going to remove the President of the United States for suspending foreign aid to leverage an investigation of a political opponent that never occurred. The Ukrainians did not know the suspension until September. They didn't feel any pressure. And if you're okay with Joe Biden and Hunter Biden doing what they did, it says more about you than it does anything else. The point of the abuse of power article is that you've made it almost impossible now for any president to pick up the phone if all of us can assume the worst and impeach somebody based on a subjective standard. He was talking about corruption in the Ukraine with a past president. And the Biden's conduct in the Ukraine undercut our ability to effectively deal with corruption by allowing his son to receive $3 million from the most corrupt gas company in the Ukraine. Can you imagine how the Ukrainian parliament must have felt to be lectured by Joe Biden about ending sweetheart deals? What you have done is impeach the President of the United States and willing to remove him because he suspended foreign aid for 40 days to leverage an investigation that never occurred. And to my good friend Dick Durbin, Donald Trump has done more to help the Ukrainian people than Barack Obama did in his entire 8 years. If you're looking for somebody to help the Ukrainian people fight the Russians, how about giving them some weapons? This is a sham. This is a farce. This is disgusting. This is an injustice to President Trump as a person. It's a threat to the office. It will end soon. It's going to be an overwhelming rejection of both articles. We're going to pick up the pieces and try to go forward, but I can say this without any hesitation. I worry about the future of the presidency after what's happened here. Ladies and gentlemen, you will come to regret this whole process. And to those who have these pens, I hope you will understand history will judge those pens as a souvenir of shame. I yield.
Mr. President.
The Democratic leader.
The articles of impeachment before us charged President Donald John Trump with offenses against the Constitution and the American people. The first article of impeachment charges that President Trump abused the office of the presidency by soliciting the interference of a foreign power, Ukraine, to benefit himself in the 2020 election. The president asked a foreign leader to do us a favor, us meaning him, and investigate his political opponents. In order to elicit these political investigations, President Trump withheld a White House meeting and hundreds of millions of dollars in military assistance from an ally at war with Russia. There's extensive documentation in the record proving this quid pro quo and the corrupt motive behind it. The facts are not seriously in dispute. In fact, several Republican senators admitted they believe the president committed this offense with varying degrees of opprobrium: inappropriate, wrong, shameful. Almost all Republicans will argue, however, that this reprehensible conduct does not rise to the level of an impeachable offense. The founders could not have been clearer. William Davey, a delegate to the Constitutional Convention, deemed impeachment, quote, an essential security, lest the president, quote, spare no efforts or means whatever to get himself reelected. James Madison offered a specific list of impeachable offenses during the debate in Independence Hall. A president might lose his capacity or embezzle public funds. A despicable soul might succumb to bribes while in office. Madison then arrived at what he believed was the worst conduct a president could engage in. The president could betray his trust to foreign powers, which would be fatal to the republic. Madison's words. When I studied the Constitution and the Federalist Papers in high school, admittedly, I was skeptical of George Washington's warning that, quote, foreign influence is one of the most baneful foes of Republican government, unquote. It seemed so far-fetched. Who would dare? But the foresight and wisdom of the founders endures. Madison was right. Washington was right. There is no greater subversion of our democracy than for powers outside of our borders to determine elections within them. If Americans believe that they don't determine their senator, their governor, their president, but rather some foreign potentate does, that's the beginning of the end of democracy. For a foreign country to attempt such a thing on its own is contemptible. For an American president to deliberately solicit such a thing, to blackmail a foreign country into helping him win an election, is unforgivable. Now, does this rise to the level of impeachable offense? Of course it does. Of course it does. The term high crimes derives from English law. Crimes were committed between subjects of the monarchy. High crimes were committed against the crown itself. The framers did not design a monarchy. They designed a democracy, a nation where the people were king. High crimes are those committed against the entire people of the United States. The president sought to cheat the people out of a free and fair election. How could such an offense not be deemed a high crime, a crime against the people? As one constitutional scholar in the House Judiciary hearings testified, if this is not impeachable, nothing is. I agree. I judge that President Trump is guilty of the first article of impeachment. The second article of impeachment is equally straightforward. Once the president realized he got caught, he tried to cover it up. The president asserted blanket immunity. He categorically defied congressional subpoenas, ordered his aides not to testify, and withheld the production of relevant documents. Even President Nixon, author of the most infamous presidential cover-up in history, permitted his aides to testify in Congress in the Watergate investigation. The idea that the Trump administration was properly invoking the various rights and privileges of the presidency is nonsense. At each stage of the House inquiry, the administration conjured up a different bad faith justification for evading accountability. There is no circumstance under which the administration would have complied. When I asked the President's counsel twice to name one document or one witness the President provided to Congress, they could not answer. It cannot be that the President, by dint of legal shamelessness, can escape scrutiny entirely. Once again, the facts are not in dispute, but some have sought to portray the second article of impeachment as somehow less important than the first. It is not. The second article of impeachment is necessary if Congress is to ever hold a president accountable again, Democrat or Republican. The consequences of sanctioning such categorical obstruction of Congress would be far-reaching, and they will be irreparable. I judge that President Trump is guilty of the second article of impeachment. The Senate should convict President Trump, remove him from the presidency, and disqualify him from holding future office. The guilt of the President on these charges is so obvious that here again, several Republican senators admit that the House has proved its case. So instead of maintaining the President's innocence, the President's counsel ultimately told the Senate that even if the President did what he was accused of, it's not impeachable. This has taken the form of an escalating series of Dershowitzian arguments, including, quote, abuse of power is not an impeachable offense. Quote, the President can't be impeached for non-criminal conduct, but he also can't be indicted for criminal conduct. Quote, if a president believes his own re-election is essential to the nation, then a quid pro quo is not corrupt. These are the excuses of a child caught in a lie, each explanation more outlandish and desperate than the last. It would be laughable if not for the fact that the cumulative effect of these arguments would render not just this president, but all presidents immune from impeachment and therefore above the law. Now, several members of this chamber said that even if the president is guilty, and even if it's impeachable, the Senate still shouldn't convict the president because there's an election coming up. As if the framers forgot about elections when they wrote the impeachment clause. If the founders believed that even when a president is guilty of an impeachable offense that the next election should decide his fate, they never would have included an impeachment clause in the Constitution. That much is obvious. Alone, each of the defenses advanced by the President's counsel comes close to being preposterous. Together, they are as dangerous to the Republic as this president, a fig leaf so large as to excuse any presidential misconduct. Unable to defend the president, arguments were found to make him a king. Let future generations know that only a fraction of the Senate swallowed these fantasies. The rest of us condemn them to the ash heap of history and the derision of first-year law students everywhere. We are only the third Senate in history to sit as a court of impeachment for the president. The task we were given was not easy, but the framers gave the Senate this responsibility because they could not imagine any other body capable of it. They considered others, but they entrusted us to us, and the Senate failed. The Republican caucus trained its outrage not on the conduct of the president, but on the impeachment process in the House, deriding falsely an alleged lack of fairness and thoroughness. The conjured outrage was so blinding that the Republican majority ended up guilty of the very sins it falsely accused the House of committing. It conducted the least fair, least thorough, most rushed impeachment trial in the history of this country. A simple majority of senators denied the Senate's right to examine relevant evidence, to call witnesses, to review documents, and to properly try try the impeachment of the president, making this the first impeachment trial in history that heard from no witnesses. A simple majority of senators, in deference to, and most likely in fear of, the president of their party, perpetrated a great miscarriage of justice in the trial of President Trump. As a result, the verdict of this kangaroo court will be meaningless. By refusing the facts, by refusing witnesses and documents, the Republican majority has placed a giant asterisk, the asterisk of a sham trial, next to the acquittal of President Trump, written in permanent ink. Acquittal in an unfair trial with this giant asterisk, the asterisk of a sham trial, is worth nothing at all to President Trump or to anybody else. No doubt, the president will boast he received total exoneration, but we know better. We know this wasn't a trial by any stretch of the definition, and the American people know it too. We've heard a lot about the framers over the past several weeks, about the impeachment clause they forged, the separation of powers they wrought, the conduct they most feared in our chief magistrate. But there is something the founders considered even more fundamental to our republic: truth. The founders had seen and studied societies governed by the iron fist of tyrants and the divine right of kings, but none by argument, rational thinking, facts, debate. Hamilton said the American people would determine, quote, whether societies are really capable of establishing good government from reflection and choice, or forever destined to depend on accident and force. And what an astonishing thing the founders did. They placed a bet with long odds. They believed that reflection and choice would make us capable of self-government, that we wouldn't agree on everything, but at least we could agree on a common baseline of fact and of truth. They wrote a constitution with the remarkable idea that even the most powerful person in our country was not above the law and could be put on trial, a place where you seek truth. The faith our founders placed in us makes the failure of this Senate even more damning. Our nation was founded on the idea of truth, but there was no truth here. The Republican majority couldn't let truth into this trial. The Republican majority refused to get the evidence because they were afraid of what it might show. Our nation was founded on the idea of truth, but in order to countenance this president, you have to ignore the truth. Republicans walk through the halls with their heads down. They didn't see the tweet. They can't respond to everything he says. They hope he learned his lesson this time. Yes, maybe this time he learned his lesson. Our nation was founded on truth. But in order to excuse this president, you have to willfully ignore the truth and indulge in the president's conspiracy theories. Millions of people voted illegally. The deep state is out to get them. Ukraine interfered in our elections. You must attempt to normalize his behavior. Obama did it too, they falsely claim. Democrats are just as bad. Our nation was founded on the idea of truth. But this president is such a menace, so contemptuous of every virtue, so dishonorable, so dishonest, that you must ignore, indeed sacrifice, the truth to maintain his favor. The trial of this president, its failure, reflects the central challenge of this presidency and maybe the central challenge of this time in our democracy. You cannot be on the side of this president and be on the side of truth. And if we are to survive as a nation, we must choose truth. Because if the truth doesn't matter, if the news you don't like is fake, if cheating in an election is acceptable, if everyone is as wicked as the wickedest among us, then the hope for the future is lost. The eyes of the nation are upon this Senate, and what they see will strike doubt in the heart of even the most ardent patriot. The House managers established the president abused the great power of his office to try to cheat in an election, and the Senate majority is poised to look the other way. So I direct my final message, not to the House managers, not even to my fellow senators, but to the American people. My message is simple. Don't lose hope. There is justice in this world, and truth, and right. I believe that. I wouldn't be in this government if I didn't. Somehow, in ways we can't predict, with God's mysterious hand guiding us, truth and right will prevail. There have been dark periods in our history, but we always overcome. The Senate's opening prayer yesterday was Amos 5:24. Let justice roll down like water, righteousness like an ever-flowing stream. The long arc of the moral universe, my fellow Americans, does bend towards justice. America does change for the better, but not on its own. It took millions of Americans hundreds of years to make this country what it is today. Americans of every age and color and creed who marched and protested, who stood up and sat in. Americans who defended this democracy, this beautiful democracy, in its darkest hours. On Memorial Day in 1884, Oliver Wendell Holmes told his war-weary audience that, quote, whether one accepts from fortune her spade and will look downward and dig, or from aspiration her axe and cord and will scale the ice, the one and only success which is yours to command is to bring to your work a mighty heart. I have confidence that Americans of a different generation, our generation, will bring to our work a mighty heart to fight for what's right, to fight for the truth, and never, never lose faith. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
The United States Senate was made for moments like this. The framers predicted that factional fever might dominate House majorities from time to time. They knew the country would need a firewall to keep partisan flames from scorching our republic. So they created the Senate. Out of necessity, James Madison wrote, of some stable institution in the government. Of some stable institution in the government. Today, we will fulfill this founding purpose. We will reject this incoherent case that comes nowhere near justifying the first presidential removal in history. This partisan impeachment will end today. But I fear the threat to our institutions may not, because this episode is one of a symptom of something much deeper. In the last 3 years, the opposition to this president has come to revolve around a truly dangerous concept. Leaders in the opposite party increasingly argue that if our institutions don't produce the outcomes they like, our institutions themselves must be broken. One side has decided that defeat simply means the whole system is broken, that we literally tear up the rules and write new ones. Normally, when a party loses an election, it accepts defeat. It reflects and retools. But not this time. Within months, Secretary Clinton was suggesting her defeat was invalid. She called our president illegitimate. Former president falsely claimed that President Trump didn't actually win. He lost the election, the former president said. And members of Congress have used similar rhetoric. A disinformation campaign, weakening confidence in our democracy. The very real issue of foreign election interference was abused to fuel conspiracy theories. For years, prominent voices said there had been a secret conspiracy between the president's campaign and a foreign government. But when the Mueller investigation and the Senate Intelligence Committee debunked that, the delegitimizing endeavor didn't stop. Didn't stop. Remember what Chairman Schiff said here on the floor. He suggested that if the American people re-elect President Trump in November, that election will be presumptively invalid as well. That's Chairman Schiff on this floor, saying if the American people re-elect President Trump this November, that election will be presumptively invalid as well. So they still don't accept the American voters' last decision. And now they're preparing to reject the voters' next decision if they don't like the outcome. Not only the last decision, but the next decision. Heads, we win. Tails, you cheated. And who can trust our democracy anyway, they say. This kind of talk creates more fear and division than our foreign adversaries could achieve in their wildest dreams. As Dr. Hill testified, our adversaries seek to divide us against each other, degrade our institutions, and destroy the faith of the American people in our democracy. And as she noted, if Americans become consumed by partisan rancor, we can easily do that work for them. The architects of this impeachment claimed they were defending norms and traditions. In reality, it was an assault on both. First, the House attacked its own precedents on fairness and due process, and by rushing to use the impeachment power as a political weapon of first resort. Then their articles attacked the office of the presidency. Then they attacked the Senate and called us treacherous. Then the far left tried to impugn the Chief Justice for remaining neutral during the trial. And now, for the final act, the Speaker of the House is trying to steal the Senate's sole power to render a verdict. The Speaker says she will just refuse to accept this acquittal. Speaker of the House says she refuses to accept this acquittal. Whatever that means. Perhaps she will tear up the verdict like she tore up the State of the Union address. So I would ask my distinguished colleagues across the aisle, is this really where you want to go? The president isn't the president. An acquittal isn't an acquittal. Attack institutions until they get their way. Even my colleagues who may not agree with this president must see the insanity of this logic. It's like saying you're so worried about a bull in a china shop that you want to bulldoze the china shop to chase it out. And here's the most troubling part. The most troubling part. There is no sign this attack on our institutions will end here. In recent months, Democratic presidential candidates and Senate leaders have toyed with killing a filibuster so the Senate could approve radical changes with less deliberation and less persuasion. Several of our colleagues sent an extraordinary brief to the Supreme Court threatening political retribution if the justices did not decide a case the way they wanted. We've seen proposals to turn the FEC, the regulator of elections and political speech, into a partisan body for the first time ever. All these things, Mr. President, all these things, a toxic temptation to stop debating policy within our great American governing traditions and instead declare a war on the traditions themselves. A war on the traditions themselves. So, colleagues, whatever policy differences we may have, we should all agree this is precisely the kind of recklessness the Senate was created to stop. The response to losing one election cannot be to attack the office of the presidency. The response to losing several elections cannot be to threaten the Electoral College. The response to losing a court case cannot be to threaten the judiciary. The response to losing a vote cannot be to threaten the Senate. We simply cannot let factional fever break our institutions. It must work the other way, as Madison and Hamilton intended. The institutions must break the fever rather than the other way around. The framers built the Senate to keep temporary rage from doing permanent damage to our republic. The framers built the Senate to keep temporary rage from doing permanent damage to our republic. That, Mr.
This is an NBC News special report. The trial of Donald J. Trump. Here is Lester Holt.
Good afternoon. We are coming on the air to bring you NBC News live coverage of the Senate impeachment trial of President Trump less than 24 hours after his State of the Union speech to a bitterly divided Congress. Today, the final act, the vote on whether to convict and remove the president on the 2 counts of impeachment voted by the House exactly 7 weeks ago. Now it's the Senate's turn, and all but certain vote for acquittal. Joining our coverage today, moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd, and senior Washington correspondent Andrea Mitchell. And with me here, NBC News legal analyst and former U.S. Attorney Carol Lamb. But we want to start with Casey Hunt at the Capitol right now with some dramatic news regarding one Republican senator who did some soul searching literally and is going to vote to convict. Casey.
Lester, dramatic is the right word for what has unfolded here on Capitol Hill today. Senator Mitt Romney, once the Republican nominee for president, announcing that he is going to vote to convict President Trump on that first article, abuse of power. He's doing it, he says, because of his own faith and his conscience. Let's listen to a little bit of what Romney said this morning.
Were I to ignore the evidence that has been presented and disregard what I believe my oath and the Constitution demands of me for the sake of a partisan end, it would, I fear, expose my character to history's rebuke and the censure of my own conscience.
Romney was visibly emotional on the Senate floor throughout his speech. He talked about sending a signal to his children and their children that he did his duty. This is a remarkable break for Romney with his own party. And we've learned just in the last few minutes, Lester, that he's going to be the only person here that we expect to make a dramatic break with their own party. We were watching 3 Democratic senators, Doug Jones, Joe Manchin, Kyrsten Sinema, all up for re-election in swing states coming up. Joe Manchin, of course, a Democrat from West Virginia, recently re-elected, but still in a tough position. They all are saying they now will vote to convict the president on both of these articles of impeachment. So the Democratic Party will stay together. The vast majority of Republicans, we know, are going to vote against convicting the president on abuse of power. So Mitt Romney, once again, a man alone here at the Capitol and in his Republican Party, Lester.
All right, Casey, thanks very much. We've been hearing from the senators making their remarks in the Senate itself. They just went on recess. When they resume, it will be gavelled in as part of the trial itself, leading to the reading of the 2 articles of impeachment, followed by the votes. Let's go to Hallie Jackson right now, who is also on Capitol Hill. Hallie, what do you have?
So, Lester, White House officials and sources close to the president describe this Romney vote that Casey's talking about as essentially disappointing but not altogether surprising. Although, frankly, Lester, there's not a lot of happiness about it, right? Because what you have now, when you look at the votes between Senator Romney as well as those Democrats who are in states that Donald Trump won, Senator Jones, Senator Manchin, Senator Sinema, this is just about the worst case scenario for the White House, other than if it were to, of course, be an actual conviction in this vote here, which is not the expectation from anybody on either side of the aisle. What this does is it robs the White House of the ability to call this a bipartisan acquittal, and it essentially doesn't let them argue that this is a bipartisan conviction for President Trump. I would watch for something we've started to see already from aides and advisors to the president, which is to say an acquittal is an acquittal. They will seize on the idea, if this vote goes the direction as everybody expects it to go, that the president is going to be acquitted. He will still be impeached, Lester. He will stay in office, the 3rd ever impeachment of a president, of course, in U.S. history, and now the 3rd ever acquittal of an impeached president in U.S. history. The difference here, of course, is that unlike former President Bill Clinton back in 1999, President Trump is running for re-election, and that is something that will be on display. It was here last night, Lester, at that State of the Union, and it will be over the next 10 months that President Trump's in office.
All right, we're told they are coming back into session. Now, let's take a quick peek, if we can, on the Senate floor.
Hear ye, hear ye. All persons are commanded to keep silence on pain of imprisonment while the Senate of the United States is sitting for the trial of the articles of impeachment exhibited by the House of Representatives against Donald John Trump, President of the United States. As a reminder to everyone in the chamber, as well as those in the galleries, demonstrations of approval or disapproval are prohibited.
The Majority Leader is recognized.
Mr. Chief Justice, the Senate is now ready to vote on the articles of impeachment, and after that is done, we will adjourn the court of impeachment.
The clerk will now read the first article of impeachment.
Article 1, Abuse of Power. The Constitution provides that the House of Representatives, quote, shall have the sole power of impeachment, unquote, and that the President, quote, shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors, close quote. In his conduct of the office of President of the United States, and in violation of his constitutional oath faithfully to execute the office of President of the United States, and, to the best of his ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, and in violation of his constitutional duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, Donald J. Trump has abused the powers of the presidency in that, using the powers of his office, President Trump solicited the interference of a foreign government, Ukraine, in the 2020 United States presidential election. He did so through a scheme or course of conduct that included soliciting the government of Ukraine to publicly announce investigations that would benefit his re-election, harm the election prospects of a political opponent, and influence the 2020 United States presidential election to his advantage. President Trump also sought to pressure the government of Ukraine to take these steps by conditioning official United States government acts of significant value to Ukraine on its public announcement of the investigations. President Trump engaged in this scheme or course of conduct for corrupt purposes in pursuit of personal political benefit. In doing so, President Trump used the powers of the presidency in a manner that compromised the national security of the United States and undermined the integrity of the United States democratic process. He thus ignored and injured the interests of the nation. President Trump engaged in this scheme or course of conduct through the following means. 1. President Trump, acting both directly and through his agents within and outside the United States government, corruptly solicited the government of Ukraine to publicly announce investigations into A, political opponent, former Vice President Joseph R. Biden Jr., and B, a discredited theory promoted by Russia alleging that Ukraine, rather than Russia, interfered in the 2016 United States presidential election. 2, with the same corrupt motives, President Trump, acting both directly and through his agents within the outside of the United States government, conditioned 2 official acts on the public announcements that he had requested. A, the release of $391 million of United States taxpayer funds that Congress had appropriated on a bipartisan basis for the purpose of providing vital military and security assistance to Ukraine to oppose Russian aggression, and which President Trump had ordered suspended. And B, a head of state meeting at the White House, which the President of Ukraine sought to demonstrate continued United States support for the government of Ukraine in the face of Russian aggression. 3, faced with the public revelation of his actions, President Trump ultimately released the military and security assistance to the government of Ukraine and has persisted in openly and corruptly urging and soliciting Ukraine to undertake investigations for his personal political benefit. These actions were consistent with President Trump's previous invitations of foreign interference in United States elections. In all of this, President Trump abused the powers of the presidency by ignoring and injuring national security and other vital national interests to obtain an improper personal political benefit. He has also betrayed the nation by abusing his high office to enlist a foreign power in corrupting democratic elections. Wherefore, President Trump, by such conduct, has demonstrated that he will remain a threat to national security and the Constitution if allowed to remain in office, and has acted in a manner grossly incompatible with self-governance and the rule of law. President Trump thus warrants impeachment and trial, removal from office, and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States.
Each senator, when his or her name is called, will stand in his or her place and vote guilty or not guilty as required by Rule 23 of the Senate Rules on Impeachment. Article 1, Section 3, Clause 6 of the Constitution regarding the vote required for conviction on impeachment provides that no person shall be convicted without the concurrence of 2/3 of the members present. The question is on the first article of impeachment. Senators, how say you? Is the respondent, Donald John Trump, guilty or not guilty? A roll call vote is required. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Not guilty.
Mr. Alexander, not guilty. Ms. Baldwin.
Guilty.
Ms. Baldwin, guilty. Mr. Barrasso.
Not guilty.
Mr. Barrasso, not guilty. Mr. Bennett.
Guilty.
Mr. Bennett, guilty. Mrs. Blackburn.
Not guilty.
Mrs. Blackburn, not guilty. Mr. Blumenthal.
Guilty.
Mr. Blumenthal, guilty. Mr. Blunt.
Not guilty.
Mr. Blunt, not guilty. Mr. Booker.
Guilty.
Mr. Booker, guilty. Mr. Bozeman.
Not guilty.
Mr. Bozeman, not guilty. Mr. Braun.
Not guilty.
Mr. Braun, not guilty. Mr. Brown.
Guilty.
Mr. Brown, guilty. Mr. Burr.
Not guilty.
Mr. Burr, not guilty. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, guilty. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, not guilty. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Cardin, guilty. Mr. Carper. Mr. Carper, guilty. Mr. Casey. Mr. Casey, guilty. Mr. Cassidy.
Not guilty.
Mr. Cassidy, not guilty. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, not guilty. Mr. Coons? Guilty. Mr. Coons, guilty. Mr. Cornyn? Mr. Cornyn, not guilty. Ms. Cortez Masto? Guilty. Ms. Cortez Masto, guilty. Mr. Cotton? Not guilty. Mr. Cotton, not guilty. Mr. Kramer? Not guilty. Mr. Kramer, not guilty. Mr. Crapo? Mr. Crapo, not guilty. Mr. Cruz? Mr. Cruz, not guilty. Mr. Daines? Not guilty. Mr. Daines, not guilty. Ms. Duckworth? Guilty. Ms. Duckworth, guilty. Mr. Durbin? Guilty. Mr. Durbin, guilty. Mr. Enzi? Not guilty. Mr. Enzi, not guilty. Ms. Ernst? Not guilty. Ms. Ernst, not guilty. Mrs. Feinstein? Mrs. Feinstein, guilty. Mrs. Fisher? Not guilty. Mrs. Fisher, not guilty. Mr. Gardner? Not guilty. Mr. Gardner, not guilty. Mrs. Gillibrand? Mrs. Gillibrand, guilty. Mr. Graham? Not guilty. Mr. Graham, not guilty. Mr. Grassley? Mr. Grassley, not guilty. Ms. Harris? Ms. Harris, guilty. Ms. Hassan? Guilty. Ms. Hassan, guilty. Mr. Hawley? Mr. Hawley, not guilty. Mr. Heinrich? Guilty. Mr. Heinrich, guilty. Ms. Hirono? Guilty. Ms. Hirono, guilty. Mr. Hoven? Mr. Hoven, not guilty. Mrs. Hyde-Smith?
Not guilty.
Mrs. Hyde-Smith, not guilty. Mr. Inhofe?
Not guilty.
Mr. Inhofe, not guilty. Mr. Johnson?
Not guilty.
Mr. Johnson, not guilty. Mr. Jones?
Guilty.
Mr. Jones, guilty. Mr. Kane?
Guilty.
Mr. Kane, guilty. Mr. Kennedy?
Not guilty.
Mr. Kennedy, not guilty. Mr. King?
Guilty.
Mr. King, guilty. Ms. Klobuchar?
Guilty.
Ms. Klobuchar, guilty. Mr. Langford?
Not guilty.
Mr. Langford, not guilty. Mr. Leahy? Mr. Leahy, guilty. Mr. Lee?
Not guilty.
Mr. Lee, not guilty. Mrs. Loeffler? Mrs. Loeffler, not guilty. Mr. Manchin?
Guilty.
Mr. Manchin, guilty. Mr. Markey?
Guilty.
Mr. Markey, guilty. Mr. McConnell?
Not guilty.
Mr. McConnell, not guilty. Ms. McSally? Ms. McSally, not guilty. Mr. Menendez?
Guilty.
Mr. Menendez, guilty. Mr. Merkley? Mr. Merkley, guilty. Mr. Moran?
Not.
Mr. Moran, not guilty. Ms. Murkowski? Ms. Murkowski, not guilty. Mr. Murphy?
Guilty.
Mr. Murphy, guilty. Mrs. Murray? Mrs. Murray, guilty. Mr. Paul?
Not guilty.
Mr. Paul, not guilty. Mr. Perdue?
Not
Mr. Perdue, not guilty. Mr. Peters?
guilty.
Mr. Peters, guilty. Mr. Portman?
Not guilty.
Mr. Portman, not guilty. Mr. Reed?
Guilty.
Mr. Reed, guilty. Mr. Risch?
Not guilty.
Mr. Risch, not guilty. Mr. Roberts?
Not guilty.
Mr. Roberts, not guilty. Mr. Romney?
Guilty.
Mr. Romney, guilty. Ms. Rosen?
Guilty.
Ms. Rosen, guilty. Mr. Rounds?
Not guilty.
Mr. Rounds, not guilty. Mr. Rubio?
Not guilty.
Mr. Rubio, not guilty. Mr. Sanders?
Guilty.
Mr. Sanders, guilty. Mr. Sass? Mr. Sass, not guilty. Mr. Schatz? Mr. Schatz, Guilty. Mr. Schumer? Mr. Schumer, guilty. Mr. Scott of Florida?
Not guilty.
Mr. Scott of Florida, not guilty. Mr. Scott of South Carolina? Mr. Scott of South Carolina, not guilty. Mrs. Shaheen? Mrs. Shaheen, guilty. Mr. Shelby?
Not guilty.
Mr. Shelby, not guilty. Ms. Sinema?
Guilty.
Ms. Sinema, guilty. Ms. Smith?
Guilty.
Ms. Smith, guilty. Ms. Stabenow?
Guilty.
Ms. Stabenow, guilty. Mr. Sullivan?
Not guilty.
Mr. Sullivan, not guilty. Mr. Tester?
Guilty.
Mr. Tester, guilty. Mr. Thune? Mr. Thune, not guilty. Mr. Tillis?
Not guilty.
Mr. Tillis, not guilty. Mr. Toomey?
Not guilty.
Mr. Toomey, not guilty. Mr. Udall? Mr. Udall, guilty. Mr. Van Hollen?
Guilty.
Mr. Van Hollen, guilty. Mr. Warner? Mr. Warner, guilty. Ms. Warren?
Guilty.
Ms. Warren, guilty. Mr. Whitehouse?
Guilty.
Mr. Whitehouse, guilty. Mr. Wicker? Mr. Wicker, not guilty. Mr. Wyden? Mr. Wyden, guilty. Mr. Young?
Not guilty.
Mr. Young, not guilty.
On this article of impeachment, 48 senators have pronounced Donald John Trump, President of the United States, guilty as charged. 52 senators have pronounced him not guilty as charged. Two-thirds of the senators present not having pronounced him guilty, the Senate adjudges that the respondent, Donald John Trump, President of the United States, is not guilty as charged in the first article of impeachment. The clerk will read the second article of impeachment.
Article 2, Obstruction of Congress. The Constitution provides that the House of Representatives shall have the sole power of impeachment and that the President shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. In his conduct of the office of the President of the United States and in violation of his constitutional oath faithfully to execute the office of President of the United States and, to the best of his ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States, and in violation of his constitutional duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, Donald J. Trump has directed the unprecedented, categorical, and indiscriminate defiance of subpoenas issued by the House of Representatives pursuant to its sole power of impeachment. President Trump has abused the powers of the presidency in a manner offensive to and subversive of the Constitution, in that the House of Representatives has engaged in an impeachment inquiry focused on President Trump's corrupt solicitation of the government of Ukraine to interfere in the 2020 United States presidential election. As part of this impeachment inquiry, the committee's undertaking the investigation serves subpoenas seeking documents and testimony deemed vital to the inquiry from various executive branch agencies and offices and current and former officials. In response, without lawful cause or excuse, President Trump directed executive branch agencies, offices, and officials not to comply with those subpoenas. President Trump thus interposed the powers of the presidency against the lawful subpoenas of the House of Representatives and assumed to himself functions and judgments necessary to the exercise of the sole power of impeachment vested by the Constitution in the House of Representatives. President Trump abused the powers of his high office through the following means. 1, directing the White House to defy a lawful subpoena by withholding the production of documents sought therein by the committees. 2, directing other executive branch agencies and offices to defy lawful subpoenas and withhold the production of documents and records from the committees, in response to which the Department of State, Office of Management and Budget, Department of Energy, and Department of Defense refused to produce a single document or record. 3, directing current and former executive branch officials not to cooperate with the committees, in response to which 9 administration officials defied subpoenas for testimony, namely John Michael Mick Mulvaney, Robert B. Blair, John A. Eisenberg, Michael Ellis, Kristen Wells Griffith, Russell T. Vaught, Michael Duffy, Brian McCormick, and T. Ulrich Breckbull. These actions were consistent with President Trump's previous efforts to undermine United States government investigations into foreign interference in United States elections. Through these actions, President Trump sought to arrogate to himself the right to determine the propriety, scope, and nature of an impeachment inquiry into his own conduct, as well as the unilateral prerogative to deny any and all information to the House of Representatives in the exercise of its sole power of impeachment. In the history of the Republic, no president has ever ordered the complete defiance of an impeachment inquiry or sought to obstruct and impede so comprehensively the ability of the House of Representatives to investigate high crimes and misdemeanors. This abuse of office served to cover up the president's own repeated misconduct and to seize and control the power of impeachment, and thus to nullify a vital constitutional safeguard vested solely in the House of Representatives. In all of this, President Trump has acted in a manner contrary to his trust as president and subversive of the constitutional government, to the great prejudice of the cause of law and justice, and to the manifest injury of the people of the United States. Wherefore, President Trump, by such conduct, has demonstrated that he will remain a threat to the Constitution if allowed to remain in office, and has acted in a manner grossly incompatible with self-governance and the rule of law. President Trump thus warrants impeachment and trial, removal from office, and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States.
The question is on the second article of impeachment. Senators, how say you? Is the respondent, Donald John Trump, guilty or not guilty? The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Alexander.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Ms. Baldwin. Guilty. Mr. Barrasso. Not guilty. Mr. Bennett. Guilty. Mrs. Blackburn.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Mr. Blumenthal. Guilty. Mr. Blunt. Not guilty. Mr. Booker. Guilty. Mr. Bozeman. Not guilty. Mr. Braun.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Mr. Brown. Guilty. Mr. Burr. Not guilty. Ms. Cantwell. Guilty. Mrs. Capito. Not guilty. Mr. Cardin. Guilty. Mr. Carper. Guilty. Mr. Casey. Guilty. Mr. Cassidy. Not guilty. Ms. Collins. Not guilty. Mr. Coons? Guilty. Mr. Cornyn? Not guilty. Ms. Cortez Masto? Guilty. Mr. Cotton?
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Mr. Kramer? Not guilty. Mr. Crapo? Not guilty. Mr. Cruz? Not guilty. Mr. Daines? Not guilty. Ms. Duckworth? Guilty. Mr. Durbin? Guilty. Mr. Enzi? Not guilty. Ms. Ernst? Not guilty. Mrs. Feinstein? Guilty. Mrs. Fisher? Not guilty. Mr. Gardner? Not guilty. Mrs. Gillibrand? Guilty. Mr. Graham? Not guilty. Mr. Grassley? Not guilty. Ms. Harris? Guilty. Ms. Hassan? Guilty. Mr. Hawley?
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Mr. Heinrich? Guilty. Ms. Hirono? Guilty. Mr. Hoven? Not guilty. Mrs. Hyde-Smith?
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Mr. Inhofe? Not guilty. Mr. Johnson?
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Mr. Jones? Guilty. Mr. Kane? Guilty. Mr. Kennedy?
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Mr. King? Guilty. Ms. Klobuchar? Guilty. Mr. Langford? Not guilty. Mr. Leahy? Guilty. Mr. Lee?
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Mrs. Loeffler? Not guilty. Mr. Manchin? Guilty. Mr. Markey? Guilty. Mr. McConnell? Not guilty. Ms. McSally? Not guilty. Mr. Menendez? Guilty. Mr. Merkley? Guilty. Mr. Moran? Not guilty. Ms. Murkowski? Not guilty. Mr. Murphy? Guilty. Mrs. Murray? Guilty. Mr. Paul?
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Mr. Perdue? Not guilty. Mr. Peters? Guilty. Mr. Portman? Not guilty. Mr. Reed? Guilty. Mr. Risch?
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Mr. Roberts? Not guilty. Mr. Romney?
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Ms. Rosen? Guilty. Mr. Rounds? Not guilty. Mr. Rubio? Not guilty. Mr. Sanders? Guilty. Mr. Sass? Not guilty. Mr. Schatz? Guilty. Mr. Schumer? Guilty. Mr. Scott of Florida?
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Mr. Scott of South Carolina? Not guilty. Mrs. Shaheen? Guilty. Mr. Shelby? Not guilty. Ms. Sinema? Guilty. Ms. Smith? Guilty. Ms. Stabenow? Guilty. Mr. Sullivan?
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Mr. Tester? Guilty. Mr. Thune? Not guilty. Mr. Tillis? Not guilty. Mr. Toomey? Not guilty. Mr. Udall? Guilty. Mr. Van Hollen? Guilty. Mr. Warner? Guilty. Ms. Warren? Guilty. Mr. Whitehouse? Guilty. Mr. Wicker? Not guilty. Mr. Wyden? Guilty. Mr. Young? Not guilty.
On this article of impeachment, 47 senators have pronounced Donald John Trump, President of the United States, guilty as charged. 53 senators have pronounced him not guilty as charged. 2/3 of the senators present not having pronounced him guilty, the Senate adjudges that respondent Donald John Trump, President of the United States, is not guilty as charged in the second article of impeachment. The presiding officer directs judgment to be entered in accordance with the judgment of the Senate as follows. The Senate, having tried Donald John Trump, President of the United States, upon 2 articles of impeachment exhibited against him by the House of Representatives, and 2/3 of the senators present not having found him guilty of the charges contained therein, it is therefore ordered and adjudged that the said Donald John Trump be, and he is hereby, acquitted of the charges in said articles.
Mr. Chief Justice.
The Majority Leader is recognized.
I send an order to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Ordered that the Secretary be directed to communicate to the Secretary of State as provided by Rule 23 of the Rules of Procedure and Practice in the Senate when sitting on impeachment trials, and also to the House of Representatives the judgment of the Senate in the case of Donald John Trump, and transmit a certified copy of the judgment to each.
Without objection, the order will be entered.
Mr. Chief Justice.
The Majority Leader is recognized.
Before this process fully concludes, I want to very quickly acknowledge a few of the people who helped the Senate fulfill our duty these past weeks. First and foremost, I know my colleagues join me in thanking Chief Justice Roberts for presiding over the Senate trial with a clear head, steady hand, and the forbearance that this rare occasion demands. We know full well that his presence as our presiding officer came in addition to, not instead of, his day job across the street. So the Senate thanks the Chief Justice and his staff who helped him perform this unique role. Like his predecessor, Chief Justice Rehnquist, the Senate will be awarding Chief Justice Roberts the Golden Gavel to commemorate his time presiding over this body. We typically award this to new senators after about 100 hours in the chair, but I think we can agree the Chief Justice has put in his due and then some. The page is delivering the gavel.
Thank you very much.
Of course, there are countless Senate professionals whose efforts were essential. I'll have more thorough thanks to offer next week to all of those teams, from the Secretary of the Senate's office to the parliamentarians, to the Sergeant-at-Arms team, and beyond. But there are 2 more groups I'd like to single out now. First, the 2 different classes of Senate pages who participated in this trial. Their footwork and cool under pressure literally kept the floor running. Our current class came on board right in the middle of the 3rd presidential impeachment trial in American history and quickly found themselves hand-delivering 180 question cards from senators' desks to the dais. No pressure, right, guys? So thank you all very much for your good work. And second, the fine men and women of the Capitol Police, we know that the safety of our democracy literally rests in their hands every single day. But the heightened measures surrounding the trial meant even more hours and even more work and even more vigilance. Thank you all very much for your service to this body and to the country.
The chair recognizes the Democratic leader.
I join the Republican leader in thanking the personnel who aided the Senate over the past several weeks. Capitol Police do an outstanding job day in, day out to protect the members of this chamber, their staffs, the press, and everyone who works in and visits this Capitol. They were asked to work extra shifts and in greater numbers to provide additional security over the past 3 weeks. Thank you to every one of them. I, too, would like to thank those wonderful pages. I so much enjoyed you with your serious faces walking down right here and giving the Chief Justice our questions. As the leader noted, the new class of pages started midway in this impeachment trial. When you take a new job, you're usually given a few days to take stock of things, get up to speed. This class was given no such leeway, but they stepped right in, didn't miss a beat, ferrying hundreds of questions from U.S. senators to the Chief Justice on national television is not how most of us spend our first week at work, but they did it with aplomb. I'd also like to extend my personal thank you to David Houck, the Director of the Office of Accessibility Services, Tyler Pumphrey, the Supervisor, and Grace Ridgway, the wonderful Director of Capitol Facilities. Everyone Grace's team worked so hard to make sure we were ready for impeachment. Gary Richardson, known affectionately to us as Tiny, the chief chamber attendant. Jim Hoover and the cabinet shop, who built new cabinets to deprive us of the use of our electronics and flip phones during the trial. Brenda Bird and her team did a spectacular job of keeping the Capitol clean, and Lyden Webb and his team who moved the furniture and then moved it again and again and again. Grace, we appreciate all your hard work. Please convey our sincerest thanks to your staff. Thank you all, the whole staff, for your diligent work through many long days and late nights during this very trying time in our nation's history.
Mr. Chief Justice.
The chair also wishes to make a very brief statement. I would like to begin by thanking the Majority Leader and the Democratic Leader for their support as I attempted to carry out ill-defined responsibilities in an unfamiliar setting. They ensured that I had the wise counsel of the Senate itself through its secretary and her legislative staff. I am especially grateful to the parliamentarian and her deputy for their unfailing patience and keen insight. I am likewise grateful to the Sergeant-at-Arms and his staff for the assistance and many courtesies that they extended during my period of required residency. And thank you all for making my presence here as comfortable as possible. As I depart the chamber, I do so with an invitation to visit the court. By long tradition and in memory of the 135 years we sat in this building, we keep the front row of the gallery in our courtroom open for members of Congress who might want to drop by to see an argument or to escape one. I also depart with sincere good wishes as we carry out our common commitment to the Constitution through the distinct roles assigned to us by that charter. You have been generous hosts, and I look forward to seeing you again under happier circumstances. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader.
I move that the Senate, sitting as a court of impeachment on the articles against Donald John Trump, adjourn, sine die.
Without objection, the motion is agreed to. The Senate, sitting as a court of impeachment, stands adjourned, sine die.
The impeachment trial of President Trump is over. A president who has triumphed over so many ethically, morally, and perilous moments will not be removed from office. The vote on the first article of impeachment, abuse of power, 52 to 48, one Republican voting guilt. The second article, obstruction of Congress, party line vote, 53 to 47. Let's go to Chuck Todd right now for some first thoughts. Chuck?
Well, look, it's funny the way you introduced that, Lester. It made me think this is the story of Donald Trump's life, okay, which is he pushes things up to the line, he crosses a line, he gets pushed back, and he somehow survives. I guess the question on this, he has survived this, but the question is, does he survive November? Has this done more damage long term, or has he united his party? I will say this. I think the Mitt Romney decision to vote to convict does deny the president sort of the ability to call it a bipartisan acquittal. That's not an insignificant thing. But in many ways, the fact that the Republican nominee for president, the last one before Donald Trump became leader of the Republican Party, decided to do this, I think almost serves as just as much of a rebuke as a censure would do, and there's been some talk of that. In many ways, the fact that the first time we've really had an impeachment in the modern era, that somebody from the same party voted to convict, I think it does serve as sort of an added exclamation point to the impeachment itself. And while his acquittal has been good for his base politics so far, I do think this impeachment vote will live for a long time with these senators. And the question will be, how long will it live with them, and which one will haunt them more? Those that voted to acquit and those that voted to convict. I'll tell you this, I think of this like the Iraq War vote. You don't know today how this is going to play tomorrow.
Andrea Mitchell, watching along with us in Washington. I got to step into your world yesterday, both of your worlds, spending some time at the White House and the Capitol, and came away with the big question of whether this Congress, this government as we see it in this situation right now, is going to get anything done here in the next year.
I think last night's speech answers that question. Except for emergency measures, it seems very unlikely, because I have never seen the House chamber as divided, as partisan, as rancorous as it was last night. I spent years up there on the Hill, covered the White House as well and foreign policy, and I've never seen this government so riven with anger at the different functions, the cabinet divided, as well as the central core of this impeachment was over foreign policy, over Ukraine, over foreign the accusation, of course, of abuse of power and inviting foreign interference into the American election. So there's almost no part of government that is together. There's a lot of criticism from the intelligence community of the CIA director, Gina Haspel. We didn't quite see it clearly on camera, partly because of the way that one network pool was not showing opposition. But Gina Haspel becomes, to my recollection and to career professionals and former Republican CIA directors, the first CIA director to stand and applause and cheer with the Republican House members on domestic issues, on political issues. And it seems as though even in that typically non-political, non-policy making part of government, that also was swept up. She was swept up, a career professional, swept up in the politics of the moment. That's clearly a decision. You didn't see that with the military. The Joint Chiefs were grim and their hands folded, the Supreme Court as well. But there just is so much division. Obviously, Nancy Pelosi tearing the speech, the president not taking her hand, the president claiming incorrectly that he would sign a prescription drug lowering, cost lowering bill the minute it hit his desk. There is such a bipartisan bill in the Senate. Mitch McConnell has not brought it up. There are bills, you heard the cries of H.R. 3, that the claim that the medical issues have already been approved and are sitting on the desk, and the fact that the president claimed that he and Republicans want to protect pre-existing conditions from being eliminated from health care, right, which is exactly what the Justice Department is fighting all the way to the Supreme Court. So I don't see anything getting done in an election year. All
right, Andrea. Kristen Welker is standing by on Capitol Hill. Kristen, it's hard to imagine we won't, or at the White House, I'm sorry, it's hard to imagine we won't hear from the president soon. What's your read?
Well, I anticipate we will hear from him, Lester, if not in a written statement on camera, if not today, certainly in the coming days about this. But look, we know we're going to get some type of reaction from the president and from the White House today. And already we are seeing defiance from the president's inner circle. And frankly, they are bottom lining this. Yes, this was not the victory they were looking for. They wanted Republicans to vote in lockstep. That didn't happen with Mitt Romney breaking with his party. They didn't win over any Democrats. But let me read you just a sampling of what we are seeing from the president's inner circle. Kellyanne Conway tweeting acquitted forever. Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who is, of course, the president's former White House press secretary, tweeting President Trump acquitted, vindicated, and more strongly positioned than ever to win re-election. And I think that is what you can anticipate seeing. The backdrop to all of this is, of course, the president who is going to be heading out onto the campaign trail fighting for re-election. And he is going to be bottom lining this, focusing on the fact that he's been acquitted. We've already seen that from his campaign, which says that it has seen some of its highest days of fundraising in and around this entire impeachment process. At the same time, Lester, I think you're going to see him try to turn the page so that he can focus on what he believes he's accomplished. We saw that last night in his State of the Union address, and what he plans to do over the next 4 years if he does, in fact, win re-election.
All right, Kristen, thank you. Carol Lamb, our NBC News legal analyst, is here. Is impeachment now simply a relic in the Constitution, or as a useful tool? Does it exist anymore?
You know, I think it does. And as I was watching the Senate vote here to a conclusion that everybody expected, I was struck by how familiar a feeling it was to me, in the sense that it was sort of a hung jury, if you will. And sometimes even during a trial, you recognize that you don't have all the jurors with you, and it's not going, or maybe the case was just very difficult to begin with. But you know, I do think that there are times when one feels that you know, the body that is in charge of bringing a case feels that they may not win. It's a tough case, but the message has to be sent that something will be done if something is wrong. And in this case, I think that's how Nancy Pelosi felt. And I think that the fact that several senators said that this conduct was inappropriate, wrong, and shameful does have something of an effect on people. Maybe not this president, but maybe the people around him.
Let me go to Michael Beschloss, a presidential historian. Michael, we heard a lot going into this process about the Clinton model. Tell me about the Trump model. Will this be a reference point going forward if we ever walk this road again?
Well, I think it might be, and I think I disagree a little bit with Carol Lamb, which is that I think impeachment has proven to be a more toothless device than maybe the founders intended, because they thought that we'd be in a situation where the Senate would act as a jury without regard to politics. They did not know that the Senate would be divided into two parties who were standing up to one another as fiercely as they are today. We've had 3 impeachments. 3 times the impeachment has resulted in acquittal. It's hard to imagine a situation in the future where a president is going to be easily removed with this kind of party situation, and the fact that the jurors are, above all, people who are in political life. And that's one reason why Mitt Romney's not guilty vote today on the first article was such a historical standout. A president's party has a member who voted against his acquittal.
Chuck Todd, you still with us? No, we don't have Chuck. Let me go to Andrea on this question. Andrea, what's the message here? The president has shown no contrition. He continues to say, read the transcript, that nothing wrong here, even as members of his own party disagree with that. So in terms of the kind of president we'll see going forward, what's the worry, especially among Democrats?
Well, the worry does go back to Adam Schiff's closing argument that he will do it again. Look at what happened right after the Mueller testimony. The next day was that phone call on July 25th to President Zelensky in Ukraine. And that is, of course, what the prosecution said, what the House manager said. We don't know how this president will react except from the way he's reacted in the past. President Clinton went into the Rose Garden and apologized right after his acquittal. He expressed remorse. Whether or not he was, truly remorseful, you can't read someone's heart, but he at least expressed it publicly. There were apologies from past presidents who have done things in the past. You think of Ronald Reagan avoiding this kind of prosecution by his very public apology over Iran-Contra in his second term, which could have gone a lot worse if he had not done that and had not had the wise counsel of his chief of staff at the time, Howard Baker. So this president does not seem to have anyone around him who would advise him to be remorseful, to change his behaviors, and whether or not he's learned a lesson from this about what is appropriate, what is not appropriate. He's still saying that what he did was perfect, a perfect call, and it's hard to imagine him changing.
Casey Hunt, you're watching the mood there as the senators leave the chambers. Among the Republicans, as we noted, some of them had made statements suggesting they believe the president's actions were inappropriate. And that being the case, do we expect to see a spiking of the football, or will it be kind of a somber but please reaction?
I think the speaker would say that. Well, Lester, I think that so far Republicans here are trending toward that somber, kind of reflective mood more than a football spike. I'm not sure that that's true of the president's people. A number of his political supporters were in the chamber for this vote, including Corey Lewandowski, who ran his campaign in 2016. But the Senate here does not necessarily feel like, we're going to hear from Mitch McConnell in a second, so this could change, but I don't get the sense that people are necessarily crowing about it. A lot of Republicans very surprised about Mitt Romney's decision, and that really, I think, has cast something of a pall over some of the Republicans who ultimately voted to acquit the president of this charge. They have not come out against him as forcefully here in the Senate. Other Republicans have, as some of the president's supporters, his son on Twitter, for example, there have been some calls to throw him out of the Republican Party. That would be an extraordinary measure here on Capitol Hill. And his fellow senators so far are simply saying, when asked, that they disagree with what Romney did, but they're not necessarily commenting further or calling for any sort of punishment. And, you know, Lester, I've been reflecting today on this long relationship between Mitt Romney and Donald Trump. It goes back a decade to when Romney was running for president in 2012, and Donald Trump ultimately endorsed him at an event at a hotel in Las Vegas. And Romney at the time said, you know, he couldn't believe that this was happening. They are two figures who are incredibly different. Donald Trump, the reality TV star, often indulges in what his critics would say are humanity's worst instincts. Mitt Romney, he talked about his Mormon faith today on the floor, somebody who values politeness above many things in a way that Donald Trump doesn't necessarily. They are opposite characters in so many ways, and Trump has mocked Romney as a loser. Romney denounced him in 2016. Ultimately, though, sat down with him for dinner, thought about taking a job as Trump's Secretary of State when that was on the table briefly after President Trump won his election. This is really an exclamation point, a final turn for Romney away from what his party has become under President Trump. It's just a very remarkable moment for two men who have led really opposite corners of the Republican Party through the last 10 years.
Yeah, Casey, thank you. And so, again, the president has been impeached, as Nancy Pelosi likes to point out, and will remain impeached and throughout history. However, he has escaped removal from office by these votes today on the two articles of impeachment. Pete Williams is along with us today. Pete, I'm sure the Chief Justice will be happy to get back to his regular job. Nonetheless, did he perform in the role in the manner that was largely expected?
Yes, I think so. Pretty much following the role that was set out by William Rehnquist, and notably said, I think, corrected the record or made it clear for all times that the Chief Justice as presiding officer is not going to break any tie votes during the procedural terms of, he obviously can't, there's no suggestion of a tie during the final vote on whether to acquit or convict, but all those votes leading up to it, there was some question about whether he would break a 50-50 tie, and he made it very clear at the end of last week that as the unelected member of another branch, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to do so. You know, it was true before this process that no president had ever been removed from office by impeachment. It's still true, but You know, you asked a question about whether it's losing its vitality. Just look at this. The number of days the Senate was in session in impeachment trials. 34 days for Andrew Johnson, 23 days for Bill Clinton. This one, just 13 days. It still, of course, is a powerful tool. Remember, the only people that ever removed from office by impeachment are judges. But for presidents, I think you raise a good point. The trend seems to be that these things are shorter and shorter.
All right, Pete, thank you. Kristen Welker, I asked you a little bit ago if the president had communicated, said anything, and apparently he's tweeting.
He's tweeting, Lester, a little bit cryptically, essentially an image, a video of a Time magazine cover that shows Trump campaign signs lasting essentially into eternity. You see it there, 2036, 2040, 2044, and on, essentially making the case that he cannot be defeated, he will not be defeated by his political rivals. So it is a statement of defiance. Now, he does not have any public events on his schedule right now. Lester, will he add something? That remains to be seen. But I wouldn't be surprised if we saw, at the very least, more tweets from this president today and likely something from Press Secretary Stephanie Grisham. They've obviously been watching this very closely here at the White House. And I can tell you, when Romney came out and made that announcement, all of the TVs were trained to that. White House officials watching the proceedings in real time. And so that undoubtedly happening now as they try to determine exactly how they're going to respond today further. Lester.
Right, and of course he didn't mention the impeachment at all in yesterday's State of the Union speech, and some wondered if that was setting the tone for kind of breaking with the past and moving forward.
I think that's right. I think his goal now is going to be to turn the page. He didn't mention the word impeachment. You're absolutely right, but it certainly did loom over everything, and it really fueled so many of those tensions that we saw last night, particularly between him and House Speaker Nancy Pelosi when she ripped up his speech at the end of the State of the Union address. The president tweeted about that today, Lester, and so I do think when we hear from President Trump, he will proclaim victory, undoubtedly. He will focus on that word acquitted, and then he will very quickly look to 2020 and the campaign trail and his reelection.
And Carol, let me ask you about the legal hook that a lot of the Republicans hung their hook on, or hung their hats on, which was this idea that it was not impeachable, that it did not list out a specific crime. Do you think in the aftermath, Democrats will go back and look at how they drafted these articles and think again of maybe there was another way?
Well, I think what any party bringing an impeachment charge will do in the future is really look at a lot of the defenses that were raised by the White House team in this case and make sure that they do things in a way that those defenses aren't going to carry much water. You know, I just think that people have learned a lot from this impeachment because they've never had a White House team that really did a defense like a criminal case defense where any technicality they were willing to assert. So I do think the sides have moved farther apart in terms of how these processes will take place, but I don't think that impeachment is dead. I think it's still out there as a deterrent.
Well, certainly a difficult chapter for the American people as we come to this point now. The trial over. The president has been acquitted on each of 2 counts by a deeply divided Senate, ending a process that began just 5 months ago, a little over 5 months ago, with an anonymous whistleblower's complaint. The acrimony and political fallout, it's safe to say, are far from over in this election year. I'll see you shortly with a complete wrap-up on Nightly News, but for now, I'm Lester Holt, NBC News in New York. Good day, everyone.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Breaking news out of Washington today. The Republican-led Senate acquitting President Donald Trump. That means the 3rd presidential impeachment trial in American history is now over. So how will history view President Trump's trial now that it's finished? Presidential historian Doug Weed is with me now. And Doug, first I have to ask you if you could weigh in on Mitt Romney, the only senator who broke from his party voting to convict on the abuse of power article today. What'd you make of that?
Yeah, very interesting. They have a long relationship and a contentious relationship. What a lot of people don't realize is because Donald Trump didn't have a political army, he won all those primaries in 2016 and had no people to assume those positions as delegates. It meant that a lot of the delegates elected to the National Convention were former Romney delegates from 2012. Romney knew that, and he made kind of a feint towards, hey, if this goes into a second ballot, I could get the nomination again. So that started, that was prolonged, a bitter experience, and then it ended at Trump Tower, where the president played him, president-elect, and said he might consider him as Secretary of State. That was humiliating. So all of that came back to roost today.
You have called this impeachment a partisan one. Does Romney's vote today change your mind at all?
Well, no, unless you'd say that the vote in the House, you actually had a House member who switched parties and became a Republican. So, no, it's still pretty clearly a partisan event, which makes it, to some, a false impeachment. Now, if it causes Donald Trump to lose the election in 2020, and it's seen as helping to cause that, you could end up in a situation with a modern-day corrupt bargain where you have people claiming this was a partisan thing, but it affected the election. I hope that doesn't happen.
Let me ask you this. President Trump sent an impeachment trial, the first without witnesses. I'd like to show some of what Minority Leader Chuck Schumer said on the Senate floor and then get your reaction on the other side.
By refusing the facts, by refusing witnesses and documents, the Republican majority has placed a giant asterisk, the asterisk of a sham trial, next to the acquittal of President Trump, written in permanent ink. Acquittal in an unfair trial with this giant asterisk, the asterisk of a sham trial, is worth nothing at all. We've heard a lot about the framers over the past several weeks, about the impeachment clause they forged, the separation of powers they wrought, the conduct they most feared in our chief magistrate. But there is something the founders considered even more fundamental to our republic: truth.
Does the lack of witnesses, in your view, lessen the acquittal? Is there an asterisk next to it?
No, I mean, look, they could have had all the witnesses they want if they'd asked for them, and they'd subpoenaed them. And, of course, the president had the right to executive privilege, and then they could take it to court. They didn't want to do that. They said they were in a hurry. And then after they got their articles of impeachment, they sat on them for week after week after week, and then expected the Senate to do their business.
So let me ask you this. We touched a little bit on how the impeachment trial could potentially play with voters in the presidential election in November. But what about the House, the Senate, state and local races? What kind of potential impact do you think this could have?
You know what? It's 1,000 years away.
It feels like it, doesn't it? November seems really far off.
So many things will happen. So many October surprises will be coming. There's so much to come. It's like Rosanna Dana said, there's always something.
Doug, I have to say that is our first official Rosanna Dana quote here on News Now, and we absolutely love it. Huge fan of that SNL character. Thank you so much. Great to see you.
Good to see you.
So how is the Trump team responding to the president's acquittal? NBC's Kelly O'Donnell is with me now. And Kelly, well, you're outside the White House. What are we hearing from inside?
Well, we do expect in the next few minutes that there will be a written statement coming from the press secretary, and this will be the first official reaction from the Trump White House after the acquittal. We have already heard from the Trump campaign, from the Republican National Committee, and to a certain extent from the president's Twitter feed, where he put out sort of a graphic image of, and I mean that in the sense of graphic as in like cartoon-like image of himself on a Time magazine cover going into the future. So not an official statement yet in the president's own voice, so people can interpret that as they wish. I was in the West Wing while the final votes were being cast on the Senate floor. It was relatively quiet. We have not yet heard a response as to how or whether the president was watching as this unfolded. Of course, the president was also relying on his legal team over at Capitol Hill, who could speak on his behalf as well. And then we heard from Mitch McConnell, the Senate Majority Leader, who sort of backed up the process of the political side of this, saying he does not believe, as the Republican leader, that this process will have a negative impact on the president's election one way or the other, or on senators who are up for election, meaning he doesn't think impeachment will be a decisive factor by the time we get to November. Democrats may dispute that, of course, but that's sort of the initial take here. There is certainly relief, but there's also disappointment because the White House had forecast to us through top officials, even the vice president, saying publicly that they had hoped for a bipartisan vote of acquittal, meaning there would be at least one or possibly two Democrats who would choose to vote alongside Republicans. That did not happen. So some of the Democrats from Republican states, or states where the president had been victorious and remains possible. For example, West Virginia's Joe Manchin, a longtime Democrat, he voted to convict. Or those who are up for election, like Kristen Sinema in Arizona, a Democrat, she voted to convict. And the headline of the day is that Mitt Romney, Republican of Utah, former National Party standard bearer as the 2012 presidential candidate, he voted to convict on the first article of impeachment, which was abuse of power, choosing to vote not guilty on the obstruction of Congress. So that takes from the White House the ability to say that this was a bipartisan vote. And in fact, the only bipartisan aspect was those voting to convict, not to acquit the president. So that takes from them something they had hoped to say. They used that to their advantage on the House side when impeachment was first passed before it came to the Senate trial. And that may have been a factor in House Democrats having a couple of people peel off, put more pressure on Senate Democrats to remain unified. We saw that come together. And unity, but not complete unity, among Republicans, because Mitt Romney has a large voice and certainly cast a shadow on this today by saying that while he agrees with the president on many issues, votes with him on many issues, his conscience required him to live up to his oath and to vote to convict, believing that the case was made that the president did something, in his words, that was grievously wrong. Allison?
Kelly, the Democrats are signaling today they will likely subpoena John Bolton. What might be the next move for the White House? We got the acquittal today, but it sounds like perhaps some of the testimony, the investigation here may not be over.
Well, it goes to a different level. The House can certainly use its oversight powers and its investigatory powers to try to get more information out. It would be certainly the position you will hear from the White House that this is an unwillingness of Democrats to move on, that there was the Russia investigation, the impeachment that went on for 4 months. Both of those ended with the president, although politically battered in some ways, enhanced by it. Republicans will say that he has gotten through these things and has not been removed from office, has not been charged with a crime, and therefore Democrats will simply try again. They will argue that facts were left on the table and that important voices like National Security Advisor at the time, John Bolton, could come forward to say more. He's trying to get a book published where he could speak in the public realm anyway, and that there's more to be known. Certainly, it raises the issue of how can the president work with Democrats on issues where there is a lot of commonality, things like infrastructure or drug prices, important policy things that have nothing to do with the investigations. Can there be actual work done on those issues in this environment? That will be one of the things we'll be watching closely. Democrats can certainly use their powers of the gavel to try to get more information. The White House will say that this is over, trying to put it behind them, and will accuse Democrats of just not giving up on this.
Kelly O'Donnell at the White House as we await an official statement from the White House on the president's acquittal. Thank you so much.
You bet.
As we've been saying, it is official.
You.
The president acquitted by the Senate in its final impeachment vote today. So let's head out to our legal analyst at least one last time on impeachment, it seems. Here with me on set, defense attorney and NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos. Also joining us, former federal prosecutor and MSNBC legal analyst Cynthia Oxney. Cynthia, Danny, we were expecting an acquittal from the moment this impeachment process started, but I'd like to ask if either of you was surprised by anything today. Cynthia.
I wasn't surprised by anything. I think, many of us who have been watching have known that Romney had a core, which he displayed today beautifully and articulated what we hope at some point will be the rebuilding of the Republican Party. It's very important for the country to have a functioning two-party system. And right now, the Republican Party has essentially collapsed to this cult of Trump. And while Romney is going to get a lot of criticism from the Trumpers, at some point he is the way forward for the Republican Party, and it's nice to see that core be displayed, something people can study and learn from, and contrast with the Trumpers of today.
Danny, any surprises for you, or were you expecting that as well?
No surprises other than Romney and possibly the fact that the pages get so many shout-outs by the Senate. When I was an intern, nobody even cared if I was alive, but these pages are the subject of a lot of attention. They should feel very honored.
I don't think that's right, Danny.
Well, I have to ask.
Everybody loved you, Danny.
Look, when I was an intern, I'm not sure anybody even knew who I was. So the question is, are these pages that outstanding? Were we that bad? I mean, a question that I'll leave on the table. We don't have to officially answer that. Let me ask you this. There's been a lot of talk about whether the president needed to commit an actual crime to be removed from office. Does he, and does his acquittal now set a legal precedent that a U.S. president pressuring a foreign government to investigate a political opponent is not a crime?
No, and maybe I'm not alarmist enough, but I don't know that it sets a precedent, only because I maintain that prior impeachments have no precedential value whatsoever. Precedent is a concept in Article 3 courts. And what we've seen is that even in the two presidential impeachments we had prior to this, the first one of Andrew Johnson is scarcely precedential at all because there were such different cultures and norms back then. After all, one of the articles of impeachment ended up being making scurrilous, nasty speeches about other folks. That wouldn't be an impeachable offense today.
Could you imagine if it was?
Could you imagine?
Wow.
Exactly.
We'd be impeaching people left and right.
I think the big takeaway is, and maybe Cynthia will agree with me on this, but the big takeaway is that impeachment is a product of the right now. It may not have anything to do with history. Even just 20 years ago, the Clinton impeachment trial featured many differences, and it may be the case that there are so many differences, each trial is so unique that history is interesting but not really guiding in the end.
Cynthia, let me ask, do you agree with Danny there?
Well, I do think we have lowered the bar on what behavior is acceptable, not just through this impeachment, but through the whole presidency. What's acceptable in speeches, there's a coarsening that seems to be going faster and faster and faster with this president that I find very distressing. I do think there'll be a big time of study about these articles and this issue about whether or not you have to have an actual federal offense. My guess is that history will say, no, you do not. And there will also be a big study of this Alan Dershowitz argument that was, if the president thinks it's in the country's interest that he be reelected, nothing he does is impeachable. I think that will be roundly laughed at in legal and non-legal circles, and that's going to happen in the next couple of months.
Cynthia, Danny, I'm sorry, did you want to add something there?
Yeah, I think the real challenge, what Cynthia is talking about, I think there's a related issue of the mixed motive issue as we move forward when presidents act. And you look at, and all I can compare it to is what I've defended as a criminal defense attorney. If I'm a government official and a contractor wants a contract, and I have the power to award that, if I give him that contract, half because I think he's a really good contractor, but the other half is because he gave me a bag of cash, well, that fact that half of it was because he was a good contractor isn't going to save me from criminal prosecution. So going forward, we have unanswered questions about what happens when the president acts with what's called mixed motives. And Alan Dershowitz really threw a monkey wrench into that analysis. And I do think Cynthia's right. That's an issue we'll be struggling with going forward because presidents always act with mixed motives, partly for the benefit of the country and partly for their own interest.
I would love to see how the law professors handle this one in the classrooms going forward. It's going to be very interesting. Cynthia, I sort of said in jest when I introduced you both that this might be the last time that we bring you in to talk about impeachment, but it may not be. House Manager Jerry Nadler saying he expects one of the House committees will subpoena John Bolton to testify. What legal options do the Democrats have going forward if they want to continue to investigate and try to get testimony?
Well, in the trial, the president's attorney spent a lot of time basically taunting the Democrats for not following through on some of these earlier subpoenas and not going through the courts and not subpoenaing as many people as they should. And it looks like what's going to happen is they're going to call them on their bluff and start sending out subpoenas. I think they should. I think subpoenas should fly like lies from the president's mouth. And they should come from Engler, and they should come from Schiff, and they should come from Nadler, where there's Bolton to testify. There are all these documents in the Department of Justice that they've been withholding, OMB emails. Bolton has made a lot of accusations about Trump doing favors for autocrats. There are many things that need to be investigated, and the Congress needs to establish itself as an oversight body. It's essentially lost now, because they tried to enforce subpoenas and the president stiff-armed them, and they never got the information. And they have to reestablish that. And in addition to subpoenas, if I could say very quickly, I don't want to hog all the time, but in addition to the subpoenas, I really think they need to set up a legal structure as a way to enforce the subpoenas. I believe they need a dedicated court so that if somebody subpoenas something from the executive branch and the executive branch stiff-arms, there's a quick way to resolve that, not only in the initial resolution, but all the way up through the quick appellate process. Because otherwise, Congress is not an equal branch of government. And part of the strength of our system that keeps us from having any section overpower the other in our three branches is an ability of Congress to get information and do oversight. And that has been severely weakened by this president, and we need to reestablish it as an equal force.
Danny and Cynthia, thank you both so much, not only for being here with us today, you've been here throughout the inquiry, the trial. Thank you. I have a feeling we may be talking about this again in the future.
See you soon.
And we are just hearing from the president on Twitter, so let's go back to NBC's Kelly O'Donnell at the White House. Kelly, what is the president saying tonight?
So this is part of the update we've been waiting for. The president has announced via his Twitter feed that he will be making a public statement at noon tomorrow from the White House. And he says that he will discuss the country's all caps victory on the impeachment hoax with an exclamation point. In that tweet, of course, Allison, there is implicit a lot of the sentiment that we have seen play out from the president over time, where a victory was what he was after, being acquitted, he would equate to that. And he has always derided this investigation, the process in the House and the Senate, as a hoax. He has used that term of ridicule to undercut the work of the Senate in the past few weeks, as well as the House and the House managers who presented their case. So this allows for the president in some ways to have 2 days of headlines about this. So as we go into the evening hours, there is the result from the trial, which, as we discussed, was mixed, with Mitt Romney, the sole Republican to vote to convict on one of the two counts. And now tomorrow, the president will be able to add his voice in a speech and to talk about this and perhaps to set some course going forward after impeachment. So that is what we're getting from the president right now. He expected this would be the outcome. So this is really a choice to not do an immediate statement, but to wait into a new day and a new news cycle for the president to prepare to address the issue of his charges in the impeachment court, his acquittal in the impeachment court, and what comes next. So expect to hear from the president tomorrow at noon Eastern. Allison?
Kelly, I know it was a brief tweet, and I don't want to read too much into it, but the president calling it our country's victory on the impeachment hoax. I know there was some thought, perhaps, that the White House might not see this as much of a victory because it was not a bipartisan effort, also because Mitt Romney broke with the Republicans, but the president using the term victory here today, at least implying now that perhaps he does not feel or is not expressing disappointment just yet.
He would certainly claim victory because the outcome is an acquittal. Mike Pence, the vice president, was asked today about the expectations, and he downplayed the Romney impact, saying that at the end of the day, the headline would be the president acquitted, and the headline would be overtaken because the Mitt Romney, as notable and as enduring as that vote may be, the most important fact for the Trump White House is that the president will not be removed from office. Imagine if that had been the scenario, and we'd be in a whole new term of how would a next phase go. That didn't happen, and that was the threat hanging over the president. As unlikely as it was, he is freed of that now. Many will ask, will the president be different? Will he be somehow chastened by this process? Will he be emboldened by this process? Certainly by saying it's a victory, it's a signal that the president feels that he is heading forward and that the electoral challenge ahead in November, where he will face some unknown Democrat, will be a place where this will ultimately be decided. Many have agreed that the people in their votes will ultimately decide a verdict on the president's conduct. The president perhaps embracing that and saying he's ready to take that on, claiming a victory. It is a victory with an asterisk. He will always be impeached, but as Kellyanne Conway said today, he will also forever be acquitted. Allison?
Kelly O'Donnell at the White House, thank you so much for the update. As you've been saying, the president tweeting he will make a public statement tomorrow at noon from the White House. Thanks so much. You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
San Juan is at a standstill. Good afternoon from the Spin Room.
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays, 3 to 11 p.m. Eastern.
Start an impeachment inquiry. Pushing Ukraine to look into the Biden.
Read the transcript. They want to move quickly.
Removing the president from office.
We're going inside impeachment with the reporters of NBC News. Article 2, Inside Impeachment, hosted by me, Steve Kornacki.
All eyes on the 2020 election. Follow the latest on the candidates with the NBC News mobile app. Stay connected with breaking news, top stories, live video, and your favorite NBC News shows. Text NBC News to 66866 to get the app.
The journey has begun. It'll take us through the debate stages, along the trails of Iowa and New Hampshire, onward to the town halls and convention halls, into the spin rooms and ballrooms. And as this journey unfolds, we'll be on the ground, at the big board, navigating the twists and turns every step of the way.
We have nearly 2.5 centuries of examples where the checks and balances of the constitutional system have worked. The framers designed the government for a moment like this. We weren't supposed to just give a pass to somebody whose team we decided to be on. We were supposed to actually think for ourselves. That's why we fought the revolution. That's why we've struggled again and again and again to make real those promises.
Dateline episodes are now available as podcasts. Listen anytime, anywhere. Subscribe now so you don't miss a twist.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, an insider's take on politics and more with some of my favorite reporters. Get it for free wherever you get your podcasts.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Won nearly 90%. Good afternoon from the Spin Room.
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays, 3 to 11 p.m. Eastern.
We are going to start with something different tonight. This is one of those things that you have not been otherwise hearing about in the news, but stick with me.
Feed your mind with fresh perspective. Get your favorite MSNBC shows now as podcasts.
President Trump's impeachment trial now in the history books. So how will it be remembered over time? Our impeachment expert, Jill Wine-Banks, served as a former assistant Watergate special prosecutor. She joins me now. And Jill, I'd love to start with Mitt Romney, making history himself today, the only Republican to stand with the Democrats and vote to convict the president. What did you think of that?
It was wonderful to see that there was at least one senator who paid attention to the facts who was not a Democrat. And he's historic in several ways because he's also the first member of the president's party to actually vote for impeachment. In the past impeachments, no one from the opposing party or from the same party has voted to convict. So he did take a historic stand. I thought his statement was brilliant. I thought he really spoke to my heart when he talked about the fact that he took an oath, and to be faithful to his oath, he had to pay attention to the facts. And I also thought it was remarkable that he said, I voted for a witness, John Bolton, not because I wanted more evidence. The evidence is clear. I voted for a witness because I was hoping that he would give me something that would give me a right to say he's not guilty, something that would raise a reasonable doubt. But I didn't get to hear that because no witnesses were allowed.
Jill, were you surprised? Well, I guess let me ask you in a couple of ways. Were you surprised that Romney took that stance? And also, were you surprised that he was alone? Did you think anybody else might join him?
I am Pollyanna. I am always optimistic, and I hoped that facts would matter. And here the facts are clear. I was shocked when the members of the Senate who said, well, he's proved his case beyond a belief, that the Democrats, the House managers, have proved the case beyond any doubt. So you had Ben Sasse saying that. You had Lamar Alexander saying that. And then they said not guilty. It would be different to refuse to vote one way or the other. It would be different to say, I don't want him removed. But how can you say not guilty? And that's the words they all had to speak, not guilty, when they admitted he was guilty. So I guess I am shocked that only Romney had a spine. The rest of them were spineless and did not care about the truth. I was also very proud of the Democrats who are in tough races who went ahead. Manchin and Jones and Sinema are all in tough races, but they did what is the morally compulsory thing. And so I think they should be given big kudos for that, along with Romney.
So, Jill, that's it. The third presidential impeachment trial in U.S. history now over. I know it's really early to tell how history will judge this acquittal, but what stands out most to you?
I think some of the similarities to the Nixon case, for example, the argument that the president made after he was out of office, after he had had the dignity to resign, he said, if the president does it, it's not illegal. And everyone laughed and was appalled by that. And now on the floor of the Senate, that was said to an interviewer, Mr. Frost. This was said on the Senate floor by his lawyer saying, basically, if he thinks it's in the country's best interest, nothing he does can be impeachable, that he can do no wrong. That is the scariest thing that I have heard during this entire time, because think what that means. It means that he is got no guardrails, that he will feel free to do whatever he wants to do. He also said that the Constitution, Article 2, says, I can do anything I want. I have total power. That's what a king or a dictator says. That is not what the President of the United States should be saying. And Congress gave it to him. The Senate has basically said, there's no impeachment power. There's nothing we're going to ever do to stop this president, no matter how horrible his behavior. We admit that he tried to cheat on this election. We admit he asked for foreign help, which is against our laws, but we're not going to punish him. So that's, I guess, my feeling is that this will go down in history as a real stepping away from democracy.
Jill, I have to ask before you go, I know it won't be the last pin, but it is the last pin during the impeachment trial. What have you got for us today?
Well, this actually relates to the State of the Union.
Okay.
It's a Pinocchio, because he told so many lies in that. How he could, with a straight face, say, I'm protecting pre-existing conditions, while he is sending his Department of Justice to court to try to kill all pre-existing condition coverage. There were so many lies. I just had to wear a Pinocchio today.
Jill, you always make us smile and laugh with your pins. Thank you so much. And thank you, of course, for your impeachment expertise.
Thank you.
President Trump acquitted largely along party lines today. Senator Mitt Romney, the only Republican voting to convict. So could either party have done more to sway the outcome? MSNBC political analyst and Republican strategist Susan Del Percio is with me now, along with Democratic strategist and senior contributor for Millennial Politics, Max Burns. Susan, let's start with you. The president acquitted today. A victory for the Republicans?
No. Actually, I think that this, you know how Gerald Ford said that our national failure or nightmare is over. I think our national nightmare is just beginning today.
Why is that?
Because I think what the Republicans did, their cowardness, they're giving into this president who believes anything goes, that he's allowed to do anything he wanted, just to echo what Jill said, is so against our foundation as a country. It's against what the pillars that make us who we are as a nation. And the fact that they did that sets a precedent for both parties going down the road. I just hope that people have a long enough memory to, not just for 2020, but 2022 and 2024, when these Republican senators are up for re-election. Not only was Mitt Romney really outstanding in how he spoke and the reasons why he chose to convict the president, but Doug Jones should get a shout out as well from Alabama. He really voted against his best political interests by far, and he stepped up for the same reasons. You take an oath to this country.
Max, your response, particularly to Doug Jones?
I think any time you're impeaching a president, that is a tough vote to take.
Yeah.
And there are senators who took votes today that may come back to bite them hard. Senator Sinema, Senator Jones, and Mitt Romney, I believe entirely what he said, that this came from his heart, from his religion, and in many ways by pointing out just how clear and how corrupt the president was, shine a light on all the Republicans who have enabled this. I mean, this story is not just about Lisa Murkowski or Susan Collins. Every single Republican who voted to acquit Donald Trump today bears that on their shoulders for the rest of their lives.
Let me ask you this. So many people throughout this trial complimented the job that the House managers did in presenting their case. Lindsey Graham even reaching across the aisle saying to Adam Schiff that he did a good job. In the end, that didn't matter, though. Is there anything the Democrats could have done differently, anything they could have done to increase their chances, even though we are here in the Senate and it is a Republican-led Senate?
Well, I think it's easy for the House managers to have done a good job when you just have to tell the truth. You have to lay out the dots that are right there. As far as the partisanship in the Senate, I think we are in a completely new world. We've been since Donald Trump and even somewhat before. I think Nancy Pelosi tearing up President Trump's State of the Union accurately symbolizes where we are as a country right now. So I don't see a way anybody additionally would have moved.
Do you think witnesses would have made a difference? Obviously, we don't know what they would have said, but do you think that could have swayed anything, or is this just a foregone conclusion?
I think witnesses would have made it harder. I think we might have seen Susan Collins or Lisa Murkowski move had John Bolton been able to talk. But instead, Republicans chose party over country. They chose President Trump over the country and decided not to give Americans the trial they deserve.
I kind of disagree.
I had a feeling you might have. Susan, tell me.
Well, because I don't think that if the witnesses testified, it would have changed anything. Mm-hmm. All the proof was there. As Max said earlier, the case was made. Their job was easy. They just presented the facts. So it's clear, based on all of the senators, with the Republican senators, with the exception of Mitt Romney, they didn't care. They simply did not care, or otherwise they would have, at least on the first article of impeachment, voted to convict or had more of a dialogue. There was nothing that could be done to change their minds. Mitch McConnell set the tone. He carried out the orders. And what's actually kind of shocking to me is he put the interest of the president getting reelected before him keeping the majority, which is clear because there were a lot of tough votes, and there's only 3 votes it comes down to, 3 seats rather, and I think that's going to really hurt him come November. He contributed to that, so I almost want to know, what does Donald Trump do to these people that makes them fall under this spell? It just can't be fear. He can't make everyone seem like a coward. It's just so shocking, which is why I think this is a much bigger problem in our politics as a whole.
We've been talking about some of those pressures. We've been talking about Mitt Romney before he made the decision, before he actually voted. He talked about the consequences of being the lone Republican to vote to convict the president. I'd like to play that and then get your reaction.
I'm aware that there are people in my party and in my state who will strenuously disapprove of my decision, and in some quarters I will be vehemently denounced. I'm sure to hear abuse from the president and his supporters. Does anyone seriously believe that I would consent to these consequences other than from an inescapable conviction that my oath before God demanded it of me?
Susan, as a Republican strategist here, I'll go to you first. Your reaction both to what Romney said and to those pressures and how they played out in the Republican Party.
Well, look at the vote total. That's how it played out, really pure and simple. Mitt Romney has his own path, his own course. He's run for president. He didn't win. I mean, he says he wouldn't do what Donald Trump did, but then again, he didn't win. So he accepts those consequences. He is a United States Senator because he believes in continuing to contribute to the country and public service. He doesn't need the job. So he was there to follow out his responsibility, his oath, and what I thought was especially interesting is when he thought he had to explain it to his children or their children, his grandchildren. How do you have the ability to show that you are morally upright as a person if you vote for something like this?
I know we've been talking about some of the pressures that the Republicans have faced, but is it, do you think, I know you were talking about the fear of Trump. Is it the fear of Trump? Is it the fear at the ballot box? Are you able to separate what it is that sort of stopped them? Is there one that you think, I hate to use the expression, trumps the other, but...
Yeah, no, I do think it was about at the ballot box. I also think it's just the pure fear of what happens to you, not just at the ballot box, but with the media silos that we live in now, and the way Donald Trump goes after somebody, and Twitter and conservative media, liberal media, it plays both ways, to be fair, and that you have to deal with so much pressure that they seek to destroy you and your family and make it so personal that it's not just a takedown for a vote, whether you think the issue is right or wrong. It becomes your whole life. And I think that's more or less what people don't want to face, which, in my opinion, is going to hurt us having better elected officials in the future.
Max, let me just get your reaction here. Tomorrow, everybody has to wake up and go back to working together. And we've discussed this before, and people have said, well, look, these are politicians, they can handle it. But you've alluded to the fact that this feels like a different time. I mean, we really did see evidence of that at the State of the Union, even just looking at President Trump and Speaker Pelosi. Is it going to be difficult for Congress to work together moving beyond today?
Yeah, there's no going back from here. I mean, the challenge with democracy is no one could force Congress to give up their oversight power. Only they can surrender it. And once you've surrendered that, there's no taking it back. So even if Donald Trump, against all odds, behaves himself for the rest of his term, it's a question of what does democracy and executive power look like in 2 or 3 or 4 presidents? Because we have never seen it go backwards, only further. And that's a dangerous position to be in for a country that's so polarized.
Max, Susan, thank you both for being here. Not only today, but you've been here with us throughout the trial, throughout the inquiry. I really appreciate it.
Happy last day of impeachment.
Happy last day of impeachment, everybody. All right, let's head back over to Capitol Hill, where the president was acquitted by the Senate today. That's, of course, where we find Leanne Caldwell, who has been very hard at work ever since. Leanne, what jumped out to you most today? I no doubt the acquittal was not a surprise.
The acquittal was absolutely not a surprise, but how people were going to come down was a surprise until the last moments, until, for example, Senator Romney went to the floor to give his floor speech. And that very difficult and emotional floor speech that he did give, saying that he was going to vote to convict the president. And so while it's a big deal because it denies this president unanimity among his Republican conference. This is the first time that a member of the president's party has voted to convict a president in an impeachment trial. And the fact that the Democrats, all the Democrats stayed united and voted to convict the president, it denies the president a bipartisan acquittal. On the chamber floor just before the session started, one of those Democrats, Senator Kristen Sinema of Arizona, she walked up to Senator Schumer, and she was in a tough, she's in a tough state. She's in Arizona. And Senator Schumer put his arm around her, gave her a hug. They kind of stayed in that position for about 10 seconds. And then after the embrace ended, he had a huge smile on his face. Just moments before, she had said that she was going to vote to convict the president. So while Democrats say it's a sad day today because the president was acquitted, there are some minor victories here for them. The fact that they kept their party together and the fact that Mitt Romney voted with them on one article of impeachment, Allison.
Yeah, Leanne, let's talk a little bit more about Mitt Romney. He said before the vote, we played it before, that he was well aware of the consequences that his vote against the president would bring. What are some of the things you're hearing from his colleagues? They have been commenting already.
Well, the president's allies are very harsh on Mitt Romney, saying that he should leave the party, he should be expelled from the party, that there's no place in the Republican Party for him. But inside the Capitol, his Republican senators are more lenient. They're saying that, you know, they're disappointed in his decision. That's exactly what Majority Leader Mitch McConnell said about it. But it seems like there's not going to be any huge repercussions like kicking him out of the conference at this moment. There didn't seem to be a big appetite for that. At least publicly anyway. Don't know what these conversations are happening behind the scenes just yet because it is so new. Because it was a bit of a surprise to his Republican colleagues as well that he did ultimately come down this way, Allison.
Leanne, Democrats have warned that the investigations won't stop. Do we have any idea what's next?
Well, the chair of the Judiciary Committee in the House of Representatives today said that one of the committees in the House could, in fact, subpoena John Bolton. So this might be continued, Allison. I did ask Senator Schumer about that, if the House should subpoena Bolton just moments ago. And he said that's up to the House. That's their job. So he wouldn't really comment on it yet. So it might not be over, Allison.
Leanne, it's hard to believe. Okay, so here we are. The acquittal has happened. The trial is over. I can't remember the last time that we spoke to you on the Capitol about something other than impeachment. Does everyone just wake up tomorrow and go back to business as usual? I feel like we almost forgot what that's like.
Yeah, it's a really good question. I've been talking to senators all day about that, about how they go from a very divisive State of the Union last night, this divisive impeachment trial, and then just wake up and go back to work. You know, they say that it can be done. There have been tough moments before. They point to the confirmation process of Justice Kavanaugh, and how divisive that was as well, and that they came together and did their jobs again. But it's going to be really difficult. And also, the Senate hasn't done a lot of legislating over the past year, especially since Justice Kavanaugh. You know, it's kind of been a legislative graveyard, according to some Democrats, or many Democrats here. McConnell hasn't done a lot of, put a lot of bills on the floor. Just moments after they wrapped up with this impeachment trial, McConnell went to the floor and did his procedural things to nominate or to go through the confirmation process of many more judges. So that is really what the Senate has been doing for the past 2 years, is nominating conservative judges, confirming them. And the second this impeachment process ended, McConnell was back on the floor doing that, because that is the number one thing that's important to him. As far as the legislation is concerned, you know, we'll see what comes down the pipeline. There hasn't been a lot of legislating before this, and it's hard to see in an election year that there's going to be more after this, Allison.
Yeah, Leanne, even just in terms of scheduling, do we have any idea what's coming up next, or what we'll even see there tomorrow, or is it just so fresh that we just don't know, what kind of a schedule is coming up ahead for Congress?
There's a chance they could take the rest of the week off. We haven't gotten final confirmation on that.
I can see them leaning in that direction.
Yeah, I do too. So, we don't know for sure, but they might take the rest of the week off, come back on Monday, and see how things go after they've been home for a few days talking to their constituents, Allison.
Leanne, I think everyone is in agreement that whatever party you're on, however you feel about today, everyone could probably use a break. Everyone has been working around the clock. So we will see what Congress decides to do. Leanne, thank you so much for updating us from Capitol Hill.
Great. Thank you.
President Trump impeached but acquitted by the Senate today. The same outcome as President Clinton back in 1999. So what was that day like 2 decades ago? Let's take a look back.
The Senate meets today to conclude this trial by voting on the articles of impeachment, thereby fulfilling its obligation under the Constitution. I believe we are ready to proceed to the vote on the articles, and I yield the floor.
The question is on the first article of impeachment. Senators, how say you? Is the respondent, William Jefferson Clinton, guilty or not guilty? A roll call vote is required. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Biden. Mr. Biden, not guilty. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, not guilty. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, guilty. Mr. Murkowski. Mr. Murkowski, guilty. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, not guilty.
On this article of impeachment, 45 senators having pronounced William Jefferson Clinton, President of the United States, guilty as charged, 55 senators having pronounced him not guilty. 2/3 of the senators present not having pronounced him guilty. The Senate adjudges that the respondent, William Jefferson Clinton, President of the United States, is not guilty as charged in the first article of impeachment. The question is on the second article of impeachment. Senators, how say you? Is the respondent, William Jefferson Clinton, guilty or not guilty? The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Biden. Mr. Biden, not guilty. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, not guilty. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, guilty. Mr. Murkowski. Mr. Murkowski, guilty. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, not guilty.
On this article of impeachment, 50 senators have pronounced William Jefferson Clinton, President of the United States, guilty as charged. 50 senators have pronounced him not guilty. 2/3 of the senators present not having pronounced him guilty. The Senate adjudges that the respondent, William Jefferson Clinton, President of the United States, is not guilty as charged in the second article of impeachment. The chair directs judgment to be entered in accordance with the judgment of the Senate as follows. The Senate, having tried William Jefferson Clinton, President of the United States, upon 2 articles of impeachment exhibited against him by the House of Representatives, and 2/3 of the senators present not having found him guilty of the charges contained therein. It is therefore ordered and adjudged that the said William Jefferson Clinton be, and he hereby is, acquitted of the charges in the said articles. I leave you now a wiser but not a sadder man. I have been impressed by the manner in which the majority leader and the minority leader have agreed on procedural rules in spite of the differences that separate their 2 parties on matters of substance. I have been impressed by the quality of the debate in closed session on the entire question of impeachment as provided for in the Constitution. Agreed upon procedures for airing substantive divisions must be the hallmark of any great deliberative body. Our work as a court of impeachment is now done. I leave you with the hope that our several paths may cross again under happier circumstances.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
San Juan is at a standstill. Good afternoon from the Spin
It's news made for your streaming world. Live weekdays, 3 to 11 p.m. Eastern.
The journey has begun. It'll take us through the debate stages, along the trails of Iowa and New Hampshire, onward to the town halls and convention halls, into the spin rooms and ballrooms. And as this journey unfolds, we'll be on the ground, at the big board, navigating the twists and turns every step of the way.
Start an impeachment inquiry. Pushing Ukraine to look into the Biden.
Read the transcript.
They want to move quickly.
Removing the president from office.
We're going inside impeachment with the reporters of NBC News. Article 2, Inside Impeachment, hosted by me, Steve Kornacki.
All eyes on the 2020 election. Follow the latest on the candidates with the NBC News mobile app. Stay connected with breaking news, top stories, live video, and your favorite NBC News shows. Text NBC News to 66866 to get the app.
Some more results from the Iowa caucus just coming in. We are now at 86%. NBC News political editor Carrie Dan joins me now. And Carrie, what did we learn from this latest release?
Well, yes, with 86% in, we've seen a continuation of some of the trends that we saw from earlier releases from the Iowa Democratic Party. Pete Buttigieg still leads on the metric of state delegate equivalents. Now, that's what NBC News and most news organizations are referring to when we talk about victory in the Iowa caucuses. So he is up by about 1.3%, a very narrow lead over Bernie Sanders, according to these new results. We're also seeing that Bernie Sanders leads on another metric, which is the raw vote when caucus goers actually arrived at their caucus sites. It's kind of akin to a popular vote.
Okay.
Sanders is leading by 2.7% among that by that metric. But again, Pete Buttigieg looking like he's got a narrow lead over Bernie Sanders with 86% of the precincts reporting.
Carrie, two questions for you. Correct me if I'm wrong. It sounds like this new reporting confirming what we had heard before, that there haven't been any major changes now that we have 86%. Is that
That's right. We don't know exactly. We need to keep track of what is still out.
Okay.
Polk County has a big group of precincts that have not yet reported. Also, the satellite caucuses have not reported yet. That's going to be a group of voters who did not participate in the evening caucuses. They may have, or may have participated at a precinct that was not their regular one.
I know this may be the million-dollar question, but do we have any sense when we might get those results?
We're still dependent on the Iowa Democratic Party. The faith in the IDP has not been restored by today's events. About an hour and a half ago, they released a new tranche of these precincts. They then announced that a minor correction had to be made, and they had to re-release that data. What seemed to happen that reporters noticed is that Deval Patrick was awarded some state delegate equivalents. Deval Patrick was a late entrant to the race who barely campaigned, if at all, in the state of Iowa. That was immediately called out as an error and corrected by the Iowa Democratic Party. But campaigns have certainly expressed some frustrations with them, and faith in the Democratic Party's ability to report these results correctly and accurately was certainly not underscored by that correction that had to be made earlier today.
All right, we are still awaiting final results, but Carrie, thank you so much for the update.
Thank you.
We are just 6 days away from the New Hampshire primary, but we still don't have the full Iowa caucus results, as we've been saying. Joe Biden, who is currently fourth in Iowa, told New Hampshire voters today that the caucuses were a punch in the gut.
Allison, when a struggling Bill Clinton came back and finished second in the New Hampshire primary in 1992, he declared himself the comeback kid, went on to win the Democratic nomination. Well, now that Joe Biden and his campaign have had time to digest those disappointing numbers from Iowa, they're trying to build a similar narrative. Let's take a listen to how the former vice president cast those Iowa results this morning.
I'm here to say that every single solitary vote is going to matter in this primary. You know, we're 24 hours later, they're still trying to figure out what happened in Iowa. At this rate, New Hampshire will be the first in the country to get the vote. I am not going to sugarcoat it. We took a gut punch in Iowa. The whole process took a gut punch. But look, this isn't the first time in my life I've been knocked down.
But that's not all, Allison. Joe Biden went on to talk about the State of the Union address last night, said Democrats need to get real about beating Trump. Watching that State of the Union address, he said two things were clear. One, that Democrats have to beat him, and two, that doing so is not going to be easy. And so he went on to launch some of the toughest attacks on his rivals so far, namely Bernie Sanders and Pete Buttigieg. Let's take a listen to those.
But if Senator Sanders is a nominee for the party, every Democrat in America up and down the ballot, in blue states, red states, purple states, it's easy, and easy districts and competitive ones, every Democrat will have to carry the label Senator Sanders has chosen for himself. He calls him, and I don't criticize him, he calls himself a democratic socialist. Is he really saying that Obama-Biden administration was a failure? Pete, just say it out loud. I have great respect for Mayor Pete and his service to this nation. But I do believe it's a risk, to be just straight up with you, for this party to nominate someone who's never held an office higher than mayor of a town of 100,000 people in Indiana. I do believe it's a risk.
So what is this all about? Well, The Biden campaign insists that even with that disappointing showing in Iowa, he still has a very real chance to win the nomination. They say he's going to do well in Nevada. They say he has that firewall in South Carolina, and that as the electorate grows more diverse, his support among African-American voters will translate into a lot of delegates come Super Tuesday and beyond. But they also know that they really don't even get that far if he has another disappointing showing here in New Hampshire. So what they realize is that they have to have at least a second place showing, if not an outright win. And one of the reasons he's going so hard against Bernie Sanders in particular is reflected in the new voter registration information we got out of New Hampshire. Compared to the 2016 primary, there are actually more undeclared voters. What does that mean? Undeclared voters are those who don't register as either Democrat or Republican, but they can choose which primary they want to vote in. And since there really isn't much of a challenge to Donald Trump this time around, they're more likely to vote in the Democratic primary. And so making clear that contrast with Bernie Sanders on Medicare for All, arguing that he's too far to the left, is going to have real appeal potentially with those middle-of-the-road voters. And that's why he also needs to make that contrast clear with Pete Buttigieg as well. So now let's look ahead to Biden's schedule here this week. He has a televised town hall meeting tonight. He has that debate on Friday, which means he's going to be spending time off the trail until then. And then it's going to be really a final sprint here ahead of the New Hampshire primary next Tuesday to try to finish strong. The last thing, though, we still have to talk about fundraising. Mayor Bloomberg is still out there in the wings, announcing, in fact, that he's going to spend even more money. Unite the Country, which is that pro-Biden super PAC, announced they're adding $900,000 in TV spending here. The Biden campaign, actually one of the lowest spenders of all the candidates. That's something they also know they need to fix. And they say if they can get the money to do so, they'll be doing that as well.
In New Hampshire, Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard hopes to stand out from the other Democratic candidates with a less conventional campaign style. NBC News campaign embed Julia Jester hit the slopes with Gabbard ahead of the primary.
Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard has been sure to stay active on the campaign trail, from recording her daily workout videos to MMA fighting to snowboarding here on the slopes in North Conway, New Hampshire. How was this a form of campaigning?
We were able to invite people from across New Hampshire, and I think there were a number of people who came from across New England today to both have some fun and connect. I rode up the lift with a few different groups of people, and just got to talk about both different issues and challenges. It's just great to be able to get out of kind of the normal gatherings of people who go to town halls and connect with people who normally wouldn't go to a town hall meeting and yet still really care about where we're going as a country. Something that I hear a lot from New Hampshire voters is that they're disappointed that there doesn't seem to be as much emphasis on the kinds of person-to-person connections that they've appreciated for a really long time, and they're seeing more candidates who are relying on television ads as their form of campaigning rather than having their boots on the ground and really connecting with people. It's something that I'm really grateful to be able to be here and to experience. I try to take advantage of every platform possible, whether it's here in person or through television or other means, to be able to get our message out to voters once again so they can make the best informed decision possible as we head towards these elections actually beginning.
All persons are commanded to keep silence on pain of imprisonment while the Senate of the United States is sitting for the trial of the articles of impeachment exhibited by the House of Representatives against Donald John Trump, President of the United States. As a reminder to everyone in the chamber, as well as those in the galleries, demonstrations of approval or disapproval are prohibited.
The Majority Leader is recognized.
Mr. Chief Justice, the Senate is now ready to vote on the articles of impeachment, and after that is done, we will adjourn the court of impeachment.